As the war in Ukraine enters its second year, the conflict remains an uncertain place for both parties. In Russia, Vladimir Putin continues to create propaganda for his domestic audience, boasting that victory is only a short time away. And all the sacrifices are worth it. He threatens NATO, encroaches on Moldova, and vows to respond to provocations with overwhelming force. All the while, Russia remains under devastating economic sanctions, sees its military supplies dwindling, and finds it harder and harder to get new recruits for the war, with its citizens dodging the draft and its private armies increasingly vocal about the state of the war. In Ukraine, emotions are higher. Despite the rough state of the country, the army is highly motivated. President Volodymyr Zelensky has kept the country's faith alive, and the rest of the world has rallied to the country's defense. But Russia still occupies a large portion of eastern Ukraine. The AFU continues to push back, even retaking territory, but progress has been slow and is heavily dependent on Western support. NATO and the United States in particular have kept Ukraine well-stocked with top-of-the-line military weapons, and there's no guarantee that it'll last forever, especially with elections and many key allies coming up. Which leads many people to wonder, how will this war end? That's what historian Hein Goemans, a specialist in war and territorial disputes, sat down to discuss on CNN. The University of Rochester professor discussed the possible endpoints of the war, how likely they were, and how hard it would be to get any end to the conflict. Long story short, don't expect any victory parades anytime soon. Goemans had been analyzing wars for decades, and one conclusion he came to is that many wars don't quite end. The most famous war in history, World War II, was one of the only ones that ended with a decisive blows finishing off one of the two sides, followed by an unconditional surrender. The same went for the US Civil War, but that was an atypical situation given that one of the two sides wasn't a fully formed country. In most cases, both sides will do anything they can to avoid a full loss, and it's more likely to shift tactics, make a tactical retreat, or just keep the war going on in a lower boil indefinitely. But not every side has a choice. Let's look at what it would take for one of the two sides in Ukraine versus Russia to actually win, starting with the outcome that most people thought was the most likely at the start of the war, a Russian victory. This was entirely possible in the opening days of the war, as Russia sought to encircle and conquer the capital of Kyiv, capture Zelensky or drive him into exile, and take control of the Ukrainian government within weeks, before NATO could form a concrete response. It almost happened. A massive advance of Russian troops from Belarus saw Kyiv nearly captured, but Ukraine pulled off a risky move by blowing a dam to flood Russian pontoon bridges, denying the Russians one of their access points. The war settled into a game of attrition, one that Ukraine has been winning thanks to NATO backing, but Putin hasn't given up. Russia has pulled off several surges since the early days of the war, sending large numbers of troops into Ukraine to mixed effect. While they've taken some cities like the mining towns of Soledar, most are bombed-out areas in eastern Ukraine that are in the area Russia already controls. Russia also simply does not have the resources, either militarily or in terms of manpower, to overrun Ukraine anymore. That means that for Russia to pull off a total victory in the war like Putin is promising, some major things need to change on the ground. But all of these options might have some serious problems. Since the start of the war, Putin has been threatening to use nukes if NATO doesn't back off and let him have Ukraine. These threats are designed to scare the more dovish governments in the alliance to disengaging, but it doesn't seem to be working for several reasons. For one thing, no one thinks Putin, or more likely his generals, are foolish enough to attack NATO directly, so any nuclear attacks would likely be tactical and aimed at Ukraine. This would only harden the resolve of Ukraine's allies. The other elephant in the room is that no one knows exactly how many of Russia's nukes actually work. They're mostly Cold War nukes that haven't exactly been maintained well since, so Russia's so-called nuclear deterrent may be a paper tiger. But Russia has some other cards to play, although they might be long shots. Russia's biggest problem in the war has been a lack of allies. Most of the world has either lined up behind Ukraine or largely stayed out of the conflict entirely. While some left-of-center leaders like Brazil's President Lula have issued statements blaming both sides for the conflict, few are actually supportive of Russia's attack. Those few allies include Russian puppet state Belarus and a few outlaw nations like Iran and North Korea that view the war as a proxy conflict between the US and the opposition. Those two countries have been providing Russia with most of its weapons, as it's been the only way for the nation to get equipment while avoiding sanctions in recent months. But it's far from enough to make a difference, which is why one ally might be the key. China's played a unique role in Russia's war so far, with Xi Jinping wasting no time draping his arm around Vladimir Putin and declaring their great powers in sync, bolstering their power in opposing the US. Since then, China's been a critical ally of Russia while under sanctions. It is one of Russia's largest trading partners and has been key to providing it with supplies. Analysts believe that China wants Russia to win the war to kick off an age of conquest where China's eventual attack on Taiwan will be less strongly opposed by the international community. So many people are wondering, why isn't China acting like they're all in? Xi Jinping talks a big game about supporting Russia, but he's been hesitant in one major area. It has not supplied Russia with lethal aid, aka weapons, and this is an area where Russia is in dire need. There might be a couple of reasons for this, with the most obvious being that China fears secondary sanctions from the West. Unlike Russia, China has massive ties to the United States in just about every sector, especially technology, and if it's hit with sanctions because of its involvement in the war in Ukraine, it could both devastate the country's economy and cut it off from valuable resources. But there might be one even bigger factor. Right now, Russia looks like a loser, and China isn't in the business of doing business with losers. China was probably ready to supply Russia with what it needed in the early days of the war, but as soon as an attempt to conquer Kyiv failed and NATO rallied, China backed off. That means, ironically, the more Russia needs weapons, the less likely they are to get them. China is probably waiting for evidence that Russia can win the war before they get any more involved in the conflict, because the consequences of backing a failed war could be bigger than the benefits of backing a successful one. Which means that Russia has some heavy lifting to do if it wants to dream about a grand victory parade in Moscow. For one thing, it'll need allies, with China at the top of that list. In order to win, Russia would need to destabilize the Kyiv government, and that means it'll need to get a lot closer to the capital than it is now. Russia doesn't have the weapons for a massive offensive right now, and only China can likely provide them, so it might be able to coax China into taking the risk if it can show them a concrete plan, and that plan would likely start with two Eastern European countries. The first would be Belarus, where dictator Alexander Lukashenko is deep in debt to Putin. While Lukashenko's military is weak and wouldn't be of much help even if they helped in Ukraine, Putin would likely settle for access to the border to launch an offensive toward Kyiv from the north. But Ukraine has fended that off before, so another base is needed. Moldova is a small country that doesn't even border Russia, instead being sandwiched between Ukraine and Romania, but it might be the next flashpoint in Russia's expansionism. That's because Russia has sponsored a Russian separatist movement in the country's east, in a region called Transnistria. This slit of land borders Ukraine's south, and while Russia is using it to destabilize Moldova's pro-Western government, it might be more interested in the battalion of armed Russian troops stationed there, ostensibly to protect the pro-Russian population. That army could be used to launch a sneak attack on Ukraine, bringing Russian forces close to Kyiv from two directions. But would it be enough? The truth is, it's possible, but unlikely. Putin would need absolutely everything to go right. First, he would have to get a near-blank check from China for weapons. Then, the dual attack from Belarus and Moldova would have to be incredibly successful and effective to take Ukraine and its NATO weaponry by surprise. But the goal would be to invade Kyiv, capture Zelensky or drive him into exile, and install a puppet regime in Kyiv to surrender. Putin would then use the latest in a string of unhinged threats against NATO to scare them off of further intervention, now that the collaborator government in Ukraine wanted them out. It would be ugly, unlikely, and just about the only path for a definitive win for Putin in Ukraine that wouldn't be likely to trigger a much larger conflict. And it's highly unlikely that Russia could pull it off. But what about the alternative? When the war began, there was a sense of fatalism in all quarters, as most analysts said there was no way Ukraine could fight back. The focus was on evacuating civilians and convincing Zelensky to fight on in exile. Then, after the first few weeks, people saw the tide turn and asked the question, could Ukraine actually win? The answer seems to be yes, but it's not going to be easy. Russia now controls less territory than it did in the weeks after invading, is still battling over bombed-out cities in the east, and is facing a terrible casualty rate that is bleeding its military and supplies to the bone, without a reliable supplier like Ukraine has. And that has made Ukraine increasingly bold, as they talk about reclaiming every last inch of territory Russia has taken from them. But that last mile may likely be the hardest. Ukraine has a pretty close to blank check from the West at the moment, with the United States and the rest of NATO not only supporting their cause, but seeing this as a great opportunity to neutralize Russia's military for the next few decades. While some prominent names, including a certain ex-reality TV host, have groused about the amount being spent on weapons being sent to Ukraine, the country has bipartisan support in most Western nations and is getting everything from advanced anti-missile systems to state-of-the-art tanks, with a few major exceptions. The weapons Ukraine has been getting are heavily geared toward ground warfare and defensive warfare, and the one area where the West has been hesitant to grant Zelensky's requests is in long-range warfare. No fighter planes, no long-range missiles, because as supportive as the West is of Kyiv, they don't want Zelensky to have the ability to escalate the war and hit inside of Russia directly. Not that it stopped Putin. A clearly staged drone attack on the Kremlin led to Putin blaming both Ukraine and the US and vowing revenge. But right now, the West seems more interested in helping Ukraine fight off Putin than in helping it strike a decisive blow. And this might be as much about self-preservation as anything else. Putin likes his nuclear threats and makes them every few minutes. But one of the concerns is that Russia does not have a no-first-strike policy. That means that Russia could respond to a conventional attack with a nuclear one, and the Kremlin has not been shy about reminding the West about this policy. While analysts doubt both the health of Russia's nuclear arsenal and Putin's willingness to use it, they're not taking any chances. But Zelensky doesn't want to conquer Russia, he just wants to reclaim the territory taken by it, and that includes the Crimean Peninsula seized back in 2014. In recent months, Ukraine has become increasingly bold, striking arms depots across the border and targeting supply bridges in Crimea. This might be a no-going-back point. Putin was able to conquer Crimea with relatively little opposition, save global condemnation, because the Kyiv government was at the time pro-Russian. Since then, he has declared Crimea formally a part of Russia and claims any attempt to recover it would be attacking him. So, the West has been hesitant to back Ukrainian efforts to reclaim it, even as they still acknowledge it is part of Ukraine. But Crimea is key to accessing the Black Sea and controlling the shipping routes in the area, which means that taking it back might be as close as it gets to striking a winning blow in the war. So, what's Ukraine's strategy likely going to be going forward? Kyiv is likely to pursue a continued war of attrition, taking back cities where it can, forcing Russia to grind for every spare inch of territory at the cost of troops and supplies they don't have, and striking at key supply routes. This type of war will have a heavy cost for Ukraine as well, but as long as they maintain support in the West, they can keep it up much longer than Russia can. From there, they hope to mount a final offensive to drive the Russians out of Crimea, expanding their borders back to what they were post-independence. Ukraine likely has no interest in defeating Russia, just in getting the Russians out of their territory, and with Western backing, they might just be able to do it. But there is one big hitch in the plan. This war ends when Putin says it ends, to a large degree, and rather than retreating if Ukraine pushes Russia out of conquered areas, he's more likely to want to escalate, hitting Ukraine with a barrage of missiles designed to maximize civilian casualties. This may not have had any chance of success, but it can prolong the war indefinitely. So the only way this war might actually end with a Ukrainian victory is with Putin's death or removal. Likely from natural causes, illness, or a Russian retirement plan that ends with a trip out a fifth-floor window courtesy of his generals. From there, a new Russian leader might simply decide that Putin's folly isn't worth any more blood and treasure. But many wars don't end on a battlefield. So, is it time to give peace a chance? One word has been on people's minds for the last few months as the war enters a new stage: negotiations. Could they bring an end to the war? A lot of people seem to think so, and there's been no small amount of controversy over it. First, a coalition of around 30 progressive members of Congress released an open letter calling for the Biden administration to pursue a negotiated end to the war, and then quickly rescinded that letter after being criticized for insufficient support for a U.S. ally. Amid arguing over whose fault it was that the letter was released, they were joined by an unlikely ally, arch-conservative Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who indicated that he would likely take a more even-handed approach to resolve the war if he became president. And it's not just U.S. voices in the mix. Several left-of-center leaders in South America and elsewhere have laid blame on both sides and called for negotiations, but no voice was more prominent than China, which tried to cast itself as an even-handed broker and offered to host peace talks. With China seen as firmly in Russia's corner in every way except providing weapons, this was met with mass skepticism, especially after a leaked plan showed China's peace plan would involve a partition of Ukraine that left Russia with much more of the country than it had now, although these documents were never authenticated. But the problem is there might be nothing to negotiate over. Negotiations usually begin with the two sides on opposite ends of the table, with the goal of moving them closer and closer together. But some issues are simply intractable. Currently, Russia stated that any part of Ukraine that has a significant Russian-speaking population actually belongs to them, and that Ukraine's Jewish president is a Nazi, that Ukraine should never have been independent in the first place, and that Ukraine is actually the one attacking them, not the other way around. And every few weeks it seems like they come up with a new grievance to add to that pile. Meanwhile, Ukraine's platform at the negotiating table comes down to two words: Ruskies out. Sometimes issues that seem intractable turn out to be workable. This was the case with Israel and its many enemies in the Arab world. Countries like Egypt and Jordan, which started out refusing to even recognize Israel's existence, eventually signed peace deals and now cooperate extensively with Israel on key security issues. On the other hand, negotiations with the Palestinian Authority have never reached the finish point due to some key issues, like whether millions of Palestinians who are related to the ones who became refugees in 1948 will be allowed to return to Israel proper. So even if Russia and Ukraine came to the negotiating table, there's no guarantee of success. Putin has made it very clear he is not willing to negotiate, but a potential future leader like Defense Secretary Sergei Shoigu might see this as a potential way out of a war he didn't start and knows Russia can't win. While certainly Ukraine wouldn't negotiate its own surrender, they might be influenced to make certain concessions, like ceding Crimea, which has been under Russian control for 9 years now. And Russia's top demands might not be from Ukraine, they might demand the removal of all sanctions once the deal is signed. This could be a messy way to end the war, but would require a rational Russian leader and a conciliatory Ukraine, both of which seem rather unlikely. Which means that the most likely way for the war in Ukraine to end is for it not to end. Much like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, many wars don't end in a neat way. The most globally famous example of this is probably the Korean Peninsula, where the Western-aligned South Korea and insular communist North Korea have been locked in a frozen state of conflict for over 7 decades, with a carefully guarded DMZ between them and occasional bloody skirmishes. And this could be Russia and Ukraine's future, with neither side able to strike a final blow against the other. And it all comes down to whether Russia says enough. Does Russia still have ambitions of conquering Kyiv? Odds are yes, but it's looking increasingly impossible. Ukraine, meanwhile, is equally determined to reclaim every inch of its land, but that might get harder the further they push into places like the Donbas, which Russia has claimed to annex. And with his army weakening by the day along with his public support, and no way to replenish either, odds are Putin is nervously looking for a way out of this self-inflicted quagmire. Which means that he might be looking for the exit. The only question is where he places that exit. It's possible that at some point Putin would simply declare victory, boost forces in the area he currently controls, and cease attacks within the rest of Ukraine. But at that same time, he would likely make some very dramatic threats about what would happen if his new border was breached. If some concessions were made, such as Russia repatriating the many Ukrainian children kidnapped back into Ukraine, the Western world might lean on Kyiv to accept this imperfect finish to the war and move on with its 80% of original territory. But Kyiv would likely see this as a prelude to another attack by Russia, which is why they would likely want to join NATO as a guarantee of future protection. This would essentially lock in the current occupied areas as zones of conflict, with both sides claiming victory. Russia taking its conquered territory and Ukraine defending its sovereignty. Would this end the conflict? Yes, but also no. The areas conquered by Russia would be a perpetual conflict zone going forward, with a large Ukrainian population under Russian control. Flare-ups would be common, with likely incursions by both sides whenever shooting began. The war as it was would be over, but the battle would continue, and likely would for a very long time until there was a change in control in one or both countries. The war would go on from a hot conflict to a constant simmer as both Russia and Ukraine jockeyed for an advantage while trying to avoid full war that they couldn't afford. It would be a messy, unsatisfying end to a conflict for just about everyone involved, which might just make it the most likely option. How does a modern navy lose a war against a country with no navy? That's a question that Russian admirals will be asking for decades because despite having no surface combat ships, Ukraine is dismantling the Russian Black Sea Fleet. On October 29, 2022, a mini-drone swarm launched an attack on the Russian naval base at Sevastopol. Information about the attack is quite scarce, and as usual, Ukraine is remaining extremely tight-lipped about an attack that it obviously carried out itself. However, what's even stranger is just how tight-lipped the US is also remaining about the incident, when in the past the US has publicly touted the effectiveness of weapons it sent to Ukraine. It's difficult to separate fact from fiction when trying to figure out exactly what happened. And with the US and Ukraine both keeping quiet, we have only the Russian Ministry of Defense to rely on for information. According to the Russian MOD, the explosions filmed at Sevastopol were the results of a new naval variant of Russian cigarettes, similar to the same cigarettes responsible for the multiple explosions at the Crimean airbase of Saki, which definitely didn't destroy multiple aircraft and seriously damage many others. The naval cigarette variant responsible for the Sevastopol explosions was no doubt the same responsible for the sinking of the Moskva. This is what the West doesn't want you to know. NATO envies superior Russian cigarette technology. Fine, the real report from the Russian Ministry of Defense doesn't state that cigarettes caused the explosion filmed in the early hours of October 29th, but their explanation is just as ridiculous. According to Russian sources, an attack by 7 unmanned submerged vehicles and an indeterminate number of airborne drones was successfully repelled, resulting in only light damage to 1 landing craft. However, despite Ukraine remaining silent on the operation, it was quick to bring the receipts, and we can verify from footage filmed by the drones themselves that at least 3 ships were struck in the attack, along with one crane. Piecing together the attack is going to be impossible until someone more credible than the Russian Ministry of Defense comes forward with details. But for now, we can at least try to put together some of the clues and ultimately try to understand what happened. What we do know is that the attack did indeed take place via sea and air simultaneously, using drones. We have one video of air defenses sending missiles up to meet the airborne threat, and it appears as if the airborne attack was largely successfully repelled. Or at least we have no verification of strikes against Russian targets by airborne drones. But that doesn't mean that those attacks were unsuccessful. We also have verification of at least 3 Russian ships taking direct hits from suicide drones, including the famed Admiral Makarov. The Makarov is the only Grigorovich-class frigate currently in the area, and the ship's class has been confirmed by open-source intelligence. The minesweeper, the Ivan Gulabez, has been confirmed as a likely target, with the Russian Ministry of Defense admitting that at least the Gulabez had indeed suffered quote-unquote minor damage. This likely means that the ship has been sent straight to dry dock for very extensive repairs, if not sunk altogether. We can see from the footage that the ship took a suicide drone straight to the stern, which would have caused serious damage to its propulsion, though not necessarily sunk it. The Admiral Makarov, however, the new and possibly now former flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, seems to have taken a blow toward the rear of the ship, near where the launch cells for the Caliber cruise missiles are located. With the Russian Black Sea Fleet using both submarines and surface ships to launch cruise missile attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure, this was likely the intended target, as the drones do not appear to have packed enough firepower to actually sink a large frigate. This likely has led to a mission kill for the Admiral Makarov, though given what we've learned of Russian engineering, the Makarov may have the not-so-rare privilege of becoming Russia's latest submarine, having been retired from surface combat by Ukraine. As details of the attack pour in, some conclusions become immediately obvious. First, this is an attack of historical significance, as it marks the rare occurrence of a superior navy being ambushed on its own port. The fact that Ukraine carried out this attack via drones makes this the first such attack in history and a turning point in naval warfare. Another conclusion is that Russia was, perhaps unsurprisingly, caught with its pants down for what must be the umpteenth time this war. We know this because the first recorded explosions from successful drone strikes occurred just after 4 a.m., but it's the location of the attack that is the most stunning of all. Volunteers using open-source intelligence have confirmed that the sea portion of the attack took place inside of Sevastopol Bay, which is supposed to be protected against intrusion by enemy surface or submersible ships. Indeed, multiple Russian military bloggers have expressed outrage that the security netting meant to stop such an attack was either not in use or easily defeated by Ukraine's drones. It wasn't until the second wave of the attack that the Russian forces began to intercept the incoming drones using helicopters, smaller surface vessels, and even artillery. It appears that at least one drone in the second wave was in fact successfully intercepted, as the video of the attack cuts out just before the drone reaches its intended target. We can also see in this video how a Russian helicopter is desperately trying to blow the drone out of the water using its cannon. So, was this attack successful? And why couldn't Russia stop it? Even if no ship was sunk, it's clear that at least 3 ships suffered serious damage. It's likely that all 3 suffered what the US Navy calls mission kills, or damage sufficient enough to force a ship out of the fight, relegating it to dry dock for repairs that could take days to months to complete. Knocking 2 surface combat vessels out of the fight, which Russia is using to launch cruise missiles against Ukraine, is a major win for a smaller nation. But the real victory comes from the possibility of having caused damage to any of the ship's more sensitive high-tech systems. Under the most intense sanctions from the modern era, Russia is very poorly prepared to replace high-tech systems or even conduct repairs on them. It's rumored that part of the reason why the Moskva was apparently so easily sunk is that some of its air defense systems were not fully operational due to a shortage of parts. Victory also comes in the form of cost analysis. For the price of a few $100,000, Ukraine has certainly managed to cause tens of millions of dollars worth of damage. That's the type of economic exchange between combatants that wins wars, and given the fact that the United States and other NATO partners have been supplying Ukraine with its naval drones since April, this almost certainly is not the last drone attack the Russian fleet is going to be going up against. So why was the attack so effective? It's popular to rag on the Russian military as being incompetent and ineffective, and that's partly because the Russian military has in fact proven to be incompetent and ineffective. It's better suited for causing civilian casualties in Grozny and Aleppo than waging a modern war against a Western-backed power. However, the fact of the matter is that even modern Western militaries might have found themselves very hard-pressed to defend themselves from a similar attack. It's unknown what aerial drones Ukraine used in the attack, but what we do know is that current air defenses in Ukraine are having trouble spotting Iranian-made suicide drones at long distances. That's because these drones are small and made of materials that don't give off strong radar returns, dramatically shortening the range at which they can be not just identified but targeted. While contacts can be identified at long range, getting a weapons quality track on a low observable craft typically only happens at very short distances. The partially submerged drones used in the sea attack are also very difficult to spot on radar. These craft sit partially submerged and under the water, presenting very little surface areas above the waves to bounce radar waves back with. This doesn't just complicate detection, but targeting by long-range defenses. We have evidence of how difficult these drones were to target from the fact that the target ship in the daytime attack video was busying itself with evasive actions, while destroying the drones was up to the circling helicopter above. The United States recognized the difficulty in defending large surface vessels from smaller attack boats back in the early 2000s, when it launched a war game between friendly forces and those of an unnamed hostile nation completely believed to represent Iran. The commander in charge of this enemy nation knew that he couldn't stand up to the power of a U.S. carrier strike group with his own surface combatants, so instead he chose to attack the mighty U.S. carrier with a swarm of small, fast attack boats. The result was the sinking of the American carrier. The U.S. Navy took the lesson to heart and immediately began to research ways of using existing CIWS systems to target small surface targets. However, the development of naval lasers is the U.S.'s response to the surface drone threat. But as it stands, even the mighty U.S. Navy is incredibly vulnerable to the same type of attack that just rocked the Russian Black Sea Fleet to its core. This video is sponsored by Conflict of Nations, the free online PvP strategy game where you get to find out what it's like to take control of a real country and lead it in a modern global warfare. Set in the early 21st century, Conflict of Nations lets you take full control of a nation and find out what it's like to lead it in a modern global warfare in real-time games that can take weeks to complete. Fight up to 128 other players using everything from combat attack helicopters and airborne infantry units to stealth fighters and even nuclear ballistic submarines. The perfect weapon to launch a nuclear attack on your enemy. Or maybe instead of hurling nukes at your foe, you'd rather forge alliances with them and use your combined power to take down another player. It's up to you to choose your own strategy and engage in epic battles as you try to take over the world. Best of all, you can play with the same account on both PC and mobile to never lose sight of your war. Infographics show viewers get a special gift of 13,000 gold and 1 month of premium subscription for free when they use the link, but it's only available for 30 days. So click the link, choose a country, and start fighting your way to victory right now. A column of Ukrainian armored vehicles accompanied by tanks approaches their ready positions, prepared for a fresh assault into the Russian defenses outside Kherson. The Ukrainian counteroffensive has been wildly successful, beyond even the scope of the most optimistic military planners. Russia can't hold the line against Ukrainian grit and firepower, and its troops are on steady retreat across the entire Eastern Front. On Friday, September 30th, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin had annexed 4 regions of Ukraine, declaring them Russian territory. This now allows him to use all available means at his disposal to neutralize the Ukrainian counterattack. Now, with his back against the wall, Vladimir Putin becomes the second person in history to order the use of nuclear weapons in war. A brilliant fireball lights up the night sky, incinerating the column of Ukrainian vehicles. Even inside their armored shells, the Ukrainian soldiers are killed instantly. Those who were far enough away to survive the heat and blast are killed by the radiation bombarding their bodies. Several hundred Ukrainian soldiers and a few dozen vehicles are destroyed. The attack has been largely insignificant in terms of military value. Ukrainian forces have mastered the tactic of dispersing and reuniting again for sudden offensives, but it sends a clear message to Ukraine and the rest of the world. Thousands of miles above the planet, a United States satellite, part of the American Space Surveillance Network, detects the distinct double flash of a nuclear explosion. The alarm is instantly relayed via communication satellites using the secure Link 16 encrypted radio frequency system. Within 30 seconds of detection, the alarm has already reached a U.S. Space Force monitoring station in North America and similar offices around the NATO alliance. Minutes later, the alert reaches the desk of U.S. President Joe Biden. Picking up a secure phone, he dials a direct connection to General Mark A. Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the most powerful military officer on the planet. President Biden speaks only 3 words into the receiver: execute Plan 36. The coded order is relayed via U.S. communication satellite to Stuttgart, Germany, and the office of the commander of U.S. European Command, General Christopher G. Cavalli. Within minutes, the authenticated order is transmitted to U.S. forces in RAF Bentwaters and RAF Lakenheath inside England. A separate communique is dispatched to the USS supercarrier George H.W. Bush, currently stationed in the Mediterranean. The Bush is loitering in waters off the southern coast of Turkey, and the ship immediately turns into the wind as its flight deck erupts in a flurry of activity. Ever since Putin's threats of using nuclear weapons, the American military has been prepared to respond. Beneath the deck of the Bush, F-18 Super Hornets are having AIM-160 MALDs attached to wing hardpoints. Each Hornet can carry 2 of the large weapons, a capability kept secret from the world until now. 2 squadrons of the high-performance aircraft are quickly made ready and begin the journey to the flight deck above where they stand ready. In England, crews rush to man a fleet of 8 B-52 Stratofortress bombers. The big planes are the backbone of the U.S. bomber fleet and can bring a frighteningly large amount of firepower to bear thousands of miles away. Joining them are 4 B-2 bombers also kept on alert status, their crews ready to go at a moment's notice with bellies full of weapons. Within 15 minutes, the first planes are taking to the sky and turning southeast toward mainland Europe. 2 hours later, the bomber fleet links up with 2 squadrons of U.S. Air Force F-22 Raptors, taking off from bases in Germany. The Raptors are flying in stealth configuration, which means their wing pylons are clean of weapons. The internal weapons bay, however, is loaded with 6 AIM-120 air-to-air missiles and 2 AIM-9 short-range missiles in the side bays. The formation continues toward the Black Sea, the F-22s leading the way. An hour later, the F-22s link up with a loitering U.S. Air Force tanker aircraft in order to top off their fuel stores. The B-52s loiter as the F-22s refuel. With enough capacity to fly strike missions in Europe from their home bases in America, the B-52s have no need to refuel. As the F-22s refuel, NATO AWACS aircraft flying along the Ukrainian and Turkish coasts sweep the skies with their powerful radar, looking for any potential hostile targets that could pose a problem for the mission. The aircraft's powerful radar only has a range just above 250 miles, so they can only see across approximately half of the Black Sea. Soon they'll move for a closer look, but in order to maintain the element of surprise, the AWACS stick to their normal flight pattern instituted at start of the Ukraine war. The F-22's refueling, however, is the signal for the USS Bush to begin launching her Super Hornets. One by one, the high-performance strike fighters take to the sky, their compatriots wheeling in the skies above the carrier strike group and waiting until both squadrons have taken to the air. Then the planes split into 2 groups, taking similar but distinct routes north and into Turkish airspace. One route will take the group west of Ankara, while another will take the other group over Sivas. An hour later, both squadrons pivot northeast, heading straight for the Black Sea. The B-52s, B-2s, and F-22s have now reached the Black Sea. The United States operation to punish Russia for its use of nuclear weapons is a go. The B-2s take the lead now. The entire formation has turned south and then east again, which will allow it to skirt Crimea by 70 or so miles, well out of the effective range of Russian air defenses in the region. The target is Novorossiysk and the Russian naval base located there. After the sinking of the Moskva, the Russian Black Sea Fleet has moved its largest surface combat vessels here in order to keep them out of range of Western anti-ship weapons provided to Ukraine. The AWACS aircraft have shadowed the formation, sweeping the skies with their powerful long-range radar. The job is to look for enemy fighters, thus allowing the accompanying F-22s to operate without their own search radars on, ensuring their stealth. However, the powerful radar is being picked up by Russian sensors in Crimea. The Russians now know that an attack is coming. NATO hasn't deviated in any significant way from its pre-announced patrol routes for months, and the only reason an AWACS aircraft could be approaching Russian shores is if it's backing up a major air attack. It's not long before the AWACS planes pick up the signature of multiple Russian fighters taking to the skies. The data is relayed via data link to the Raptors, who stand ready to greet the Russian challengers. It's now time for the Super Hornets to do their part. Skirting along the very edge of Russian long-range radar, the Hornets fire off their MALDs one by one. In minutes, 40 of the big missiles are screaming straight at mainland Russia. But the weapons aren't bombs. The miniature air-launched decoy is an advanced drone that can perfectly replicate the radar return of nearly any aircraft in NATO's arsenal. Currently, the decoys are spoofing Russian radar returns to convince them a flight of B-52 bombers is incoming from the direction of Turkey, escorted by F-18s. This is a credible threat. The U.S. maintains multiple air bases in one of NATO's most geographically strategic allies. Payloads away, the Hornets turn around and head for the bush. Russian long-range air defense radar in Crimea has spotted the real B-52s, but the appearance of a flight of B-52s escorted by F-18s incoming from Turkey is a more pressing threat. Russian ground crews have been scrambling to put 3 squadrons of interceptors into the air. Now a squadron consisting of a combination of MiG-29s and MiG-31s are wheeling south from air bases in Crimea and the Russian mainland. The jets are in full afterburner mode. which consumes fuel at a frightening rate but pushes them to supersonic speeds. They must get to within 70 nautical miles of the incoming B-52s so they can intercept them with their long-range air-to-air missiles. The R-77-1s, NATO codename Adder, are inferior in range to their American AIM-120 counterparts, with only a range of 68 miles. This is roughly the range of the expected Harpoons carried by the American B-52s, who have a range of around 75 nautical miles. Russia always doubted the U.S. would respond with its own nukes, and this only left one possible target for American vengeance: the Russian Black Sea Fleet. An alert reaches the Russian vessels in waters just off of Novorossiysk. The fleet currently consists of the guided missile frigates Ladny, Admiral Essen, and Admiral Makarov, which has taken the role of fleet flagship after the loss of the Moskva. Landing ships Nikolai Filchenkov, Orsk, Azov, Novocherkassk, Cesar Kunikov, and Yamal are all at dock. The smaller guided missile corvettes Vyshny Volaichok, Samum, Ingushetia, and Graveron take up stations around the frigates. This is the bulk of the Russian Black Sea Fleet currently in operation, with a few vessels on duty in the Mediterranean. U.S. Navy submarines and F-15 Strike Eagles from Europe are already en route to destroy them. The entire fleet turns with their noses parallel to the incoming threat. This will allow each ship's CIWS systems maximum opportunity to engage any missiles that penetrate long-range air defenses. S-300 and S-400 batteries along Russia's eastern Black Sea coast open fire on the incoming decoys. The decoys are easily within the 242-mile range of both systems for targets with a radar return as large as a B-52. The number of incomings is overwhelming. This is a major American air assault, and the air defense batteries expend most of their missiles. The vessels of the Black Sea Fleet opt to let the shore units do their work and focus on defending against any aircraft or missiles which slip past. American B-2 stealth bombers open up with AGM-158C LRASM anti-ship missiles, the planned replacement for the Harpoon. The U.S. military still operates only a small number of the weapons and only recently adapted them for use with the B-2. Each of the 4 B-2s unleash a volley of 16 of these low-observable anti-ship missiles, and Russian radar screens light up as they detect the 64 incoming missiles. The attack is a complete surprise, and the missiles are moving so fast that shore-based air defense batteries have no chance of catching the missiles before they reach their targets. The fleet is on its own to defend against the attack, but the LRASM's low observable features making the missiles difficult to target. To make matters worse, their missiles now dive toward the ocean, flying just above the water as they scream toward their targets. The missiles are within several dozen nautical miles before Russian radars can not just detect them, but target them. The Russian ships immediately fire off decoys. These immediately begin to fire off electronic signals meant to be more powerful than those emitted by real vessels, thus luring in anti-ship missiles to strike them instead. However, the American missiles are built with optical target recognition systems, ensuring that the weapons can tell the difference between decoys and the real thing. At just over 36 miles, the Russian radars finally can target the LRASMs, and the frigates are the first to open up with long-range surface-to-air missiles. It's like trying to hit a speeding bullet with another bullet, and the LRASMs can be difficult to target. Of the 64 incoming missiles, 16 are struck and destroyed. With just miles left to go, the corvettes open up with short-range Komar missiles. These missiles have a much smaller warhead, but several manage to strike true. Another 8 LRASMs are knocked out of action. The American weapons now enter the terminal attack phase and suddenly pitch up, climbing high into the sky. More Russian anti-air missiles fly out to try to swat them out of the air. Another 6 LRASMs turn to fiery wrecks. Each missile identifies its own target, prioritizing the larger frigates. The sky fills with tungsten from the frigate CIWS systems. 10 more LRASMs are destroyed before striking true, but 22 find their targets. The 1,000-pound warheads slam into the Russian frigates. The Admiral Essen takes 10 of the missiles. She's already destroyed by the time the last 3 slam into her, but the missiles aren't smart enough to identify lethal battle damage. The Ladny only takes 2 and remains afloat with moderate damage. Admiral Makarov takes 6 LRASMs to the deck. The rest of the weapons either strike the smaller corvettes or explode in the water, missing their targets. Only 2 of the Russian frigates remain alive, along with 3 of the corvettes. 2 Russian ships are quickly sinking below the waves. The attacking B-2s turn around and head for home, visible on Russian radar only for a moment as each bomber opened its bay doors. To the south of the fleet, the Russian interceptors are now in range to engage the MALDs and open up with R-77 missiles, ripple firing at the incoming formation. Each missile will find its own target, and with such a dense concentration of forces, should have no problem striking true. The Russian fighters are rapidly turning and burning for home, fully aware that American AIM-160s have a longer range than them. The lead Hornet should have opened fire by now, yet strangely no incoming missile threats are detected on radar. Reporting this to ground control, Russian commanders are beginning to grow suspicious. A second wave of interceptors is redirected west toward the incoming flight of 8 B-52s. This happens to put them directly on course to intercept the B-2s, who are slow and vulnerable. In full afterburner, the Russian fighters will soon be in range of not just detection, but targeting of the stealthy aircraft. Right now, their focus are the big American bombers, who are completely vulnerable and helpless. Radar detects no accompanying fighters, which makes the Russian pilots very nervous. There are only two possibilities here. The 8 B-52s are actually decoys, and the main attack is the 40 aircraft formation to the south, or the attack from the south is the decoy, and this is the real thing. If the latter is the case, there can only be one reason why radar isn't detecting any accompanying fighters. The US has put its F-35s or F-22s into the fight. The intercepting fighters get their answers shortly after entering the Black Sea. The F-22s have skirted out into the Black Sea and away from the shore, keeping out of range of shore-based radar, which can detect them within 100 or so miles. The Russian interceptors have even weaker radar and can only begin to pick up traces of the stealth fighters within 50 or so miles, but can only get good targeting locks from a few dozen miles away. The F-22s turn on their own targeting radar long enough to get a solid lock on the incoming Russian MiGs. On their radars, the Russians detect only a brief blip, as each F-22 rapidly volley fires their AIM-120Ds. The AIM-120Ds have a classified range easily in excess of 100 nautical miles, and the MiGs don't even get to within range of the B-52s before they're forced to take evasive actions from the incoming missiles. Each missile has flown high into the sky immediately after firing, and now plummets down on the Russian fighters. Each pilot tries to notch the incoming missiles, but most of them strike true. The surviving fighters are forced to turn around at full afterburner, but the Raptors already have loosed another volley of aims at them to encourage them to retreat. The only way to defeat the American stealth fighters is to overwhelm them with numbers and absorb their long-range missile attacks. Once at close range, the Raptors would have been at a disadvantage, but the Hornet-launched decoys fooled the Russians into splitting their forces. With the skies free of enemy fighters, the B-52s are safe to get within 75 nautical miles of the surviving Russian vessels and loose their harpoons. 96 anti-ship missiles are soon screaming toward the Russian ships. The frigates immediately respond with their long-range air defense missiles. The harpoons are far older technology and don't have the same low observability features of the LRASM. Long-range air defense managed to take out 20 of the incoming missiles as the harpoons get within a dozen miles of the ships. Then the corvettes open up with their shorter-range missiles. Each ship is rapidly volley firing their entire missile stock, knowing their lives depend on it. 20 more of the harpoons are knocked out before they get into range of the fleet Sea Whiz. Tungsten once more fills the sky as a wall of lead rises up to greet the incoming missiles. 22 more harpoons are knocked out either by missiles or Sea Whiz. Decoys manage to lure away a dozen or so of the harpoons, but 22 of the surviving missiles strike true. The 500-pound warheads smash into the corvettes and frigates, most of which have already been damaged by the LRASMs. Despite having half the warheads of the previous rocket volley, the blitz of missiles is lethal. As the B-52s head for home, Russia sends up more interceptors to take on the flight of MALDs to the south. The decoys are easily blown out of the sky by air and ground-based defenses, but all that does is expend precious resources Russia can no longer easily replenish. Their job is done. They succeeded in diverting Russian attention south and splitting up its interceptors. The Russian Black Sea fleet has been destroyed. All that remains is 4 submarines which Russia doesn't dare put to sea for fear of being targeted, and a complement of landing and support craft. The surface combat vessels were the important targets, and Russia suffered an irreplaceable loss. In the span of an hour, it went from the dominant military power in the Black Sea to the weakest. Blockades of Ukrainian ports are no longer possible, and Russia has been punished for its use of nuclear weapons with the loss of hundreds of sailors and billions of dollars in hardware. What remains to be seen is if the deterrent has been effective, or if President Vladimir Putin will resort to even greater use of nuclear weapons as retaliation. If so, the United States stands ready with its allies to respond with either conventional or nuclear power. Thanks again to our sponsor Conflict of Nations, the free online PvP strategy game happening in a modern global warfare. Get a special gift of 13,000 gold and 1 month of premium subscription for free by using the link. It's only available for 30 days, so don't wait. Choose your country and start fighting your way to victory right now. The war between Russia and Ukraine started long before February 24, 2022. Russian aggression has been constant ever since Vladimir Putin came to power in the late 90s. However, it was the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 that started the current conflict. The crazy part is, NATO and the rest of the world just watched as Russian forces invaded Crimea in an eerily similar way to how Nazi Germany annexed Austria, Czechoslovakia, and the Rhineland before launching its invasion of Poland and starting World War II. In 2022, Russia invaded the rest of the country, just like the Ukrainian government knew it would. There's no denying that Putin is to blame for the war in Ukraine. But the indifference by NATO and all the other countries around the world toward the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 makes them all, to a certain extent, complicit in the war today. Ukraine and its people have stood strong and fought bravely. There's no denying that Russia is losing the war, and that if Ukraine gets the support it needs from NATO, they'll be able to push Russia out of their borders. Make no mistake, Crimea is a part of Ukraine, and the government has made it clear that Ukraine will not stop fighting or enter any type of negotiations unless all of its territories are returned. The problem for Putin is that if he allows Crimea to once again rejoin Ukraine, it would not only lead to his downfall but the collapse of Russia. Russia needs Crimea for several reasons, but Putin needs it more than ever if he's going to make it through the war and maintain his power in Russia. Let's examine why Russia wanted Crimea so badly in the first place, what would happen if it lost the Crimean Peninsula to Ukraine, and how it might be possible for Ukraine to achieve this goal. Crimea has a complicated history. Its location in the Black Sea has been sought after for hundreds of years, and even though its history goes back millennia, it was during the Russian-Turkish War from 1768 to 1774 that marked the beginning of the chain of events that have led to where we are today. At the end of that war, Crimea proclaimed independence from Turkey. However, in 1783, Russia incorporated the region into its borders to make use of its ports and to house the Russian Black Sea Fleet, which is still located in Sevastopol today. After this point in time, Crimea periodically faced tragedy at the hands of Russia all the way until today. As the 19th century came to an end, Russia completed its construction of the railway across Crimea to Sevastopol. This allowed for easier trade with European markets, making Russia a lot of profit as it exported basic goods and imported luxury goods for its elite. It was also at this point that Crimea became the summer residence of the Russian imperial family, where those in power could enjoy the region at their leisure. And though Russia no longer has a monarchy with a royal family, this era created a deep desire for wealthy Russians to control Crimea. The early 20th century was a turbulent time in Europe and the surrounding region, including Crimea. Civil wars broke out, and Nazi Germany decimated the population and the lands of the peninsula as Hitler's war machine marched across its border in an attempt to defeat Russia. The population of Crimea was cut nearly in half, and its ports were all but destroyed. When the war ended, Crimea was incorporated into the Soviet Union. It was in 1954 that things got exceptionally complicated for the Crimean Peninsula, and it was this time period that Russia sometimes cites as one of the reasons why Crimea belongs to them. As the Communist Party restructured the borders and the lands of the Soviet Union, Crimea was transferred from the jurisdiction of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. This still meant that Crimea was under the control of the Kremlin, but the Ukrainian territory within the Soviet Union would oversee most of the governing of the region. Throughout the Cold War, the fallen industries and infrastructure of Crimea were rebuilt, and it once again began to hold key strategic and economic significance for Russia. However, in 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed and the Western territories were given autonomy from Moscow, Ukraine became a sovereign nation. And since Crimea was a designated part of Ukraine by Nikita Khrushchev in the 1950s, it was technically no longer part of Russia. This was unacceptable to the incoming regime, and it would only take a little over a decade before this relatively small peninsula would find itself invaded by Russia. In 2014, Vladimir Putin annexed the region, even though the rest of the world had agreed Crimea was a part of Ukraine. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. Ever since 2014, Crimea has not only been the source of conflict, but an incredibly crucial territory for Russia. Since it was illegally seized by Putin, Crimea went back to its former role of being an economic, military, and leisure hub for the Kremlin. There are many reasons why Vladimir Putin will never willingly give up Crimea, and many of them go back to the Russian Empire that first incorporated the region into Russia's borders. Once Putin controlled Crimea, new infrastructure connecting the Russian mainland to the peninsula was constructed to make moving goods, supplies, and military units to the area easier. It also allowed for an excellent staging ground for Russia's invasion of the rest of Ukraine, which was almost certainly already being planned back in 2014. When he invaded Crimea, Putin may have been testing the waters to see how the world would react to him illegally annexing a part of his neighbor. And when there was no repercussions for his actions, he knew that his invasion of Ukraine would likely be met with similar indifference. For Russia, Crimea serves not only as a staging ground for soldiers, but a vital part of the supply chain that ensures troops currently holding the Donbas region of the country are properly equipped and fed. It's here that Russia has been launching attacks further into Ukraine for the past several months, and where troops are currently dug in until reinforcements and equipment can be sent. What this means is that Crimea is a key strategic location for Russia's future plans in Ukraine. Without controlling Crimea, Russia would lose the ability to easily move tanks and weapons to their front lines. Putin knows this, which is why even as Ukrainian forces launch missiles and bomb bridges in Crimea, Russia refuses to allow any show of weakness in the region. The moment Ukraine retakes Crimea, the war will be lost for Russia. This will come with a huge military and political consequence for Putin, which is why he's so desperate to hold on to the Crimean Peninsula. Along with being a resupply hub, Crimea acts as a missile launching ground for Russia. The missiles they've deployed to the peninsula are relatively well protected at the moment and can hit key targets in Ukraine. The air bases in Crimea also allow Russian planes and drones to carry out bombing runs as far away as Kyiv. The only reason that Russia can constantly harass major Ukrainian cities is because of its occupation of Crimea. But the most important military aspect of Crimea for Russia comes from the port city of Sevastopol, where Russia's Black Sea Fleet resides. Russia's used this group of naval ships to blockade Ukraine, cutting off supply routes along its coast. Aid is still reaching Ukraine through other means, but the control of the Black Sea, made possible by Russia controlling a major port in Crimea, has severely crippled the Ukrainian economy and its ability to bring supplies into the country. Sevastopol is one of Russia's only warm water ports, meaning it can be used year-round. This is important, not only for its military but for trade as well. Crimea is in a prime location on the Black Sea to receive goods from North Africa and the Middle East. It also allows Russia to move cargo into and out of the Mediterranean. Without Crimea, Russia would not be able to maintain control over the Black Sea. Its naval ships have been used to bombard ports as well as coastal cities, and even though Ukraine has sunk the Russian flagship Moskva, they don't have the naval capability to break the blockades put in place. So Crimea is clearly important for the Russian military and economy, but there's another more insane reason that Putin believes it was his right to seize the peninsula. Vladimir Putin has said numerous times he wants to bring back the former glory of the Russian Empire. This is one of the reasons he so desperately wanted to take Crimea in the first place. By incorporating the peninsula back into Russian borders, he was paying tribute to Catherine the Great and the Russian Empire of the late 1700s. Of course, Putin wanted Crimea for its strategic significance, but he also wanted to show the people of Russia and the rest of the world he was capable of expanding Russian borders to create his own Russian Empire. Craziest part was that independent polls conducted in 2018 showed that 86% of Russians supported the forced annexation of Crimea. This was likely due to the brainwashing and misinformation campaigns carried out by state-controlled media, but the support for reincorporating Crimea back into Russia was staggering. For decades, Crimea was used as a playscape for the Russian elite, and even in recent times, it's become a popular tourist destination due to its beautiful coastlines and temperate climate. These factors definitely had less impact on Putin's decision to illegally annex the region, but you can't help but wonder if he had dreams of sitting at a resort in Crimea while brainstorming ways to take over the world. Putin will also do anything he can to reduce Western influence anywhere near Russia's borders. Seizing Crimea meant the trade networks between Europe and Ukraine were severely disrupted. Just by incorporating the relatively small piece of land into Russia, Putin found a way to stop further encroachment by the West on what he saw to be his sphere of influence. Goods from Western countries coming into the region via Crimea were not something that Putin wanted, and by holding the territory, he ensured that Western influence was placated while growing his own influence in the region. Like with many parts of the world seized by powerful countries, Crimea holds vast amounts of resources that Russia needs. In particular, Crimea has a large source of natural gas and oil. Both of these things are necessary to keep the Russian economy going, but controlling the peninsula also serves another purpose. After Putin annexed Crimea, he could control where the oil and natural gas for the region was going. This meant that European nations that once received some of their energy resources from Ukraine, and Crimea in particular, would no longer have the option of buying these resources from Ukraine. It was Russia or nothing. Putin would literally do anything to disrupt Western society. After he gained control of Crimea, anyone who procured natural gas and oil from the region of the world, in effect, would be paying Russia. It also allowed Russia to control distribution, which severely hurt Ukraine's economy and caused them to lose access to an area that provided the nation with a large percentage of its energy. Ever since Putin seized Crimea, he effectively declared an economic war on Ukraine. It was terrible that he was allowed to get away with so much, as the Ukrainian people have been suffering at the hands of Putin for much longer than just the past year. It's clear why Russia wanted Crimea and why it's so important. But what would happen if Ukraine managed to retake the peninsula and push Russian forces out of the region? The initial benefits would be that if Ukraine could reclaim the Donbas region and Crimea, it would mean that they secured all the lands that Russia stole from them. Ukraine would also now control the resources, ports, and land that would provide the country with a much-needed economic boost. All the strategic benefits that Russia now enjoys because of Crimea would go to Ukraine. They would be able to use the ports, airstrips, and bridges into Russia for their own military objectives. If Ukraine reclaimed Crimea, it would pretty much mean that Russia had lost the war. But there's a much bigger problem for Russia and Putin if Ukraine takes back Crimea. Vladimir Putin used the annexation of Crimea as a way to prove to the Russian people that he could bring back the might of the Russian Empire. If he were to lose Crimea, it would throw everything he promised out the window. This would be something that not even the state-controlled media could spin into a positive. If Ukraine was able to secure Crimea, it would clearly show that Russia was not as strong as Vladimir Putin claimed it to be. The population is already hurting from the sanctions placed on the country, while all available resources are being poured into the war effort. So if the war ends up being a failure, the people of Russia will understandably become incredibly angry. There are already mass protests against the war breaking out across Russia. Huge numbers of talented workers, free thinkers, and people trying to avoid conscription are fleeing to neighboring countries. If Putin were to lose Crimea, it would be the end of his reign in Russia. The psychopathic dictator has surrounded himself with a series of protections that keep a coup from overthrowing his regime. But losing Crimea might be the one thing that could shatter Putin's coup-proof government. As Russia experiences defeat after defeat in Ukraine, Putin has continually blamed his generals and military advisors, although he was warned before the initial invasion that Ukraine might be harder to defeat than anyone wanted to admit. But Putin being Putin, decided to ignore the warnings and did whatever he wanted. Now the mad dictator of Russia is regretting those decisions. Putin and top officials in his government can continue to blame and replace the heads of military units because of their shortcomings, but if Russia loses Crimea, every military leader with power will look to blame the Kremlin for their failures. It's unlikely that the coup will come from within the military, but if soldiers and generals are pushed hard enough and everything they fought for begins to slip away, it could spell the end of the current Russian administration. Soldiers and their commanders would be disheartened and embarrassed. They would seek to blame someone, and to them it would be extraordinarily clear who is at fault for this whole mess. Perhaps there would be an assassination attempt on Putin's life, or maybe generals in the battlefield would carry out secret meetings to find a way to overthrow the government. However, even though it's a remote possibility, the most likely scenario that could destroy Russia if Crimea was lost would be a popular uprising. In the minds of the Russian people, Crimea belongs to them. And since Putin made the promise to bring Crimea and the rest of Ukraine back under Russian control, anything short of this would make the general public question his leadership. This, mixed with the pain and suffering that the Russian people are experiencing due to the war, would likely be enough for a popular uprising to get started. The loss of Crimea could be the match that lights the fire within the Russian people. It would be clear that Putin has been lying this entire time, that the war was not going according to plan, and that Russia was not as strong under his leadership as he claimed it to be. The population would begin rebelling, tearing the country apart. If Putin had any plans of invading Crimea to take it back, they'd be put on hold, as every available soldier would need to be deployed within Russia itself to stop the uprisings. However, at that point, it would be too late, and if Russia loses Crimea and the Russian people start to revolt, it would be all over for Putin and anyone who allied himself with him. Crimea is incredibly important for Russia due to its strategic value, the amount of resources it provides, and the key role it plays in the narrative around rebuilding a Russian empire. If Ukraine's able to retake its land and push Russian forces out, it would most likely lead to the destruction of the status quo in Russia right now. So the question becomes, can Ukraine retake Crimea? And if so, how would they do it? According to President Volodymyr Zelensky, it's not a question of if, but of when. Ukraine must take back everything Russia stole from it, including Crimea. And it seems like Zelensky is going to keep good on his word, as Ukrainian forces have already begun to attack targets on the peninsula. Artillery strikes and missiles have already hit military installations and key strategic locations that Russia holds in Crimea. One of their biggest wins was the attack that damaged the Kerch Strait Bridge, which disrupted the supply lines that Russia was using to get weapons and resources to their troops in the Donbas region of Ukraine. This dealt a huge blow to the Russian war effort, but it also was a personal attack on Putin. We know it sounds crazy, but Putin loved that bridge, like he literally loved it. In 2018, Russian movie makers created the film The Crimean Bridge Made with Love, which is a love story where the Kerch Strait Bridge plays a major role in the plot. Vladimir Putin is a weird dude, but this movie takes things to a whole new level. Like everything else in Russia, the movie was made under the oversight of the Kremlin, and if you're thinking that the movie must be absolutely terrible, you'd be right. In it, a young, darling builder falls in love with a female archaeology student. Unfortunately, a PR man from Moscow brings American television crews to film the Kerch Strait Bridge, which the main character is working on. Somehow, this creates a love triangle that ends up being the fault of the Americans. It's a convoluted love story that includes anti-Western propaganda and is centered around the Kerch Strait Bridge. We honestly can't make this stuff up. Vladimir Putin and his regime are insane and clearly have terrible taste in movies. Back in reality, the destruction of the Kerch Strait Bridge was a huge win for Ukraine, but their victories didn't stop there. While Russia scrambles to dig in and hold the territory that they seized in the initial invasion, Ukrainian forces are continually dealing damage to the Russian war machine. In October 2022, reports came in that Ukraine had launched drones that disabled 3 warships stationed in Sevastopol. Like the Russian tanks and artillery, their naval ships seem to be vulnerable to Ukrainian tactics and weapons. However, even though it's clear that Ukraine is capable of dealing damage to Russian forces from afar, invading the Crimean Peninsula will be a whole other matter. Crimea is connected to mainland Ukraine by a small strip of land that's only 5 miles wide. This means that if Ukraine launches a ground-based attack, they'll have to travel across this checkpoint, which will undoubtedly be heavily fortified by Russian forces. There are other ways to get into Crimea, such as by boat or via airdrops, but an invasion will definitely be costly in terms of lives lost and the number of resources spent to take the peninsula. Right now, Ukraine does not have the aircraft or the amphibious vehicles to make invading Crimea possible, and the leadership likely wouldn't consider trying to take the peninsula until Russian forces have been pushed out of the Donbas region. One way that Ukraine could secure Crimea is if they cut off the supplies coming into the region by destroying the Kerch Strait Bridge and securing the major ports on the peninsula. This obviously will not be easy, but it would allow Ukraine to severely weaken the Russian position in Crimea. If Russia doesn't have the ability to resupply the troops on the peninsula, Ukraine could just continue to bombard key military positions from the mainland and then wait until Russian forces either surrendered or became weak enough that an invasion would be successful. However, Ukraine would need to gain access to medium and long-range missiles to carry out this type of attack successfully. Currently, NATO countries are hesitant to give Ukraine these types of weapons and fear that it might escalate things further. If they had access to long-range missiles, there is the possibility that Ukraine would use these weapons to attack targets deep within Russia, such as Moscow. This seems unlikely, as Ukraine only seems to be focused on retaking the land Russia invaded, but this is war, and Russia has committed countless atrocities in Ukraine ever since it invaded Crimea. If Ukraine got their hands on long-range missiles, they would almost certainly use them to strike targets in Crimea, but there's also a real possibility they would launch them across the border into Russia as well. This brings us to what would happen if Putin felt he was about to lose Crimea. As we already know, this would likely be the end of his brutal dictatorship, and as we also know, Putin will do everything in his power to keep this from happening. So, if the war took a turn for the worst for Russia and Ukrainian forces looked as if they were about to invade Crimea, it's possible Vladimir Putin would escalate things to the next level and use weapons that the world has feared ever since they were first dropped at the end of World War II. Russia has a massive amount of nuclear weapons. It's estimated that Russia has stockpiled around 6,000 nuclear warheads. Some of these are tactical nukes, which have a significantly smaller yield than strategic nuclear weapons. A 1-kiloton tactical nuke would have a blast radius of around 300 yards. This is more than enough to wipe out an entire Ukrainian unit and decimate any armor or structures in the area. A 10-kiloton tactical nuke would have a blast radius a third of a mile, which could destroy entire airfields, bases, or towns. These weapons are terrifying, and if Putin decided to use them, it could lead to a much larger conflict with NATO getting directly involved. Then again, this isn't the scariest scenario. If Ukraine was in a position to successfully take Crimea and Putin knew Russia wouldn't be able to hold the peninsula, he might feel backed into a corner, and we all know what happens when a wild animal feels threatened. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Putin would launch strategic nukes with payloads in excess of 1 megaton. These nuclear weapons could be 1,000 times stronger than the 2 nuclear bombs dropped on Japan in World War II and could wipe out entire cities. There's no doubt Ukraine could take Crimea if they get the weapons and support they need from Western nations. If Crimea was recaptured by Ukraine, it would reunify a nation that had been illegally torn apart by Vladimir Putin back in 2014. However, it would also likely be the end of the current regime's rule. This may be unacceptable for those in power in Russia, which could lead them to do all kinds of crazy things. As much as most of the world wants to see Crimea reunified with Ukraine and the war ended, the retaking of the peninsula by Ukrainian forces could lead to a nuclear war. that expands out of the borders of Russia and Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has proven one thing: the United States military would wipe the floor with Russia. No, we're not funded by the CIA, as many have claimed in the comments section. This is simple objective truth. Let's look at why. If you want to evaluate the capabilities of the two militaries, we must first understand the core philosophy of each fighting force. The Russian military has traditionally been a ground power with heavy focus on its army and artillery, with few warm water ports and almost none that would be immediately under threat from NATO forces. Russia and the Soviet Union before it held no illusions that they could become a major maritime power. Back when the US was fielding its first supercarriers, the Soviet Navy wanted to match the capability until they were reminded that to join the fight anywhere outside their immediate shoreline, they'd first have to run a gauntlet of NATO shore-based anti-ship missile batteries. Geography has not been kind to Russia's dreams of being a naval power, which is why it's never been a truly global power at all, period. This means that any future conflict involving Russia and NATO will most likely take place in Eastern Europe. The Russian military is well suited for that task, with the largest armored vehicle fleet in the world, which it has aggressively used to destroy Ukraine's stockpile of anti-tank missiles. Before the war in Ukraine, Russia had an estimated 170 battalion tactical groups, or about 119,000 ground combat troops, making it one of the largest ground forces in the world. It's in artillery where Russia truly shines, though, and it's been the only saving grace its military has been able to call upon. Before the war, Russia had over 10,000 artillery pieces and nearly 4,000 MLRS. Russia's reliance on artillery is not by accident. It knows full well that it cannot compete in the air against NATO powers, and thus has relied on ground-based fire support to ensure it can provide support for engaged infantry and armor. However, as Ukraine has shown, these numbers are impressive on paper, but far less so when the actual equipment is taken into account, as a significant bulk of this equipment is all from the Cold War and has not seen modernization upgrades. Also, a lot of it simply doesn't work anymore due to poor maintenance or storage or outright theft of critical components. Ultimately, Russia is a ground power meant to fight a war against the West and Europe. However, it's far from a modern professional military. Rampant corruption has hollowed out every single facet of the Russian war machine and made it an ineffective lumbering giant whose only real advantage is sheer mass. That works against a power like Ukraine to a degree, but it would never work against the American military. America basically won the lottery when it came time to spawn on the world map. It's the single most defensible nation on Earth, quite literally immune to invasion from a hostile power thanks to two giant oceans on each coast and a complete domination of its global hemisphere. This defensive advantage came at a significant cost. To project military power, America would need to first move that power thousands of miles east or west. And that's why the United States has always been a naval power since its creation as a state, when it struggled against the vastly superior Royal British Navy during the Revolutionary War with a handful of boats we'll generously call warships. However, by the dawn of the 20th century, the United States Navy was rivaling the Royal Navy in tonnage and expertise, and would surpass it in the interwar years as the most powerful naval force on Earth. This was all at the expense of its army, because when World War I and World War II kicked off, the US Army was a bit of a clown show. Enthusiastic almost to a fault, the British initially feared a total defeat in Africa when the US Army joined the fighting in World War II. However, under the tutelage of the Allied powers and cutting its teeth in combat, the US Army grew in proficiency, while its Marine Corps, a competent force throughout the early 20th century, would do some of the nastiest, dirtiest fighting on the planet against a fanatical enemy. America emerged from World War II with one clear lesson in mind: never again. Determined to be never second to any other power in the world, the US began to nurture what would become one of the most professional fighting forces in Earth's history. And to that end, it became a technological power, putting its considerable intellectual and engineering resources into developing weapons one or more generations ahead of any potential adversary. In the second half of the 20th century, the United States shifted from a naval power to a naval and air power, unmatched in either arena, with a growing emphasis on air power. Engineers like the late great Kelly Johnson ensured that in the skies America had no peers. Modern Russian military doctrine gravitates around the battalion tactical group, a formation of 600 to 800 combat troops made up of 2 to 4 companies of infantry, usually mechanized, and reinforced with air defense, artillery, engineering, and logistical support units. A tank and a rocket artillery company are typically attached to each BTG. The BTG is meant to operate as a combined arms maneuver unit and has the advantage of allowing for the use of support assets such as artillery at the tactical level. A relative lack of infantry, though, with only about 200 infantrymen per BTG, means that it's difficult for this formation to actually hold territory, and the Russian army relies heavily on Marines, paratroopers, or other units for the task. The fact that Russia is already looking to reorganize its BTGs is indicative of how well they perform against a near-peer adversary. Lessons learned in Ukraine are showing that the BTG is a more lumbering beast than agile, tactical, combined arms maneuvering unit, though in truth this probably has more to do with the quality of Russian soldiers, doctrine, and leadership than the composition of the BTG. One significant weakness of the Russian military is its ability to coordinate effectively. This has made the BTG a fundamentally flawed composition, as it decentralizes Russia's greatest asset, its artillery. Unable to coordinate its massive advantage in artillery, as big as 20-1 during the first 6 to 8 months of the war in Ukraine, and 8-1 on average today, Russia has had far less success in leveraging its only real overmatch against the far smaller and less equipped Ukrainian military. British intelligence indicated that as of November 2022, Russia was already starting to move away from the BTG concept. The U.S. Army's Brigade Combat Team is everything the battalion tactical group tried to be, and more. A BCT can come in 4 flavors: infantry, striker, armored, and strawberry lemonade. BCTs are meant to be fully self-supporting units and deployable anywhere in the world for any mission that the U.S. Army requires of them. As such, they have various assets native to them. The infantry BCT is made up of about 4,500 soldiers and is organized around a core of 3 battalions of infantry. This already makes them significantly more powerful than Russia's BTG, as each battalion is made up of around 1,000 soldiers. However, this also means that the U.S. fields far fewer BCTs than Russia fields BTGs, with only 14 active BCTs in the U.S. Army. American infantry is either mechanized or motorized, deployed in Bradley infantry fighting vehicles or using HMMWVs or their equivalent replacement, giving the BCT an emphasis on high mobility. Alongside its infantry, a BCT will typically contain 1 recon cavalry battalion, 1 brigade support battalion, 1 engineer battalion, and 1 field artillery battalion. A striker BCT is centered around the use of the striker armored vehicle, and is meant to plug a gap between the U.S. Army's light infantry and heavy armored infantry. It's also meant to be a very fast response unit, with an entire brigade being airlifted anywhere in the world within 96 hours and a division within 120 hours. Like the infantry BCT, a striker BCT is made up of 3 infantry battalions in 300 striker vehicles, 1 recon cavalry battalion, 1 artillery battalion, 1 brigade support battalion, 1 brigade headquarters and headquarters company, and 1 brigade engineer battalion. An anti-tank company made up of the mobile gun system variant of the Striker directly supports the Striker BCT against enemy armor. The Armored Brigade Combat Team is what the U.S. military sends when you've fudged around and it's time for you to find out. This is the armored fist of the American military, specifically designed to break the strongest of enemy defenses. The core of this formation is its 87 Abrams main battle tanks and 152 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. And an armored BCT can come in 2 varieties, with either 2 tank companies and 1 mechanized infantry company, or 2 mechanized infantry companies and 1 tank company. As the U.S. shifts away from its fighting insurgencies and the war on terror back to fighting near-peer adversaries, so too is its BCTs changing. The Waypoint 2028 program, later rebranded to Army 2030, is looking to fundamentally redesign how America deploys its battalion combat teams, with a focus on armor to face near-peer threats. This redesign aims to move artillery from the BCT to the divisional level, much the same as Russia is attempting to do, so that it can be better employed across a wide engagement front while also improving survivability in a heavily contested electronic warfare environment where communications may not always be guaranteed between units. Engineering units are also being reorganized to a divisional level for much the same reason. As has famously been said, war doesn't tolerate BS, and the American Battalion Combat Team has been put to the fire multiple times. Each time, its superior mobility and coordination proved decisive, while Russia's smaller battalion tactical groups, ironically smaller and meant to be more maneuverable, have not been. This is largely due to training, leadership, and doctrine, though. The biggest flaw with the Russian military is a lack of professional training and soldiers both. With a culture of abuse and corruption, the Russian armed forces have a difficult time retaining recruits, and only an estimated 2% of conscripts chose to sign an enlistment contract at the end of their mandatory service. This extremely high turnover rate means that the Russian military lacks seasoned troops, which form the backbone of any modern military, and directly leads to a crippling lack of non-commissioned officers. Before the war in Ukraine, Russia attempted to fix this by creating new training programs for NCOs and offering incentives for soldiers to re-enlist. As the war has shown, this has not been enough. Regular Russian officers have been forced to pick up the duties an NCO would, and senior officers have even been spotted leading platoon-sized actions. Inevitably, these senior officers get killed or wounded, further eroding the discipline and capabilities of the Russian military. If all the managers at a restaurant disappeared because they'd been killed, it'd be very difficult for a bunch of cashiers, cooks, and waitstaff to do the specialized tasks senior management is responsible for, such as ordering, handling pay and benefits, scheduling, etc. In effect, this is what's happening with the Russian military today. Its brain drain slowly attrits the forces, and every day the Russian military is in effect getting dumber. And that's really saying something. The United States, like every other modern nation, is having difficulty reaching recruitment quotas and retaining those already in service. Ironically, the US believed it would have difficulty recruiting during the lengthy wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, but it wasn't until the withdrawal of US forces from Afghanistan that a true recruitment crisis occurred. Today, the US Army is short 25% of its needed recruits, with estimates putting the US Army down 7% of its current force numbers in 2 years. Other services aren't suffering as badly, but still face their own challenges, with only the US Marines coming out relatively okay thanks to strong retention rates. The US military is struggling to remain competitive versus a strong economy, and the lack of conflict ironically means that potential recruits don't see service as a critical nation need. And nothing could be further from the truth given the potential threat of conflict with China. COVID, however, has had a significant effect on the recruitment crisis, with an explosion of mental and physical health issues amongst the younger Americans who would normally fill out the military's ranks. Also, adherence to physical and mental standards disqualifies a large group of individuals from even considering service in the first place. And while the US could do like China and lower recruitment standards over half a dozen times, doing so would only result in subpar troops. Recruitment crisis and its implications for an all-volunteer force aside, the US military is worlds away from the Russian military in professionalism and education. Hazing exists, as it does in any major organization, but in the Russian army, this is actively encouraged rather than punished. Likewise, US troopers aren't stripping the wiring out of their vehicles to sell at a local market. A strong NCO corps ensures discipline and training standards are met, as well as an institutional system of oversight and accountability. Whereas in the Russian military, training is typically done only long enough for someone to snap a picture of it and send it up the chain as proof. There are multiple levels of accountability for US personnel, and unlike a heavily conscripted force, American servicemen generally want to increase their training and education. Education is something the US military takes very seriously, heavily encouraging personnel at all levels to pursue higher education by making it free. For senior personnel, the US also operates 5 world-class war colleges, which instruct American officers alongside officers from nations all over the world. For America, war is both a science and an art form. But the real difference between the two militaries is their very fundamental nature. The US military encourages, even instills in its personnel a sense of initiative. The Russian army does not. Russia continues to fight like its Soviet predecessor, with a heavy top-down command structure that discourages personal initiative. The US military, by comparison, encourages leadership at every level, from an individual squad leader to a senior general, to act on their own initiative after exercising good judgment. This makes the US a military of many potential leaders, insulating it from the combat attrition of command personnel. Meanwhile, we have plenty of evidence from Ukraine of entire Russian units paralyzed because of severed links to command staff. This glaring vulnerability of the Russian military is what originally prompted the US to develop the most lethal war doctrine to date, air-land battle, now evolved to sea-air-land battle. This operational doctrine is the core philosophy of how the US fights wars, and it was revealed to the world for the first time in the early 1990s during Operation Desert Storm. It's so frighteningly effective that it took even US military planners completely by surprise, sweeping aside one of the world's largest armies with absolute ease. Sea-air-land battle seeks to present an adversary with conundrums across the full warfighting spectrum, to sow chaos and uncertainty amongst the enemy, opening up vulnerabilities and opportunities in one or more domains. To achieve this, the U.S. has become a truly combined arms force, with ground, air, space, and naval assets tightly coordinated together via tactical data links, something Russia is still struggling with to this day. While Russia has coordinated its aerospace forces with ground-based air defenses, it's struggled to loop in its ground combat units to achieve what the U.S. had long ago mastered: common engagement capability. This is the ability for one spotter to observe an enemy and guide another shooter's weapons to the target, and it's the secret behind the U.S.'s lethality. Unlike Soviet forces, which sought decisive battles with overwhelming force, the U.S. specializes in launching deep strikes into enemies' rear areas, specifically targeting logistics and command and control, or C2 nodes. This is why the U.S. has placed a heavy emphasis on its air forces, stealth, and standoff attack capability, as well as extreme precision rocket artillery, soon to be supplemented with ground-based ballistic missiles with extremely long ranges. While the Air Force is busy making a mess of the enemy's communications and supplies, ground forces strike at the enemy in smaller, more mobile formations that attack from a variety of different directions. This makes it difficult for the enemy to coordinate a defense, especially when their command and control has been disrupted or destroyed. A focus on rapid mobility and communications allows the U.S. to quickly identify breaches in enemy formations and rapidly exploit them with overwhelming force. The U.S. has basically adopted Muhammad Ali's famous adage of floating like a butterfly and stinging like a bee, and it's proven its mettle against numerically superior forces time and again. Now let's look at the specifics of what actually makes the U.S. a superior force over the Russian military. Let's start with the basics. Communications. Communications is key to battlefield success. Without it, you can't tell your troops what to do and when to do it. Of all the investments in technology that the U.S. has made, few surpass the untold billions that went into building the most robust, secure battlefield networks in the world, and they are the key to the U.S.'s success. Thanks to tactical data links, the Link 16 and future replacement Link 22, American units can freely swap information between each other. Even weapons en route to their target can speak to another, such as the new long-range anti-ship missile, which can deconflict when launched in volleys to ensure all missiles don't hit the same target, and can update target priorities as missiles in a volley are knocked out by enemy air defenses. But at the very basic level, secure communications allows the U.S. to move units around and coordinate without letting the enemy be privy to this information. Russia does not have this capability. Immediately after the invasion began, frontline reports from Ukrainian troops revealed that communications amongst Russian military was very poor, with units often relying on unencrypted civilian radios or even cell phones. Russian strategic bombers, the very same craft responsible for delivering a retaliatory nuclear strike, were also recorded using unsecured communications. On paper, Russia is supposed to have secure, encrypted communications for all or at least most of its units. Russian soldiers have been observed using advanced radios such as the R-187P1 AZART and the R-162-5UN2, both of which were discovered on a captured Russian paratrooper after the failed Antonov airport attack. However, the fighting in Ukraine has shown that this is simply not the case, and one need only look at Russia's history of corruption to understand why. In 2021, senior military figures and the manufacturer of the AZART radio came under investigation for embezzlement, with millions of rubles meant to purchase encrypted radios for the military vanishing into the pockets of various officials instead. To make matters worse, as Ukraine gets better at pinpointing Russian communication, officers are moving further and further away from the front, to the point that Russian units have reported having to resort to cell phones to reach them and ask for orders. The general failure of the Russian officer corps aside, which cowardly moves to the rear as they send their own men to their death, going up against a technologically advanced foe such as the United States with unsecure communications, is its own death sentence. The U.S. has made communications a top priority, issuing the ANPRC-148 to its combat units. In fact, communications are so important that units in the field will typically deploy with multiple backups, including radios for local traffic and long-range radios and satellite radios for emergencies. Embedded personnel such as Air Force combat controllers will have their own radios to communicate with overhead aircraft, waiting to bring the boom when asked. And they can even stream video directly from overhead assets to get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, taking advantage of superior sensors on U.S. aircraft. If there is one flaw with U.S. communications, it's that there are too many different radios, and efforts to consolidate them into a single system have so far failed. That hasn't stopped the US from throwing millions at the problem until eventually, hopefully, it goes away, something that it's exceptionally good at to a fault. The next significant difference between the two militaries' infantry is their equipment. Take a look at these two photos and see if you can spot the differences. Anyone who served in the ground combat role can probably spot them immediately, but don't feel bad if you can't. The differences are subtle, but make all the difference in the world and makes US soldiers far superior to their Russian counterparts. Need a clue? Look at the helmets, specifically the front of the helmets. You might notice that Russian helmets have no mounts for night vision. Now look at the rifles and compare the rifles of the American soldiers with those of the Russian soldiers. Spot a difference? Most Russian rifles come with no optics whatsoever, while American combat rifles already have optics when given to the troops. Even more importantly, American rifles carry the PAC family of laser systems, which are critical for aiming with night vision. Russian rifles do not carry these. So even on the rare occasion that a Russian soldier might have night vision, which is estimated at 1 in 10 soldiers, they're unable to use their rifles while also using their night vision. By comparison, every single US soldier is issued night vision and the required laser targeting system with which to use it properly. Other key differences include the mass adoption of armored vests by the US military, while most troops who are lucky enough to be issued body armor in the Russian military are typically issued what are colloquially known as second-chance vests, poorly suited for stopping high-powered rifle rounds. US soldiers also carry supplemental equipment such as radios, gloves, knee pads, and eye protection. Russian soldiers largely lack these small bits of kit that can end up giving an edge to a warfighter. And we're not cherry-picking here. You're welcome to look up photos of US soldiers in action versus their Russian counterparts. While there are elite Russian units who have access to what is standard US infantry, the entire point is that this is standard for all US infantry. The US owns the night and prefers to run night combat operations to exercise its vast advantage in imaging over any potential adversary. But more importantly, the US invests heavily in making sure its troops have the right equipment for the job, and this extends to its combat vehicles. American optics are on the whole superior to their Russian counterparts, especially as sanctions kick in and Russia's denied Western optics or the components to build its own. New Russian tanks are being sent to the front with nothing more than gunner sights, significantly lessening their effectiveness against Western tanks being donated to Ukraine. By the way, Russia had invested heavily into developing a native capability to build advanced night vision devices. However, the entire affair collapsed in on itself when corruption inevitably took a massive bite out of the budget, and the officials overseeing the company set up to produce domestic night vision kit were discovered to be siphoning off funds for themselves instead. Now, when Russia needs it the most, it's unable to produce the specialized components required for night vision optics. The entire Russian military suffers from a lack of kit that would be considered standard in the US military. Russian aviation, for example, has only a few aircraft capable of providing accurate air support for ground units, as the bulk of its air fleet lacks the targeting pods necessary for the task. The US, by comparison, has hundreds of these aircraft and can basically bolt on a targeting pod to just about anything that you can think of hurling into the sky. An Abrams tank might not be very aerodynamic, but if it wanted to, the US could strap a targeting pod and a rocket onto it, and for its brief flight through the sky be capable of delivering accurate ground fire for friendly forces. Russia's inability to do the same was on full display during the famed Belgorod incursion by the Free Russia Legion and Russian Volunteer Corps, when a Russian Su-34 dropped dumb gravity bombs that missed their target by a generous few hundred meters or so. The differences between the Russian and American military are so significant that we could probably do an entire 60-minute episode on the topic. Matter of fact, if this video gets enough views, we'll do a part 2, and present even more evidence from Ukraine on how the United States would absolutely decimate the Russian military. And for anyone who still doubts this or thinks we're just shilling for the US, remember that in June of 2022, the US sent a dozen HIMARS batteries to Ukraine, and it absolutely wrecked Russia's day. If Russia has yet to eliminate a single of the now 30 or so estimated HIMARS in Ukraine, how exactly does it expect to cope with the 400 still in the US inventory? Its cannon can fire laser-guided anti-tank missiles. Its armor is impenetrable to anything but nuclear weapons. It can kill 10 American M1 Abrams standing front to back in a row with just one shot. If the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Russian military bloggers are to be believed, the T-14 is the deadliest tank ever created, past, present, and future. But if it's so good, why isn't it in Ukraine, where it's needed the most? The T-14 really is quite impressive, at least on paper. Then again, up until 8 months ago, the Russian military was also quite impressive on paper. If the T-14 was a paper tiger, though, it was one with some serious capital investment. We know after 8 months of war that the Russian government never lies. And we do know that the T-14 Armata has been announced in full production at least half a dozen times in the last 10 years. Originally, the Russian military was supposed to acquire 2,300 of these monsters between 2015 and 2020, making Western analysts absolutely brown their pants at the time, back when the West actually believed a single word coming out of the Kremlin. However, when 2015 rolled around, not a single T-14 had been delivered, and the tank was still in prototype testing. In 2016, some Western news outlets reported that the T-14 was in fact on its way to crush democracy. The National Interest ran a story on March 13, 2016 saying, "Surprise! Russia's lethal T-14 Armata tank is in production." The source for the article was a quote from a top Russian defense industry executive, or basically a "trust me, bro." Yet, 2016 came and passed without a single T-14 in active service, and by July 20, 2018, Russia made the announcement that in effect indefinitely postponed any deliveries of T-14s, similar to the announcement made on the Su-57 Felon around that same time period. In 2021, Russian state-owned TASS media outlet reported that the tank would finally begin serial production in 2022, with serial production starting in December 2021. Mysteriously, not a single T-14 has been verified to be in active military service, though TASS did announce that the tank had been sent to Syria for testing in battlefield conditions. No other media in the world could verify this, and rumors circulating online that one T-14 was destroyed by Syrian rebels using an American TOW missile are also unverified. But let's wind the clock back and look at the background of the T-14, its alleged capabilities, and why Russia seems to be incapable of bringing these capabilities to a battlefield near you anytime soon. The T-14 was a seismic shift in Russian tank design. Back in 2010, Russia was developing the T-95, an upgrade over traditional Soviet-style tank designs. However, it was concluded that what Russia needed to be a relevant tank force in future conflicts was not an upgrade, but a complete evolutionary leap forward, leaving old Soviet tank design behind. The United States faced a similar problem back in the 1980s when it introduced the M1 Abrams. Originally, the US was simply going to continue evolving its M60 main battle tank, but the threat of overwhelming numbers of armed forces in Eastern Europe meant that it was time to throw the entire design out and work on something brand new. Like the M1 Abrams, it was built to face a specific threat, a defensive land battle against overwhelming numbers. The T-14 was born from discarded Soviet upgrades with the goal of building the tank around brand new technologies. It would be Russia's boldest leap forward in tank design for generations. While today it's easy to consider the Russian military laughable, the truth is Soviet designers knew what they were doing in making tanks. The Soviet Union fielded some truly fearsome tanks, many times superior to their Western counterparts. While the West held the advantage in the air and at sea, the Soviet Union was decisively the superior land power. Perhaps not in doctrine, but certainly in its armored forces. This expertise has continued to be handed down to modern Russia, and if at least half of its capabilities were real and not propaganda, it was a weapon to be feared. The T-14 would ditch traditional Soviet-style hulls to feature a more Western-style boxy turret and a low-profile body. This makes the T-14 a smaller target on the battlefield and can seriously improve crew safety by keeping them out of the line of fire. However, this redesign fixes one major flaw in nearly all tanks Russia has in service today, a flaw seen in full effect in Ukraine that has spawned an endless host of memes. Russian tanks store ammunition in the armored turret, which makes it easier for the autoloader to do its job. However, this also leaves the tank extremely vulnerable to top attack munitions, as any hit on the turret is guaranteed to light off this ammunition. In effect, Russian tanks have a tendency to blow their tops sky high and send the vaporized ashes of their crews into the stratosphere. Western designers, meanwhile, decided their tanks should be tanks and not rockets, and put the ammunition in the specially designed storage spaces with the blowout panels. The T-14 takes a cue from the West in this regard, much to the relief of Russian tankers, with no hopes of becoming astronauts one day. But the T-14 introduces a brand new feature that even the United States has yet to adopt. The turret can typically be a serious liability for the crew, and for it to do its job, it can't be as well armored as the rest of the body. That's bad news for the tank commander, whose seat is typically in the turret. However, the T-14 features an unmanned turret, which allows the crew to remote control it from the safety of their seats inside the body of the tank. In fact, the entire crew compartment is a densely protected armored capsule that the crew sits in, affording greatly increased survivability. The tank also features an upgraded barrel with increased range and lethality, as well as a host of modern upgrades including GPS, satellite communications, and even a meteorological mast to feed the environmental data to the fire control computer to greatly increase accuracy. So if the T-14 is so competent, why in the world isn't it in full production and storming the front lines in Ukraine today? Russia's attitude toward the T-14 appears to be a conundrum. The nation has gone to great lengths to tout its lethality and capabilities over even the most advanced Western designs, and is putting great effort into pressuring nations like India to buy it. Yet the Russian government seems completely uninterested in actually buying the tank itself. At the Army 2022 Expo, Rosoboronexport, the state-owned arms company that manufactures the Armata line of combat vehicles, was seen trying to garner international interest for the T-14s, while a TASS news article continued to speak out about its capabilities. Yet, instead of buying the revolutionary tank itself, Russia was trying to pawn it off on foreign buyers, a move that no doubt raised serious eyebrows from anyone considering buying the tank. The T-14 might arouse comparison to the Su-57, widely considered to be a dud and the worst of all fifth-generation fighter designs. The Su-57 was claimed to be superior to even US F-22s, the stealthiest fifth-generation fighter in the world, but this was demonstrably a lie. India, which was initially a partner in developing the Su-57, eventually pulled its funding from the program, citing serious questions about its effectiveness, stealth characteristics, and the ability to survive against other fifth-generation aircraft such as American F-22s and F-35s and Chinese J-20s. The pullout of Indian funding effectively killed Russia's ability to manufacture the Su-57, and to this day, only a little over a dozen of the aircraft are operational. However, while the Su-57 is on simple observation inferior in design to its counterparts, the T-14 appears to be the real deal and is backed by generations of Russian tank design know-how. The real reason why the Russian military might be passing on the tank is unlikely to be that it's a dud, but rather because Russia is facing the same problem the US was in the mid-2000s. With the turn of the millennium came a slew of revolutionary new military technologies and some serious spending around the world on developing and integrating them into active fighting forces. Nobody spent more than the US, which famously put nearly $20 billion into its Future Combat Systems program. However, all this tech came at serious cost to develop and purchase, and in the end, America's spending frenzy resulted in exactly 0 active surface weapon platforms. Instead, the US scaled back its ambitions and started spending on slow, incremental, and proven upgrades rather than moonshots. Russia seems to be facing the same issue, only on a budget the fraction the size of America's. And that means that Russia's dreams of a horde of 2,300 of this cutting-edge tank are simply financially impossible. Identifying these budgetary shortfalls as far back as 2016, Russia instead has been funneling money into modern upgrades for its existing tank fleet, rather than new acquisitions, and this left the T-14 without domestic support. So with a price tag of nearly $4 million each, the T-14 is a significant investment for any country, though it is still significantly behind America's Abrams, which comes in at nearly $10 million in the most modern variant. With a much smaller budget than the US, any hopes of acquiring the T-14 in large numbers were extremely unlikely in the past. Today, it is simply impossible. Sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine are having a significant economic impact, which has to date been delayed due to a massive war chest of over $300 billion that Putin had been holding in reserve for exactly this scenario. That money, originally as much as $700 billion, most of which was frozen in Western banks, is going to be running out soon though, and that's when Putin will be unable to offset the damage of the sanctions. So in other words, there's some very lean times ahead for the Russian military budget, especially as millions of professionals have left the country, further eroding its economy. The biggest death knell for Russia's acquisition of the T-14, however, and perhaps its ability to even manufacture it for foreign buyers should it find any, are sanctions targeting the nation's technology sector. The West and its partners around the world have in effect cut Russia off from the global technology market, making access to advanced electronic components the T-14 and other modern weapons need much more difficult and expensive. Russia is quite adept at sanction busting, but it's going to be impossible for the nation to illicitly get its hands on enough materials to build and maintain a fleet of over 2,000 high-tech tanks. Yet, we know Russia does have a small number of T-14s that it's been using for testing and prototyping. So why isn't it sending these to the front? The answer comes down to one simple comparison. A T-14 Armata tank costs approximately $4 million. A US Javelin anti-tank missile costs around $250,000. The US has supplied Ukraine with hundreds of this weapon system, And losing a single T-14 to a Javelin or a British in-law is in effect an economic disaster in the making. Then there is the huge loss in international prestige should Russia lose its most modern tank to a military that's supposed to be vastly inferior to itself. The same reason why we've yet to see the Su-57 in combat over Ukraine. It's not known how many T-14s Russia has actually built, but the number is believed to be less than 100. Even if Russia wanted to send them to the front lines, there's simply not enough of them to form operational units out of. Instead, these ultra-modern T-14s would find themselves fighting alongside much more dated models, making them vulnerable on the battlefield. With too few T-14s to be used effectively, Russia is best served by using its old tank stockpiles rather than sending their new tanks to certain destruction or simply abandonment in Ukraine. After all, the shame of having a Ukrainian farmer tow away Russia's most advanced tank with a tractor might be what finally does the Russian military in. A Russian soldier already battle-hardened has just heard that back home quite a few of the local shops in his town have closed down. Russia's economy is collapsing. He thinks of the men who've already lost their lives, men who'd become his friends. At night he sleeps on crates of grenades, and during the day he takes orders from idiots. He's had enough. He's leaving this damn war, but the decision will haunt him forever. This is a true story that mirrors many Russian soldiers' experiences in their war with Ukraine. This guy's war did not get off to a good start. The first days were like something out of a horror movie. He described driving a Kamaz truck in a convoy heading in the direction of Kherson, and the closer he got, he started to see dumped Russian equipment more and more frequently. Scattered in the streets and laying in the mud were dry rations, just left there, like insidious omens sprouting from the chewed-up ground. As his truck passed through a village, a Ukrainian man, his eyes filled with tears and his voice infused with a maniacal hatred, ran up to the convoy and screamed, "You are all bleeped." The Russian soldier later said, "He almost climbed into the cabin where we were. His eyes were teary from crying. It made a strong impression on me." Of course it did. Like many of his comrades, he was not sure that fighting this war was a good idea. He didn't buy into what his government was telling him. When he saw those locals, he wondered how he'd feel if Ukrainian troops were doing the same in his town. At times, he felt great shame for what he was doing. Many of the men did, and many of them couldn't tell you precisely what they were fighting for. It didn't help morale that there was never enough water to drink, their equipment was often broken, they were still waiting for the combat bonuses they'd been promised. Then, from time to time, he hears news from back home that more shops in the cities and towns were closing down due to a failing economy. The war was impoverishing people, and for what exactly? We'll come back to this guy's story soon, but first, you'll need to hear some more reasons why soldiers have been leaving the Russian army in droves. A corporal named Ilya Kaminsky said he was fighting with the 11th Separate Air Assault Brigade when he and many of his comrades decided it was time to pack in the war. They'd only been fighting for 4.5 months. 4.5 months, too much. He said later in an interview, "I'm morally exhausted. There's absolutely no trust in the authorities and the higher command from the very first word." In his short time in the war, he'd seen his brigade of about 1,000 men take serious damage. Around 500 men had been injured or killed in those first few months. He said that no one felt safe, not for a minute. That's not surprising in a war, but some of the men believed the orders they were being given were not rational at times. They felt like cannon fodder. It seemed like the blind were leading the blind. This young guy and 70-plus men in his brigade wanted a fast exit out of the war before they became the proverbial lambs to slaughter. Many of them had written letters to their superiors asking for reassignment. Their officers said that's not going to happen. What's more, they were threatened with insubordination charges. Just like the first guy we talked about, they realized the only way out of this war was to embrace what you might call drastic measures. Their pleading letters were obviously falling on deaf ears. Nonetheless, just packing up their stuff and leaving was not exactly easy. Let's just remember how seriously militaries take desertion or going absent without leave. The two terms are similar, the main difference being that a soldier might only be called a deserter if he's been absent without leave for a certain amount of time. A soldier could, in theory, go missing, but that might not mean he's deserted. Once someone has deserted, though, that historically means trouble and shame for the family and much worse for the transgressor. The first thing the military has been doing in Russia is trying to convince men that deserting is an inglorious act and only the lowest of the low do it. You might know from some of our other shows that some of the guys called up in this war have only received perhaps 2 or 3 weeks of training. It's not much, but it's enough to learn that desertion is a mighty shameful thing to do. They have this drilled into them before they go to the front lines. For instance, in the Russian town of Budyonovsk, which serves as the home base for the 205th Cossack Motorized Rifle Brigade, Russian commanders have put up what they call a wall of shame. We can't say exactly what this wall looks like right now, but back in July, reports stated there were 300 men mentioned on the wall. Next to their photo was their full name, rank, and a passage about them disobeying orders. This translated as, they forgot their military oaths, the ceremonial promise, their vows of duty to their fatherland. This kind of thing can be powerful where competitive masculinity is concerned. If you're fighting with a bunch of guys, the last thing you want to be called is a coward or a chicken. For some men, bravery becomes a kind of peeing contest. They might not even care about the reasons they're supposedly fighting for, they care more about the other soldiers saying how tough and brave they are. Problem is, once you're dead, you're not around to bask in the compliments. You won't be missed when you're gone, not by the people who put up that wall of shame at least. One of the soldiers whose name was on that board said as much. He knew what he'd done would not exactly lead to praise, but he didn't care. His continued existence was more important than looking like one of the tough guys. He later said in an interview, "I understand everything, of course. I signed a contract. I'm supposed to be ready for any situation, this war, this special operation. But I was thinking, I'm still young. At any moment, a piece of shrapnel, a bullet could fly into my head." He just opted out. He decided he didn't want to fight. He explained, "I thought a long time about it and came to the decision. I understood that I had to refuse so I could stay alive. I don't regret it one bit." Maybe some of you are now thinking that what he did was disgraceful. After all, he'd signed up without any coercion. That is true, but this guy said also that he and others weren't even given helmets or flak jackets. They didn't have standard munitions, and there wasn't even enough food and water for them. Other men came forward and said the same things. Some of them said that the commanders had very little regard for what happened to the troops. They said all they cared about was not giving up their positions. One of them said, "They just don't care. You're a soldier for them. You're nobody." As we said, this is not that unusual in Ukraine right now. Remember that guy we talked about at the start that slept on a bed of grenades? He was a junior officer. He said when he thought about giving up the fight, many of the men around him, the professionals and the conscripts, were thinking the same thing. He later talked to the press, but not surprisingly didn't want to give up his name. In an interview, he said, "We were dirty and tired. People around us were dying. I didn't want to feel like I was part of it, but I was part of it." When he joined the war, he knew something was wrong at the start when his superiors took away all the men's phones. They were then told they'd be heading to Ukraine, but weren't told what they'd be doing or why they'd be doing it. He said that they weren't even brainwashed with the denazification propaganda that Putin had talked about. They knew absolutely nothing about why they were fighting, other than what they'd heard in the past about the Ukraine situation. As you know, those first few days in Ukraine were strange for him and others in his convoy. With all that Russian equipment everywhere and local villagers running out of their houses and screaming at them, it was a tense time indeed, especially when some of those villagers pulled out weapons and started firing at them. He said for the first week he was in a state of shock, adding, "I just went to bed thinking, today is March 1st, tomorrow I will wake up, it will be March 2nd. The main thing is to live another day." Several times the shells fell very close. It's a miracle none of us died. But then, men started dying, sometimes after what seemed like counterintuitive orders. Each day he felt guilty about invading another country, and then when he heard that the Russian economy was in trouble, he just wanted to leave. He saw no point in fighting anymore. Fighting for what? For whom exactly? Nothing made sense. He soon became just another contender for the wall of shame. He didn't care. One night he was lying in bed and he just thought, damn it, tomorrow I'm going to write a letter and hand it over to my commander. I will say I'm resigning immediately. This was not the same as going AWOL. It was a resignation, but the problem is that militaries tend to not accept such resignations, not now or ever. Can you imagine a British soldier writing such a letter of resignation during World War I? "Dear Field Marshal Haig, I'm having a tough time, old boy, and I do hate these blasted trenches. This war is absolutely beastly, and so I hereby resign forthwith. Please accept it or I am liable to scarper." You couldn't do that then, and you really can't do it now. That's why soldiers go AWOL and desert. If a soldier is deployed on an active mission, he has a contractual obligation to fulfill. You are committed to a contract, and that commitment is very important because if you leave, what's to stop a bunch of others from leaving, putting the lives of other soldiers at risk? This is why enlistment contracts make it really hard to just skip out of combat. Still, this Russian guy tried. His commander said, fair enough, but what you're doing is a criminal act. You're betraying your nation. He said there will be hell to pay, but he didn't regress back to the days of Stalin and just unload his gun into the guy's head. A woman named Valentina Melnikova, the executive secretary of the Union of Soldiers' Mothers Committees of Russia, said that such instances have happened repeatedly in Ukraine. Young soldiers are now saying they want to resign because they either have moral concerns about what they're doing or they're no longer psychologically able to fight. Thanks to the work of Melnikova's foundation, these men are aware they can legally say this, but they will still, no doubt, be threatened with legal action or face a varying number of other types of intimidation. This is not the 1940s. Millennials and Gen Zs are a different breed of human from guys back then. You could say that the days of nobly dying on the battlefield are past us. When the going gets tough, the young of today sometimes get going in the opposite direction. Who could blame them when they hardly know what they're fighting for and are often not adequately equipped to fight a war? Many, it seems, do not care about being noble. Being noble is no help to anyone when you're dead and you can't look after your family. UK intelligence said not long ago that it received numerous reports of Russian soldiers just refusing to fight. The agency wrote, "We've seen Russian soldiers, short of weapons and morale, refusing to carry out orders, sabotaging their own equipment. Such anarchy among the ranks is certainly taking things a step further, but there are plenty of reports of men asking to resign or at least be reassigned, only for their letters to be ripped to shreds. Some were told to rescind their requests and they might be given a cushy job somewhere else, but it seems in general the letters don't work at all. Their only option is to refuse to take any more orders." And that's why a number of Russian soldiers have already been arrested. There are reports of unit commanders gathering up troops unwilling to fight and sending them to a prison in the Luhansk region. Now their photos are on a wall of shame somewhere, and some reports say they're being given just one meal daily. One report said, "As of July 20th, the fate of detained soldiers was unknown." Even so, imprisoning these guys might well be against the law. In Russian military law, a person cannot legally desert. Still, if he stays in his unit and refuses to fight while saying he rejects his orders on moral grounds, maybe he's suddenly become a pacifist. He's not committed a crime. In some cases, the soldiers tried to resign, but if that was unsuccessful, they refused to fight. As long as they made it clear they were refusing on moral grounds and not just because they couldn't be bothered to fight or said it was too dangerous, they should have been okay. As you know, a bunch of them were sent to prison, so it seems that this exclusion no longer applies. An expert on this matter explained, "He's not refusing to carry out orders, so the article on insubordination or disobeying orders isn't relevant either because he's not refusing to do so, he simply declares that he has anti-war convictions." It seems that quite a lot of Russian soldiers had the help of activists before they pulled the pacifist card on their superiors. Others have arranged sham marriages to get out of service, and there have been reports of some soldiers shooting themselves in the leg and hoping to claim compensation, as well as a get out of Ukraine free card. In a phone call that was intercepted by Ukrainian intelligence, a Russian soldier told his mother that he'd had enough. "This won't end anytime soon," he said. "What the hell do I need this for? At 20 years old, I'm not at all interested in Ukraine." His mother said, "That didn't sound very patriotic," to which he replied, "I had a commander who shot himself in the leg just to get out of here, and that was in the very beginning. What is there to talk about?" Interestingly, he told her that only about 50% of his brigade was still there. Sure, some had been killed and some had been taken prisoner, but he believed some had just gone missing, vanished into thin air. "Our people are just disappearing on their own," he said. This has not gone down very well with Vladimir Putin. In September, just as Russia threw another 300,000 reservists into the war, Putin signed a decree that stated a soldier could get 10 years in prison for surrendering, deserting, or refusing to fight. Putin must have been desperate because he also signed a decree that made it far easier for foreigners to get Russian citizenship if they joined the Russian armed forces. This might well be enticing for people who live in the poorer countries close to Russia. As for soldiers who don't try to play the pacifist card and do just run away, they will very likely be hit with that 10-year sentence if they're caught. The best thing they could do is try to get to another country where they could try and claim asylum as refugees, but it seems that would not be easy at all. Countries may not take them, just as some nations don't want any Russian refugees. Gabrielis Landsbergis, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Lithuania, has said as much. He stated Lithuania will not be granting asylum to those who are simply running from responsibility. Russians should stay and fight against Putin. Claiming asylum is never not complicated. If Russian soldiers try to do this, the country looking at taking them will have to consider what they did in the war and what kind of persecution they'll face in Russia. The country would also have to think about national security concerns regarding taking in Russian soldiers. So imagine, you're a young Russian man and you're really against war. You are then conscripted even though you have a job, a wife, and some children. That's happened many times already. You're against fighting and you don't want to kill any Ukrainians. But if you refuse to fight once you're there, you're looking at shame and bullying and a good chunk of your life behind bars. Moreover, no one will want to take you if you try to escape to another country. An expression the British might use in this situation is you'd be navigating Poop Creek without the benefit of having a paddle. Hiding in Ukraine would not be easy. Even if a soldier had family there, they'd likely just be picked up and taken as a prisoner of war. This recently happened to a few Russian soldiers, and they were asked to speak on video. But let's remember, they had guns at their backs. Still, you have to ask if what they said had any truth to it. One man explained to the camera, "Frankly speaking, they tricked us. Everything we were told was fake. I would tell my guys to leave Ukrainian territory. We've got families and children. I think 90% of us would agree to go home." It's hard to say that if he meant that, seeing as his life was in danger. As we make this video, there are reports of captured Russian soldiers being executed by Ukrainian forces, a war crime no less, adding to the war crimes already committed by both sides. It looks like most of them were shot in the head, said a forensic expert. There are pools of blood. That indicates that they were just left there dead. There appears to have been no effort to pick them up or help them. The Russian government was furious, accusing the Ukrainian soldiers of mercilessly shooting unarmed Russian POWs. Ukraine fired back, saying the Russian soldiers had opened fire on Ukrainian soldiers. They were only pretending to surrender, said Ukraine, and that's why they're all dead now. The New York Times has tried to analyze what video evidence does exist, but with bits cut out, it's not so easy. The United Nations has asked for an investigation into the matter, which will try to ascertain if Ukrainian soldiers had every right to fire back and kill those men, or if the Russians were slaughtered. It might turn out that no war crime was committed, but if it goes the other way, it doesn't bode well for any Russian soldiers who might want to surrender. It's not always easy to know what happens during wars, since both sides employ mountains of lies and propaganda. You'll know that if you've ever been a good student of history like we are at the Infographic Show. Current media narratives very rarely mirror what we're being told about wars 10 or 20 or 30 years down the line. With that being said, surrendering for Russian soldiers could go okay, but we just don't know. It might also go the opposite of okay. It's not surprising, then, that some Russian soldiers are more than willing to say bad things about their fatherland. Their life might depend on it. No doubt, there have been a lot of war crimes committed in this war that we know nothing about, crimes committed by both sides. This is important to understand today because we have to ask what a Russian soldier would do if he wanted to desert when already inside Ukraine. We're not so sure that if he went over to the other side and said, "Hey guys, sorry about that, my bad," that he'd get much support. Going AWOL in Ukraine for a Russian soldier might be akin to a family of sheep going on vacation to the Serengeti National Park, looking for a place to stay at the Lion's Den Hotel. Ukraine has also complained that its own soldiers taken as POWs have been beaten and tortured, with some reports stating that some were executed on the spot, another war crime. This is not what's supposed to happen under the Geneva Conventions Act. Some have been taken as POWs, and at times some have been released in prisoner swaps. There are reports that have come back from the UN investigators that have said POWs from both sides have faced hell. UN investigators have said some Ukrainian POWs said they suffered prolonged beatings, were put in stress positions, and even faced dog attacks. The same investigator said Russian POWs complained of being punched and kicked, and others said they were stabbed or given electric shocks. Very few POWs have spoken directly with the press, so all the information in these reports was gathered through official investigators. Nonetheless, The Guardian spoke with a former Russian POW named Anton. He said he thought the war was absurd but ended up fighting in it anyway. At one point he was captured. A bag was put over his head and he was taken into captivity. He said, "You shake at the smallest of noises. Every day you hope that this won't be your last and you'll not be killed." He said he wasn't beaten, though he explained, "We were constantly told that Russia is finished, that we belong to the bottom of society. They would threaten to starve us. During my captivity, I blocked most of my emotions. I just tried not to think about my life." So how is life for a POW? We just can't say, but it seems it's never a walk in the park. As for the worst things that have happened, maybe the UN will tell us in the future. As The Conversation wrote, treatments of POWs by Ukraine and Russia is breaking international rules. That's both sides doing what they shouldn't be doing under international law, but for the sake of today's show, we very much doubt a Russian soldier can put his hands up and tell the other side, "It's all been a big mistake," and he can settle down somewhere in Ukraine where the Russian government won't find him. If he tried that, he'd likely be captured, possibly beaten, and then sent back to Russia at some point to face the music there. The music in this case would be an interrogation that might end with a 10-year prison sentence. We can't say how many Russian soldiers have been killed since fighting broke out. The estimates differ wildly depending on which source you're looking at. Some reports say about 18,600 Russian soldiers have been killed since February 2022, although only about half of that number has been confirmed. Thousands more from both sides have been taken as prisoners of war. On top of that, hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled their homeland since the war began, although many of those people, even though they're against the war, have been met with a lot of anti-Russian sentiment in their chosen new home. It's hard to say how many people involved in the Russian exodus were people who might have gotten the call to enlist, but we imagine that number is quite high. For those who were too late and actually ended up on the front lines, some have been found wandering around Ukraine dirty and hungry, not knowing where to go. They're now persona non grata on both sides of the border. As with all wars, a certain number of folks have gone missing, which is likely not the best of fates as it so often means they're dead. There is no such thing as a positive outcome for a Russian soldier who doesn't want to fight. But as things stand, he'd probably fare better claiming to be a pacifist than he would be trying to disappear in Ukraine or the wilds of Russia. February 24, 2022, Russia launched their invasion of Ukraine. The world held its breath and mourned the expected downfall of a much smaller nation of Ukraine, a nation that had just finally set itself on a path to true democracy and began to forge closer ties with the liberal world order of the West. But both Russia and the world severely underestimated the strength of Ukraine and its people, and the Russian invasion went from expected swift victory to a humiliating defeat for Russian forces. The first humiliation for Russia came in the opening days of the war, when its forces attempted to launch a decapitation strike against Kyiv, pushing a large armored force south from Belarus while a helicopter assault secured airfields outside of the Ukrainian capital. Things went wrong almost immediately. Russian forces would famously retreat from Kyiv, signaling that the nation was incapable of quickly winning the war. The battle for the future of Ukraine was officially on. Refocusing to the east of the nation, Russia pushed against Ukrainian defenders with a massive ground assault. It had been expected that Ukrainian defenses would fold like a wet paper towel, similar to their performance in 2014. However, Russia had not taken into account the radical changes in training, equipment, and doctrine that took place after the US and its allies spent 8 years training the Ukrainian military to fight like them. The transformation was incomplete at the onset of the war, but significant enough to cause Russia massive problems. The offensive in the east ground to a crawl, with Russia achieving daily gains measured in dozens of meters. If Russia made one strategic mistake more catastrophic than any other, though, it was fundamentally misunderstanding the nature of the conflict or purposefully ignoring it for political gain. Ukraine made no such mistake, and it knew that the fight was for its life. On day one of the invasion, it launched a massive mobilization and conscription effort, with men of fighting age being banned from leaving the nation. The turnout was so massive that Ukraine actually had to turn volunteers away, as it simply did not have the capability to equip and train so many fresh recruits. The West would soon step in with supplies and even help ship new recruits to bases on NATO territory where they could train without fear of Russian attack. Meanwhile, Russia scrambled to replace the combat losses of its initial roughly 200,000-strong invasion force, a force which Western analysts all knew would never be enough to take the entire nation by force. It soon began to move the battalion tactical groups reserved for NATO deterrence into the country to replace sky-high casualty rates, but even this wouldn't be enough. At this point, any sensible leader would have immediately called for military mobilization, and yet Putin resisted. The reasons are various, but the most prominent one seems to be that Putin knows this war is not very popular, and mobilizing his nation for war might cause political problems large enough for even Putin to be concerned about. As an absolute dictator, Putin keeps Russia democratic in name only, and has worked hard to kill, imprison, or exile any political opposition to his rule. But that doesn't mean his throne is secure, because Putin has to worry about enemies not just without, but within. The Russian Duma and military both house dozens of individuals who would love to take Putin's place and may exploit political unrest to unseat him from power. But mobilization also comes at a significant cost to a nation. Switching to a wartime economy means retooling your domestic industry to meet the demands of high-intensity warfare, something that the war in Ukraine has revealed that both Russia and the West have been utterly unprepared for. Stockpiles of everything from precision missiles to artillery shells and even ammunition for individual soldiers has been burned through at a frightening rate in the world's first modern industrialized war. Details remain sketchy, but most sources state that Ukraine was using as many as 6,000 artillery shells per day and Russia 20,000. That means respectively Ukraine is burning through 180,000 artillery shells a month and Russia a whopping 600,000. These figures were so alarming for Western observers that recently the United States has begun to rethink its own readiness for a long-term high-intensity conflict against a near-peer rival, such as China. Making new artillery shells necessitates specialized equipment, requiring a total retool of your domestic industry. With manufacturing being largely concentrated in Southeast Asia, the manufacturing base most modern nations enjoyed in the World War II era is largely non-existent, making it even more difficult to retool an economy for high-intensity war. But artillery shells are still relatively simple to produce, which is probably why Russia likes them so much. Replacing sophisticated weapons like precision missiles or fighter aircraft is a different matter altogether. Gone are the days of assembly line workers simply shifting from producing cars to making fighter planes. Nowadays, manufacturing modern equipment requires highly specialized workers and machinery both. A recent U.S. report noted it would simply be impossible to significantly expand U.S. manufacturing capability of modern weapons in the same time frame as World War II. So what you enter the war with is probably all you're going to have unless you have generous friends. But even those friends have their own defense concerns. So while mobilization and retooling of Russia's economy might see it eventually increase production of basic items such as artillery shells, military uniforms, and rifle ammunition, there's simply no way Russia's going to be replacing its stockpile of Iskander ballistic missiles, which is why it's so baffling that it continues to use them against civilian targets while being militarily defeated. Yet Putin has not even announced full mobilization and thus a shift to wartime economy. Instead, he continues to play the war in Ukraine as if it's merely a campaign that Russia's on, as opposed to the high-intensity war that it really is. So the Russian industry remains largely unchanged and unprepared to replace its terrifyingly large consumption of war stocks. Then there's the manpower issue, and well, conscription has never been popular nor produced the best soldiers, but Russia seems to be really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. At first, in order to avoid conscription, Russia called on foreign volunteers, much like Ukraine did with the formation of its own foreign legions. Unlike Ukraine, however, who enjoyed an influx of significant quantities of experienced, professional Western retired or recently separated soldiers, many of them combat veterans, Russia got Syrian soldiers that by some accounts it forced to come to Ukraine and fight. Many of these volunteers have extremist ties and very little, if any, actual formal military training whatsoever. While Ukraine's foreign volunteers largely had the experience to be formed into military units and fit the role, Russia's foreign volunteers were undisciplined, uncoordinated, and impossible to coordinate with the actions of the Russian military. This quickly led to easy defeats of these units and relegation of those volunteer units to cannon fodder or static defense roles. Then there were the Counterovites, units sent by Chechen leader and Putin strongman Ramzan Kadyrov. Known for their brutality and crimes against humanity, Russia hoped to deploy these units as shock troops, and on their way to war, they certainly acted the part. They quickly earned the nickname of the TikTok Brigade for their love of posting videos on social media full of bravado while recounting their alleged victories. Then the war caught up with them. Nobody's really heard much from the Kadyrovite-associated social media accounts lately, though propaganda videos of their alleged victories continue to surface from time to time. Meanwhile, Russian forces have been on steady retreat for over a month straight. At last, Putin was forced to accept the truth of the conflict. This would not be over in a matter of months. Kyiv would not capitulate to his authority, and no amount of TikTok videos would overcome Ukraine's superior fighting forces. It was time to admit Russia needed to mobilize for war, and do so quickly, or else the entire operation inside Ukraine would quickly fall apart. The announcement came on the eve of a massively successful Ukrainian counterattack in the northeast of the country that saw even Russia's mighty 1st Guards Tank Army, the unit that was meant to break through the teeth of NATO's best defenses, retreat in such great haste they abandoned most of their equipment. Yet Putin did not believe he had the political capital left to announce a full mobilization and instead enacted a half measure, announcing a partial mobilization. Allegedly, only veterans would be mobilized with the goal of raising 200,000 conscripts. Students, certain professionals, and individuals with no previous military experience would not be mobilized for war. The reality was immediately different because this is Russia, and reports quickly came out of the country of students, young men with no military experience whatsoever, and even old men with medical conditions being called up. The response was immediate, with hundreds of thousands of Russians leaving the country for good, joining an exodus believed to number over 1 million since the start of the war. The official goal was 300,000 conscripts, though unofficial leaks claim that Russia hopes to eventually mobilize as many as 1 million men, a number it might realistically need at this point if it hopes to win in Ukraine. It was soon clear that Russia was taking or dragging into service anyone it could. A 63-year-old former staffer who was diabetic and had cerebral issues was shipped off to a training camp, eventually returning after public outrage. Thousands of students received call-up orders, prompting such outrage that Putin was forced to sign a law confirming that vocational and secondary education students would not be conscripted. The Russian military made multiple promises, with the first already being broken. The next promise was that conscripts would receive several weeks of training at a minimum and adequate equipment before being sent to fight. This almost immediately proved to be false. In one famous case, a military doctor is recorded briefing fresh conscripts. She instructs them to use their own money to buy sleeping bags, sleeping pads, or other supplies, because the military will not provide such things. She also implores them to ask their mothers, wives, and girlfriends to send them tampons to use for bullet wounds, because the military would also not be supplying them with first aid kits.
Тампоны знаете для чего? Нет, кровь останавливается. Пулевое ранение прям туда вводите и все.
The chaos of mobilization has been well documented. You're probably at least somewhat familiar with what the U.S. recruits face at basic training.
Your heels should be together right now. Get your arms up. Sort of like all you're holding is a water bottle. Get it up.
However, Russia is handling its influx of new recruits differently.
Я пытаюсь вам рассказать. Вы не даете, вы орете. Я говорю, вы все военные мужики.
almost immediately reports of poor treatment and lack of supplies flooded social media via Telegram. Things such as socks are in such short supply that conscripts are being instructed on the use of foot wraps, an old technique from the early 20th century that predated mass adoption of socks by many people in poor parts of Europe. Among widespread reports of lack of food and water, with some conscripts not eating for days after being rounded up, are reports that new conscripts are forced to sleep on the ground. But these conscripts are lucky because others apparently have no facilities to be held at, resulting in them being dumped into fields with no supplies or equipment. These men are being forced to fend for themselves, with many reports of them stealing pipes and copper wiring to try to sell to locals for cash to buy food, blankets, and other basic necessities. There are widespread reports of conscripts being issued weapons that are thoroughly rusted, though many observers have rightly pointed out that these weapons are merely being used for familiarity training. To date, while some of the weapons used in combat by Russia have certainly seen better days, there's no reports of completely rusted hunks of junk of the type seen in some conscript videos actually making it to the front. The training these conscripts are receiving seems to be severely abbreviated though, at least for some. While some units appear to be receiving the promised weeks of military training, which is still entirely too short for any serious military training, there are many reports of other units being sent almost directly to the front line in Ukraine. Some conscripts have filmed themselves complaining of having fired their weapon once before being sent to the front. The reason is obvious to any observer and a clue to why mobilization simply won't save this war for Russia. Russia's lines are destabilizing and parts of the front are under serious threat of complete collapse. Russia needs bodies in the fight now. It can't afford to wait the standard 6 months it would take a brand new conscript to give them serious military training. So some of these conscripts are being sent directly to the front to try to slow down Ukrainians long enough for better trained units to be mobilized. It's a cold calculus but not uncommon. Using soldiers like cannon fodder is a time-honored tradition in the Russian military that stretches back to the turn of the 20th century. However, when conscripts actually get to the front, morale and discipline is glaringly low.
Вы что, человек в сильнейшем алкогольном опьянении выдали боевое оружие, блядь? Гранаты, может, ему еще...
Russian soldiers in general have a reputation for heavy drinking, even on duty. Famously, an entire artillery unit did not execute a single fire mission during Ukraine's retaking of Lviv because they were all drunk. However, having fresh conscripts show up to the front staggering drunk is a bad sign that you're not fielding quality troops. That appears to be in line with Russia's issuing of poor quality equipment. When it can afford to do so, its helmets have been famously lampooned by Ukrainian forces who are equipped with Western helmets themselves and were shocked to find how cheap Russian helmets were. Their body armor doesn't appear to be much better, with many conscripts being forced to turn to family to buy them real body armor. Family members who buy equipment for their mobilized children or husbands are warned to bring them the equipment themselves, as theft is rampant in the Russian armed forces. Stalin famously said that quantity is a quality all its own, and for most of the Cold War he was absolutely correct. However, Stalin never had to face modern NATO weapons wielded by American-trained Ukrainians thoroughly pissed off about the invasion of their homeland. But while the quality of Russian recruits, their training and equipment is a sign that mobilization is not going to win the war for Putin, his defeat is almost certain due to one single thing: timing. When the war began, Ukraine immediately began its mobilization effort, gradually absorbing hundreds of thousands of new recruits and sending them away for months of training. 6 months after the start of the war, the first waves of these new recruits joined the fighting. Now, while Putin is rushing to send poorly trained conscripts or completely untrained cannon fodder to the front lines, Ukraine is steadily forming new units of conscripts who have undergone half a year of military training. Russia's failure to immediately mobilize for war when it was obvious Kyiv would not fall in April will almost certainly cost it the victory it craves. In 1991, Ukraine declared itself independent as the Soviet Union collapsed around it. For years after, the new Russian Federation struggled to find its footing, and for a small time there were hopes that the Cold War could be left in the past, and Russia would find its way to embracing better relationships with the West. However, those hopes were dashed with the election of President Vladimir Putin, a Cold War-era Soviet spy who was still stuck with a Cold War mentality. For Putin, the Soviet Union might have collapsed, but the dream of Soviet greatness wasn't dead, and the one thing standing between his dream and the new Russian Federation was the West. In Putin's eyes, Russia was forever locked in a zero-sum game with the West, and there could only be one victor. As the Soviet Union disintegrated, newly freed Soviet republics and former client states immediately sought out membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. For those former republics and client states, it was the only way to guarantee their newfound independence after decades of brutal rule and oppression by the Kremlin. The Soviet Union might be gone, but nobody had any illusions about the Russian Federation suddenly wanting to be BFFs with the world, and the election of Vladimir Putin only reinforced a growing need for NATO membership. In 1990, NATO had promised that the alliance would not expand an inch to the east, yet this was before the collapse of the Soviet Union, and clearly meant that the alliance wouldn't seek to expand into East Germany while the nation was divided. There had never been any discussions about NATO not expanding eastward toward Russia's borders after the collapse, as confirmed by Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. That doesn't mean that Russia didn't warn NATO about expanding, it's just that there was no formal agreement against expansion. For Russia, NATO expanding eastward triggered fears of past historical invasions of Russia by foreign powers. The nation has suffered greatly from foreign invaders, and thus after World War II, Stalin worked hard to ensure that Eastern Europe remained under his influence. Europe was thus divided along Germany, with the Soviet Union controlling everything in Europe east of Germany and using it as a security buffer between itself and the West. The buffer served two purposes. First, it was a physical barrier to invasion. After both German invasions and the invasion of the French during the Napoleonic War, Russia suffered great loss of life and damage to its economy. Eastern Europe was now a shield that protected the motherland, with any would-be invader having to pass through the entire Soviet bloc to reach Russian lands. Even better, millions of Eastern Europeans would themselves be thrown into war to protect the Soviet Union, placing the nation in the strongest position it's enjoyed since the heights of the Russian Empire. But this barrier was also an ideological one, meant to keep Western capitalist influence away from the Soviet homeland. The power of the Communist Party depended on keeping Stalinist ideology alive inside the Soviet Union. Liberal Western values and democracies threatened this. This has never been more true than it was post-2000s, after Vladimir Putin's rise to power. Liberal Western values are now seen as an infection in Russia because they threaten President Putin's absolute power on the Russian government. For Putin, Russia today is under assault by Western culture, and he spent great efforts in waging a propaganda war both within and outside its borders. The last thing Putin or his elites want is a free, democratic Russia, and the only way they can prevent the ever-brewing political unrest amongst the population is by creating boogeymen out of the West to unite the Russians against. Starting in the early 2010s, Ukraine now wished to draw itself closer economically and politically with the West, much to Putin's dissatisfaction. At first, there was a wish to be more economically tied to the West to ensure Ukraine's prosperity, but as Russia exerted more pressure on Ukraine, a growing movement to formally join NATO grew inside Ukraine. Putin attempted to suppress this desire through intimidation and by using propaganda inside of Ukraine, even by infiltrating its government. In 2014, the situation came to a crisis point when President Viktor Yanukovych, a Putin stooge, refused to sign a free trade agreement with the European Union, which would have drawn Ukraine deeper into the West's fold both economically and politically. Instead, President Yanukovych ignored the Ukrainian parliament's overwhelming desire to sign this agreement and chose to draw closer to Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union, headed by the Russian Federation and made up of former Soviet states. The result was immediate, as protesters took to the streets and a full-blown civil insurrection threw Kyiv into chaos. The Ukrainian people had freed themselves from Russian rule and had no wish to go back to being a mere client state, and brutal clashes took place between protesters and police. The Revolution of Dignity, as it came to be known, resulted in the occupation of the government buildings across Ukraine and the expulsion of President Viktor Yanukovych from power. Soon after, Yanukovych went into exile in Russia, and Russia responded to the coup by taking Crimea and supporting the breakaway provinces of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia orchestrated pro-Russian demonstrations in Sevastopol, and 4 days later, Russian troops without insignia stormed into the parliament of Crimea and seized it, while other Russian troops took key strategic sites along the peninsula. With the peninsula secure, the Russian Federation installed the pro-Russian Sergei Aksyonov into power. Shortly after, there was a referendum that resulted in 97% of voters choosing for Crimea to be absorbed by the Russian Federation. Perhaps unsurprisingly, those votes were never verified by any independent agency, and the United Nations voted overwhelmingly to consider the referendum illegal. Thus, to this day, internationally, Crimea is still considered as belonging to Ukraine. But with Vladimir Putin threatening to use nuclear weapons, nobody sought to use military force to liberate the occupied peninsula. At the same time that Russian forces were seizing Crimea, Russia's infamous Little Green Men, so-called for their green insignia-less uniforms, moved into the separatist regions of Luhansk and Donetsk, working alongside separatists and even engaging in fighting themselves. Russia denied allegations that its military was in the separatist regions, but the ruse was all but given up over time, as even Russian armor joined the fighting against Ukrainian forces. The Donbas War, as it came to be known, would rage until 2022, culminating in Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The real question is, though, what does President Vladimir Putin really want to do with Ukraine when the war is all over? The answer depends on how the war ends. The least likely way that this war ends is with a full occupation of Ukraine by Russian forces. Initially, Putin claimed that he had no intention of occupying any part of Ukrainian territory, and that his advance on Kyiv was merely meant to remove what he called pro-Western Nazi government from power. In the early stages of war, this might have been true. Putin may truly have not wished to physically occupy Ukraine, and instead settled for installing a puppet government. This would turn Ukraine into a client state, much like Belarus, without the hassle of having to pacify an inevitable insurrection by physically occupying it. It would also achieve its grand aim of weakening NATO by denying it yet another member, especially one situated right on Russia's soft southern belly. However, as the Russian advance into Kyiv faltered and then failed entirely, Putin's strategy seemed to radically change as well. Accepting that he would be unable to take Kyiv and topple the government, Russian forces instead focused on breaking out of the separatist regions and seizing the all-important Ukrainian southern coast along the Sea of Azov. With this coastline firmly under Russia's control, Vladimir Putin now has a land corridor from Russia straight to Crimea, and Crimea's water supply can no longer be threatened by Ukrainian dams, as had happened after the annexation, when Ukraine blocked Crimea's drinking water in retaliation to the invasion. This land corridor, however, also gives Russia complete control over the Sea of Azov, essentially turning it into a Russian lake. Putin's forces now try to push north and west out of the land corridor and seem to want to take as large a chunk of Ukraine as possible. What's more important, however, is extending a corridor to the west, all the way to Odessa and the Moldovan border. This would give Russia complete control over Ukraine's shipping ports and thus allow it to choke off Ukraine economically, but also allow it to link up with its forces inside the Moldovan breakaway region of Transnistria. Russia currently has 1,500 personnel there, and it's greatly feared that linking a land corridor across southern Ukraine will allow it to move more forces into the region and eventually take all of Moldova. This will give Russia control over half of the Black Sea and extend a security buffer out from Russia's vulnerable southern regions in case of a war with NATO. It's now certain that Putin wishes to completely annex occupied territories inside of Ukraine, as starting May 1st, the ruble was introduced as the official currency in the occupied areas that remain relatively stable and in Russian hands. Street and building signs were also all taken down and replaced with their Russian equivalent, and Russia guaranteed the pension payments of Ukrainian pensioners living in the territories. Even more importantly, Russian state TV was brought to the occupied territories, allowing Russia to feed those living under occupation a steady stream of Russian propaganda. Putin's goal is now territorial expansion, and it seems as if his plans for Ukraine hinge on what happens next in the war. Russian forces seem incapable of truly taking the whole of Ukraine, and the commitment by the West, especially the United States, to arm the Ukrainians makes it a complete impossibility that Russia will be able to take over the entire country. However, Russian forces may be able to seize that all-important land corridor to Moldova and take Odessa, even though this is in question, seeing as 3 months into the war, Russia is yet to bring Mariupol under its full control. Further west, Kherson is a critically important city to capture, and as of the writing of this video, Ukrainian forces are launching successful counterstrikes against Russian forces around the city. This makes a breakout to Odessa extremely unlikely, but this isn't Russia's only problem. Corruption and incompetence across all levels of the Russian military have resulted in massive casualties and great loss of equipment in the invasion. The effects of these losses on Russia's ability to continue fighting are only compounded by the astounding amount of sanctions levied against Russia by the international community. Of greatest importance, though, are those targeting Russia's foreign reserves, which fund the war, and of which half have been frozen by Western governments. Of second most importance is the complete ban on selling electronic components to Russia, which are desperately needed by its military to rearm itself with 21st century weapons. Already, Russian drones and other advanced weapons are being discovered with computer chips ripped out of coffee makers and dishwashers, and Russian jet fighters have been discovered with commercial GPS devices taped to the dash. With the West feeding Ukraine a steady diet of high-tech Western weapons, and with Russia's own stockpile of advanced equipment drying up, it's becoming increasingly impossible for Russia to truly win inside Ukraine. As Europe is committed to an incremental ban on Russian energy imports over the next year or so, Russia's economic situation will only grow more desperate, and its ability to continue this conflict will be in serious jeopardy. Russia is thus likely to attempt to settle the war by holding on to territories it's managed to secure, adding them to the Russian Federation, and weakening Ukraine. Ukraine itself has been willing to compromise by becoming a neutral nation, with neutrality enshrined in its constitution and thus seeking no closer ties to the West. However, Ukraine wishes to have guarantor states sign this neutrality agreement, with nations legally bound to come to Ukraine's defense in case of another Russian invasion. Yet, as reports of Russian brutality against civilians continue to surface from occupied areas, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has stated that he is less and less interested in such a deal. Ultimately, unless Russia achieves some miraculous battlefield reversals, Putin's future plans for Ukraine may not matter at all. After nearly 2 months of a stunningly successful counteroffensive, it's almost unthinkable that Ukraine could lose the war. Not only are Ukrainian troops increasingly better equipped than their Russian counterparts, but Russia has been forced to send poorly or even untrained conscripts straight to the front lines. And we already have confirmation of fresh conscripts from Putin's mobilization being killed in Ukraine. But the war in Ukraine is proving to be a long one, with many experts warning that even with increasing Western support, Ukraine could be in this for the long haul, a multi-year affair that will expend titanic amounts of blood and equipment on both sides. Victory is far from certain. So what would happen if Ukraine loses the war? To answer this, we need to look at how Russia could actually win at this point. Things are looking grim for Russia. Putin's refusal to treat his special military operation like the war it really was led him to putting off mobilization until his forces were facing dire manpower issues. Now he's rushing to put out 300,000 conscripts to the front line. Though some reports state that the real figure is 1 million. 1 million is definitely a more realistic figure if Putin still wants to conquer all of Ukraine, but 300,000 is a solid start to replenishing the staggering casualties Russian forces have suffered. The problem is that mobilization is coming a day late and $1 short. Immediately after the invasion by Russia, Ukraine kicked off its national mobilization effort, leading to tens of thousands of recruits and volunteers being recruited into the armed forces in the first week alone. The surge of manpower was so huge that the military was forced to turn people away, encouraging them to instead form territorial defense units until it could handle the influx of volunteers and conscripts. NATO soon stepped up to the plate and started shipping Ukrainian troops to its European bases for training by its own military professionals. This relieved the incredible burden on Ukraine and allowed it to expand its mobilization effort. Now Ukrainian conscripts are finally hitting the front lines after 6 months of NATO standard training. By comparison, Russian troops aren't just less well trained, but its own conscripts are facing rapidly accelerated training or none at all. Some units report as little as 2 weeks of training, with the government promising a few weeks of refresher training for conscripts who were all supposed to be military veterans already. Other units, however, have been sent to the front with only a day or two at the most of training, as Russia struggles to play catch-up with the surge in Ukrainian manpower that threatens to leave Russia outgunned and outmanned in hostile territory. To no one's surprise, many of these conscripts have zero previous military experience, only adding to their ineffectiveness as a fighting asset. Equipment is another serious problem for Russia, as its stockpiles of modern equipment are rapidly either being destroyed, used up, or graciously donated to the Ukrainians by retreating Russians. It's estimated that Russia might have lost as many as 50% of its active tank forces. And there's serious weight to that suspicion, as increasingly older and older tanks are being brought out of deep storage for frontline duty. The arrival of T-62s in Ukraine was followed by the promise from Russia that they'd be used as stationary fortifications. Like most things from the Russian government, this proved to be a lie, and soon confirmed T-62 kills were being reported from the front. Its modern tanks haven't been faring much better though, and in one of the most stunning developments in the entire war, it was discovered that Russia's vaunted 1st Guards tank army suffered an overwhelming defeat in Lyman during the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Dozens of tanks were destroyed or simply abandoned by Russian troops in retreating panic. This is significant because the 1st Guards was Russia's premier fighting force, specifically equipped and designed to go up against the very best that NATO has. Outmaneuvered by Ukrainian forces suffering from low morale and under threat of being encircled, Russia's elite tank force was forced to abandon its vehicles and run for its life. Now, Russia's second best tank forces are having to take on Russia's best tanks, being driven by Ukrainians. If Russia were to pull out of the war today, it would take at least a decade for it to rebuild its armed forces, and that was before calculating the cost of sanctions against the nation that it bears today and is likely to for a very long time to come. Russia's experiencing a microchip and semiconductor crisis, forced to recycle those components from consumer goods to alleviate the shortage. Banned from buying these and other critical components of modern military tech, Russia will at best produce a handful of tanks each year, or be forced to field a mid-20th century fighting force. Either way, this spells disaster for the nation and strongly hints at defeat in Ukraine. So, how could Russia miraculously turn things around in Ukraine, and what happens if Ukraine loses? For weeks now, Russia has been saber-rattling by threatening the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Many rightfully feared that the annexation of 4 eastern Ukrainian provinces would lead to the use of tactical nuclear weapons, as Russian doctrine states that nuclear weapons will be used to defend Russian territory. To be more specific, though, Russian nuclear doctrine states that nuclear weapons are to be used when a conflict threatens the integrity of the Russian nation, something that Ukraine's refusal to cede these annexed territories does not accomplish. Putin, however, cares little for Russian law and doctrine, and the threat of nuclear weapons remains. These could be used to secure victory, but only if Russia is willing to use a lot of them and only if the rest of the world does nothing. Tactical nuclear weapons are typically under 100 kiloton range, although there is no set limit on their yield. These weapons are meant to defeat formations of enemy troops, not level cities and military bases. This makes them inherently limited in their use during the present conflict, because Ukraine has learned to widely disperse their forces only to bring them together rapidly for a sudden counterattack or offensive. This means that targets where a tactical nuclear weapon would be effective only exist for short periods of time. The rest of the time, enemy troops are simply too dispersed to be worth using them. So Russia could opt instead to simply use many of them. Even a dozen tactical nuclear weapons wouldn't do much damage to change the course of the war. Russia would need to commit to using several dozen or even as many as 100 just to hit enough targets of high enough military value to impact Ukraine's ability to fight. But doing so comes with the immediate consequence of crossing a red line that NATO has repeatedly warned Russia against. And while NATO has not made it clear what the consequences would be, it's believed that the US and certain NATO allies are ready to retaliate with conventional power against Russian forces in the Black Sea and Ukraine. If, however, NATO does nothing, Russia could potentially use nuclear weapons to bring Ukraine to heel. However, it threatens irradiating much of the territory and even itself due to the fallout carried on easterly winds. Another way Russia could win this war would be through a decapitation strike against Ukraine's government. President Zelensky has cemented his place in Ukrainian and European history for his wartime leadership of the nation. However, eliminating him could cause support for continued resistance to rapidly collapse, not for a lack of fighting spirit amongst Ukrainian troops and the people, but because the Ukrainian government is still full of Russian sympathizers. The nation has struggled for years against corruption fueled by Russian intelligence operatives and money. Famously, the approaches to Kherson had been mined and the bridges prepared for demolition as Russian troops advanced. However, someone ordered the mines cleared and explosive charges removed, clearing the way for Russian troops to take the city. Russia could use its large army of special forces to undertake the assassination of President Zelensky and hope to manipulate the surviving government into putting a pro-Kremlin figure in place. All that figure would have to do is call for a ceasefire, and the momentum of the war would shift away from Ukraine, perhaps permanently. This is exactly what Russia had in mind at the start of the war, and even after its attempt to take Kyiv failed, it made several attempts on President Zelensky's life using intelligence operatives and special forces, all of which were foiled by Ukrainian special forces and his entourage of guards. All it would take, however, is one sniper's bullet to potentially change the course of the war. The only other realistic way Russia could win this war is by exhausting the West's support for Ukraine. Already there's fear of Ukraine fatigue amongst Westerners. After 7 months of military and financial aid, some Westerners might see there's no clear end to the war and pull their support. But Ukraine is winning the war, and cutting off support now would be a disaster not just for Ukraine but for Europe itself, because Putin's ambitions do not end at NATO's easternmost borders. For 2 decades, Russian intelligence had worked to penetrate Western governments and societies. They funneled large sums of money to far-right movements, breeding xenophobic and nationalist political movements even inside of America, all with the goal of splintering the NATO alliance. These operations have been quite successful. Hungary today is more pro-Russia than pro-NATO, despite being a member of the alliance, and UK's Brexit movement was fueled in large part by Russian disinformation and propaganda. Democracies can be mercurial in nature, and while they have many strengths over a dictatorship like Russia, this is also their greatest weakness. With elections rapidly approaching for many Western nations, a swing in government could lead to a catastrophic reduction or even outright stop to support for Ukraine when it needs it most. However, there is one nation where such a shift would spell immediate doom for Ukraine, and that nation is more vulnerable to Russian propaganda than it ever has been. The United States has had a storied 10 years. During the Obama, Trump, and Biden presidencies, the U.S. has gone from a strong NATO ally to uncertain partner in the alliance, leading to serious questions on European security, and now back once more to a strong ally and leader of the alliance. These whiplash-inducing shifts in national policy have severely shaken global confidence in U.S. leadership and reliability, and in 2 years the U.S. will face another presidential election. A massive shift away from its current policy could lead to an end in support for both Ukraine and NATO, and as the U.S. has been responsible for the overwhelming bulk of financial, humanitarian, and military support to Ukraine, this would immediately doom the nation to defeat. But we might not have to wait 2 more years, because US midterm elections are rapidly approaching, and a massive shift in the legislative branch could also lead to an end of support for Ukraine. So what if Russia wins in Ukraine? Why does it matter to the rest of the world, and what would Russia do next? First, a Russian win in Ukraine would cement Putin's increasingly shaky hold on leadership. While he wouldn't be the heroic historical figure he dreams of being, Russia's price in blood and equipment has simply been too great for that to happen anymore. It would at least ensure that he remains in power for the long run. Relations between NATO and Russia would continue to deteriorate even further, with the threat of armed conflict escalating. The most immediate benefit to Russia would be control over the Black Sea, a strategically important body of water that also happens to be full of natural resources to exploit, including gas and oil. From Russian bases in Ukraine, the country could project much of its Cold War power in the region. The annexation of Ukraine, a foregone conclusion at this point should Russia win, would also mean that it has once more reestablished the buffer between itself and the bulk of NATO forces, reversing one of the greatest catastrophes for Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But Ukraine is even more valuable for its resources. With Ukraine under its thumb, Russia would once more have control over a significant amount of world food staples such as wheat. As we've already seen in this war, Russia is not afraid of weaponizing food exports in order to drive public opinion against its enemies. In Africa, which is most affected by the blockade of Ukrainian wheat, Russian disinformation has not had to work very hard to turn public opinion against the West and its sanctions of Russia. By blaming the lack of food imports on Western sanctions instead of its own blockades, much of the developing world has called for an end to sanctions on Russia. Ukraine doesn't just export food to the developing world though. Much of the rest of the world is also highly reliant on it, not just for wheat but things like sunflower oil. These commodities would now become weapons in the hands of Russia, who could threaten embargoes on nations not towing the Kremlin line. Ukraine's energy resources are also significant, especially in the East and the Black Sea. It's little surprise that Russia has worked hard to liberate the Ukrainian East, as this is where a high concentration of energy resources exist. Allowing Russia to have control over these resources means further consolidating its position as a global energy superpower, and we've already seen how Russia wields energy as a political tool to attempt to sway the West. The Nord Stream pipeline explosions have crippled energy imports into Europe, and analysis of the destroyed pipes shows clearly that they were destroyed by line charges used in underwater demolition. Even before the pipelines were destroyed though, Russia was already either threatening to or actively cutting off gas exports to Europe. Now nations like Germany, who had a deep dependency on Russia for energy, are facing an extremely cold winter. With Ukraine under its thumb, Russian influence would grow massively as it brings even more energy resources under its control. Moldova, however, has serious problems if Russia wins in Ukraine. Its breakaway region of Transnistria already hosts several hundred Russian troops who are there allegedly as peacekeepers. This area is very pro-Russian and would make for an easy excuse for Russian forces to next invade Moldova in its entirety, restoring it to the old Soviet fold. Unlike Ukraine, Moldova simply doesn't have the military infrastructure or even size for NATO to supply it in case of war, and even with Russia's extraordinarily poorly performing military, the nation would quickly fall. Emboldened by success in Ukraine and Moldova, it's very possible Putin would next turn his attention to the Baltic states, territories that he has long wanted to return back into the Soviet fold. Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia all border Russia and are very difficult for NATO to defend from a Russian invasion. By driving his forces deep into the Baltic in a fait accompli attack, Russia could splinter NATO as he's always dreamed of doing. The alliance would be forced to decide if it's worth risking a third world war just to defend its most minor members. With confidence in NATO's Article 5 shaken, members geographically closer to Russia might see it's in their best interest to align itself with a resurgent Moscow, rather than threatening angering it further. With no real legitimacy left, the binding power of Article 5 would disintegrate, and with it possibly the alliance. Russia's been fighting for months in a war that they thought would be over in a matter of weeks. This has led to Vladimir Putin making some pretty alarming statements, including mentioning the use of nuclear weapons to improve Russia's position in the conflict. However, Russia has recently been backing down as its forces regroup to begin the next stage of their offensive against the Ukrainian people. Putin thought he could easily take Ukraine by force using conventional means, but he has clearly failed. This is both good and bad news. It's good news because Ukrainian troops are holding their own against Russia. It's bad news because it means Putin is preparing a new war plan, one that could lead to the end of the world as we know it. Putin's new plan to win consists of several different components. Surprisingly, some of them have nothing to do with conventional fighting. The mad dictator of Russia plans to defeat Ukraine using unconventional tactics, and you might be an unwilling part of his plan. One main component of Putin's agenda as of right now is to wait. It might seem that he doesn't want the war to go on any longer, but this is partly an illusion. Putin is banking on Western nations waning in their support for Ukraine. Without European countries and the United States providing Ukraine with weapons and supplies, eventually Russian forces will be victorious. But would the nations that support Ukraine ever let this happen? The answer to this question might make you a bit uncomfortable. Right now, many countries, including the United States and much of Europe, are headed toward a financial crisis. There are several reasons for this, but the war in Ukraine and Russia's decision to cut off oil and gas exports, while also forcing other OPEC countries to reduce the amount of fossil fuels they're exporting, are some of the reasons economies around the world are in decline. These are not the only factors that are leading to inflation and economic slowdowns, but they are playing a major role. Putin sees the EU and the US's struggle to maintain financial stability as a waiting game. He's banking on Russia being able to endure long enough in the fight with Ukraine to see the NATO countries suffer economic collapse. If this happens, aid to Ukraine will likely slow or completely come to a halt. At least this is what Putin is planning on. But it isn't just the leaders and economies of the Western world that Putin believes he can wait out, it's you as well. Putin and other military leaders in Russia have said that the West is weak and will eventually either grow tired of the war or their attention will shift to something else. The scary thing is, he might be right. The way that many people around the world consume news today is by following the trends and what is fed to them via social media and algorithms. If people in other countries stop paying attention and let their support of Ukraine falter, there's a real chance that politicians will no longer feel the pressure to provide aid and support to the nation. Vladimir Putin has made it clear he's willing to wage his war for as long as it takes, and he's betting that support for Ukraine will wane long before his desire to capture the country does. And to be fair, that's probably true. As times become harder on families in the United States and Europe due to increasing energy prices, inflation, and economic slowdown, people will start worrying more about putting food on their table and paying their bills than supporting Ukraine. The ability to wait out the rest of the world until Ukraine is starved of help and support is one key component of Putin's plan to win the war. And if the last several months have been any indication, this might actually come to pass, as many NATO countries already have problems brewing at home. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson stepped down and was replaced by Liz Truss, who has now resigned after 44 days of serving as Prime Minister. In France, President Emmanuel Macron's party lost the majority in Parliament. And in the United States, the midterm elections were predictably turbulent. There's nothing wrong with new officials being elected to government. However, these drastic changes are coming at a time when the world's economic future looks more dubious than ever. Putin is watching the governments of Western countries scramble to maintain the support of their constituents. Only time will tell whether support for Ukraine wavers due to financial and political problems in the US and Europe. However, the longer Putin and Russian forces can hold out, the more likely it becomes that people living outside the conflict zone will shift their focus to other problems or whatever the next big crisis is. Because let's be honest, there always seems to be a new threat looming just around the corner. Another key component in Russia's plan to win the war is misinformation. Putin and his cronies have used misinformation for decades now to control the country, but when it comes to war, they're taking this tactic to new levels. Using the state-run media, Putin is brainwashing the Russian people by claiming the Western world wants to use cancel culture to erase their identity. He's taken things a step further and even claims that the West wants to censor the Russian people themselves, and he is just fighting for their freedom. In reality, Putin has stripped away the very freedom he's promising his people. The spread of such lies has unified certain extremist groups and Russian citizens who may not have initially thought the war was necessary. However, the manipulation of the truth doesn't stop there. Every day, the people of Russia are told that the special operation is going well, yet it's taking longer than expected. But Putin reassures them that everything is going according to plan and nothing will stop them. To further demonize the enemy, Russian Foreign Affairs Ministry Sergei Lavrov has even used the media to spread misinformation, such as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky being a Nazi. This is an especially surprising tactic as Zelensky is Jewish. The misinformation being spread by Russia to its citizens and onto the internet for conspiracy theorists around the world to see is extremely dangerous. It's also all part of Russia's plan to make sure the public remains on their side in the war against Ukraine. Russia obviously knows they are a major supplier of oil and natural gas to much of Europe, especially Germany. Therefore, cutting off this supply of fossil fuels has already caused many Europeans to suffer at the hands of astronomical utility prices. The reality is that many people in Europe will not be able to pay their bills and could have their electricity or heat shut off in the coming months. As the Northern Hemisphere heads into winter, the reduced amount of fossil fuels coming into the EU from Russia is going to cause huge problems, and Putin has built this into his plan to win the war. Multiple high-level officials in the Kremlin have bragged that EU residents will be feeling the impact of these sanctions more than Russia will. The plan is basically to hold the citizens of the EU hostage by taking away oil and gas, which will cause prices to skyrocket and support for Ukraine to diminish. Russia also hopes that this will result in civil unrest and force European governments to focus more on what's happening at home than aiding Ukraine in their fight against Russia. They're also betting that as people in Europe suffer, the governments will lift certain sanctions on Russia. All of these things would help Russia win the war in the end. It's become abundantly clear that relying heavily on Russia for energy resources was a huge mistake, a mistake Putin is now exploiting. But it's not just in Europe that Russia's hoarding of natural resources is being felt. Even in the United States, gas prices are again on the rise, making many Americans extremely upset. Russia believes that as oil prices increase, NATO countries will be more willing to loosen restrictions to bring oil and gas prices down to keep their citizens happy. Unfortunately, this would allow Russia to do even more damage in Ukraine. Putin is leveraging a Western world's reliance on fossil fuels to force governments to give him what he wants. As a people, citizens in the United States and Europe might accept these rising costs and maintain their support for Ukraine for a time, but when families can't afford to heat their homes or the increased gas prices become too much of an inconvenience, pressure will be put on elected officials to do something by making a deal with Russia. Again, this is another part of Russia's plan to win the war. If Russia can cause enough problems and discomfort for the average person in Europe and the US, the lifelines that are being provided to Ukraine could diminish, and at that point all Putin would have to do is continue sending troops across the border and wait until Ukrainian forces ran out of supplies. Russia's also not too worried about waiting out sanctions and fighting a prolonged war because they believe one particular ally will always have their back, a country that is an economic powerhouse and more than willing to buy their oil and gas. China has the second largest economy in the world, and although they do not support the war, they're more than happy to buy resources and goods from Russia. A main part of Putin's plan going forward is relying on allies to continue buying Russian oil and gas. Russia believes that China will help compensate for any economic losses that are caused by the sanctions placed on them by the United Nations and NATO. This reliance on China is especially important for Russia, as it can secure technology and other goods necessary to keep its war machine going. China is more than willing to purchase Russian oil at a huge discount and help boost its own economy and output. However, China has made it clear that it'll take no part in the war, and it will not openly provide Russia with weapons or military vehicles. Russia needs China to keep buying its exports to fund the war, but they're also in desperate need of military equipment as well, something China so far has refused to supply. Russia's artillery, tanks, and weapons are mostly from the Cold War era, and supplies are running low. The sanctions have definitely hurt Russia's production capabilities, but Putin refuses to admit this, as it would show weakness. Instead, most Russian media outlets spread lies that China and Russia are happily working together to keep Russia's economy going while they manufacture more weapons and military vehicles to fight the war against Ukraine. This brings us to Russia's more militaristic strategies to win the war going forward. Fighting has slowed recently, but Putin claims it's all part of the plan. He reassures the people of Russia a new strategy is being put in place. It's not clear exactly what the strategy is, likely because the military leaders in Russia don't really have one, but Russia's next phase of the attack will include more soldiers. Russia has now conscripted over 300,000 soldiers to fight in Ukraine. Originally, they thought their initial force would be enough to decimate the enemy, but this clearly wasn't true. At the beginning of the war, Putin decided this mass mobilization of Russia's army wasn't necessary. Many in the Kremlin disagreed with the decision, but Putin didn't listen. In his new plan, Putin is pivoting to what was recommended to him by his advisors months ago and sending more troops to Ukraine. Putin won't admit it, but ever since he's ordered the conscription of more troops, over 200,000 Russians have fled the country. It's clear not everyone believes the nonsense Putin and the Russian leadership are spewing. At this point, even if something happened to Vladimir Putin, such as an assassination or getting eaten by a Russian brown bear, the war would likely continue. This is because the Kremlin has invested so much into the war and believes that they have the right to take Ukraine and incorporate it back into the motherland. Young men and women will continue to be drafted into the Russian army without a choice as part of Russia's plan to defeat Ukraine. However, Russia has also been threatening to use a weapon so terrible it could lead to World War III. And unfortunately for the rest of us, this too is part of their plan to win the war. Russia's made it clear that using nukes is not off the table when it comes to winning the war in Ukraine. For now, Putin has only talked about using tactical nukes, which are around 1 kiloton and have a blast radius of about 50 meters. Anyone within half a mile of the explosion would likely receive a large dose of radiation, resulting in a 50% mortality rate. This is much smaller than strategic nukes, which can be over 1,000 times more powerful. However, the use of tactical nukes would change the course of the war completely and could result in the end of the world. In Russia's plan, it seems most probable that tactical nukes would be used if Russian forces were pushed back by Ukrainian soldiers. In this scenario, a tactical nuke could be launched from an artillery cannon or via short-range missiles from a battleship or submarine. The fallout wouldn't be nearly as large as that of a strategic nuke, but the surrounding area would become irradiated. The bigger problem with this part of Russia's plan is that it would provoke NATO to take immediate action. The United States and Europe cannot and will not allow Putin to use a nuke unpunished. There would need to be some kind of response, and although Putin knows this, he still believes that Western countries don't have the backbone to stand up to Russia. This might be true, as most of the world does not want a nuclear war to break out, but using nuclear weapons would most likely result in some kind of militaristic response by NATO. Although NATO might not actually need to retaliate, because if Russia did use a tactical nuke in Ukraine, almost every country on the planet would turn against them, including China. China has already made it clear that they adhere to a strict no-first-use nuclear doctrine, which means nukes should only be used for defensive purposes. This is not how Russia plans to use them. It's unclear if Russia would be willing to suffer the consequences and become a global pariah just to keep Ukrainian forces from pushing them out of their territory, but Putin may not have a choice. The main and most important part of Putin's plan is to win the war at all costs by using any means necessary. The reason for this is that if Russia does not win, Putin will fall from power and will most likely be executed for his failures. Obviously, this is the last thing he wants, which makes Vladimir Putin the most dangerous man in the world. There are ways that Russia as a country could get out of the war, but Putin would forfeit his life under these circumstances. Therefore, the only part of Putin's plan that cannot be changed is that he must win. As Russia reassesses its approach to the war, Putin will make sure that no matter what actions are taken, it makes him look strong in the eyes of the Russian people. This is why, rather than try to negotiate, Russia is doubling down on fighting by deploying more troops and trying to weaken the countries supplying Ukraine with weapons and resources. Even if the war in Ukraine becomes unwinnable, Russia will likely fight to the last man, because if they don't, everyone in the Kremlin right now would either be exiled or put to death. The scariest part about this scenario is that it's reminiscent of the spot German leadership was in during World War I. Kaiser Wilhelm II and his advisors all realized the war was unwinnable, but they continued to order their troops to fight for years. This was because they all understood that if Germany lost, their administration would be overthrown and a revolution would take hold of the country. As we now know from history, this is exactly what happened. Putin and his allies also know that if Russia fails to secure Ukraine, a similar revolution could happen in their country. It might not lead to Nazism, but there would be a shift in power, and Russia could even become a capitalist democracy, something that would be worse than death for some Russian government officials. Putin and Russia's leadership are incredibly dangerous for this very reason. That's why their plan to win the war isn't so much a plan as do whatever it takes to secure victory, even if it means starting a nuclear war. That being said, a part of Russia's plan to win does involve some sort of diplomacy. If Putin could secure enough military victories and concessions from Ukraine to spin his failures as a victory, he might be willing to end the war using diplomatic means. Right now, this doesn't seem likely to happen. However, part of Putin's plan does rely on him being able to negotiate at some point, especially if Ukraine continues to do as well as they have been in the war. In Russia's timeline, if they do not conquer Ukraine for the next year or two, there's a contingency plan. In order for Russia to come to the table for peace talks, some other parts of Russia's plan need to come to fruition first. The most important one is that Europe needs to descend into economic and political chaos, so they stop lending aid to Ukraine. If this does not happen, Russia will not have a strong bargaining position at the table. For Putin, this would be unacceptable. However, if all goes according to plan, Russia will have advanced further into Ukraine, and only a handful of resistance forces will be left to deal with. At that point, Putin could make an argument that Ukraine was all but his and head to the negotiating table to end the fighting. Even if Russia wasn't guaranteed to win, reduced foreign support might cause Ukraine to give in and concede on some of their demands. This could still result in parts of Ukraine, such as Kyiv, remaining independent as long as most of the country becomes the property of Russia. Obviously, this is not the optimal outcome for Ukraine or NATO. However, if economies are in shambles and countries stop sending military supplies to support Ukraine, this might be the best deal they can secure. It's a scary thought, but Russia could theoretically wait out Ukraine and the rest of the world. If they continue to reduce the oil and gas flows being exported from OPEC countries under their influence, a very real global crisis could develop. These are all things Putin is banking on for his plan to come to fruition. However, the leadership of Russia may want to enter negotiations as soon as possible because the massive mobilization of their forces is incredibly unpopular with its citizens. Most join the military when conscripted because they're afraid of what will happen if they refuse. Others flee the country. Overwhelmingly, the Russian people do not want to be forced to fight the war with Ukraine. Right now, using misinformation tactics, Putin can still justify the war as a means to an end that'll protect Russia's way of life and culture. If Ukraine is allowed to join the EU or become allies with the West, then it's only a matter of time before NATO invades Russia and forces everyone to become a capitalist, or so Putin says. After years of fighting, this argument likely won't hold enough weight, which is why Putin might be willing to come to the table as long as he can save face. If Ukraine is still in a strong position to negotiate, Putin will never sit down and try to come to an agreement. This is because it'll lead to his fall from power and likely cost him his life. Most experts agree that at this point, Putin's just trying to strengthen his bargaining position, and eventually he'll come to the table. However, there's still a very real possibility that if Putin feels he'll lose the war, he could enact the most radical part of his plan to defeat the Ukrainians by launching nuclear weapons. It's terrifying, but if Putin had to choose between losing power and obliterating the world through nuclear war, he might just be crazy enough to choose nuclear holocaust. No matter which way you look at it, Putin's plan is a mess. It hinges on a lot of things going right for Russia and a lot of things going wrong for the rest of the world. It's not to say that his plan won't work. There's a very real possibility that people will grow weary of the war, and support for Ukraine will fade. This would be terrible, but the longer the war lasts, the worse things will get due to economic decline and shortages of oil and gas, and the more likely people are to stop caring about Ukraine. So the question now becomes, can Russia outlast Western countries and eventually wear down NATO and Ukraine? As of right now, around 70% of Germans support their country giving aid to Ukraine, even if it means higher energy prices over the next few months. However, it'll be interesting to see what that number will look like if this winter is particularly cold and people can't afford to heat their homes. Around 72% of Americans support providing further military aid to Ukraine, but again, as gas prices increase, this number could become lower, which is what Russia's plan for winning the war is predicated on. Around 58% of Americans have said they think the United States government should support Ukraine for as long as it takes to defeat Russia. Much of the sentiment likely carries over from the Cold War era. However, almost all Americans agree that what Russia is doing is wrong. The problem is that if the world doesn't continue to pay attention to the crisis happening in Ukraine, Putin could literally get away with murder. At the rate things are going, it seems like the war could last for years, and many don't think Russia can maintain its current military push after years of sanctions and the boycotting of Russian goods. This will quickly start to affect the average Russian citizen, and Putin may need to shift his focus on domestic matters as life gets even harder. Currently, he holds too much influence and power for an uprising to be successful, but as military forces and machinery are depleted from the war with Ukraine, Putin may find that his plan to win falls apart, and people of Russia start to hold him accountable for his actions. If we do not want Russia's plan to win the war to succeed, we cannot forget about what's happening. This is what Putin is banking on, and as long as the world stays unified behind Ukraine, there's a chance that Putin will find himself at the mercy of his own angry citizens. Explosions at Russian power plants followed by more recent explosions at Russian airfields. Both times Ukrainian drones have been to blame, but could the call be coming from inside the house? Shortly after the start of Russia's special military operation to defeat itself by invading Ukraine, strange accidents began to plague industrial sites, military depots, recruitment stations, and even power plants inside Russia itself. In late April, saboteurs blew up power pylons coming from a nuclear power plant in the Russian region of Kursk. After repairs were accomplished, the power pylons were destroyed again. Meanwhile, a series of fires and explosions struck Russian conscription stations and ammunition depots well behind the front lines of Ukraine. Some, such as the attacks on conscription stations, have been verified as having been committed by anti-war Russians. The rest are blamed on Ukrainian saboteurs. For its part, Ukraine has remained tight-lipped about the incidents. Crimea has been hit especially hard by saboteurs. The region was annexed by Russia in 2014, a claim that the international community has never recognized. Today, though, Crimea is not just stolen territory, but a strategically vital hub for Russia's war effort in southern Ukraine. The region is a direct link to Russia itself, allowing for fast resupply via the Kerch Bridge for all Russian forces in southern Ukraine. Air bases in the peninsula have allowed Russia to launch attacks across the front lines or to launch long-range cruise missiles via its bombers. Taking Crimea back is not just a moral objective for Ukraine, but a critical strategic one as well. As the Russian southern offensive was blunted and then gradually turned into a rout, or as the Russian Ministry of Defense calls defeat, a hasty advance to the rear, Crimea became a critical piece on the chessboard. Out of range of even long-range artillery, and with the U.S. refusing to grant Ukraine the long-range missiles it's been requesting for months, Ukrainian armed forces had to turn to more covert means to attack the region. No one knows how, and the Ukrainian government isn't spilling the beans, but on October 8th of 2022, a huge explosion rocked the Kerch Bridge. It's believed that a truck bomb might have been used to carry out the attack, which collapsed one lane of the bridge and destroyed several train cars on the rail portion of the bridge. The attack was clearly aimed at severing this vital resupply artery into Crimea, but unfortunately the explosion failed to bring the bridge down and traffic was eventually restored. Earlier, Ukraine struck at multiple military sites in Crimea. The first attack was against Saki Air Base, where multiple Russian aircraft were destroyed in a series of explosions. The attack was captured on video by many of the Russian tourists who were enjoying the sun at a nearby resort. Crimea, after all, is the jewel of Ukraine and a popular tourist destination. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense put on a special tourism video aimed directly at Russian civilians vacationing or illegally occupying Crimea. Their sabotage against a military depot in the Zankhoi region of Crimea ended with a huge explosion and also damaged railway tracks leading to the depot, as well as power lines and a nearby power station. In the north, Ukraine also struck inside Belarus itself. On August 11th, 8 blasts rocked the Zyabrauka Air Base in southeastern Belarus near the Ukrainian border. The base was being used by Russian bombers to fly combat sorties into Ukraine itself. S-400 air defense systems as well as Iskander ballistic missiles are also stationed there and have been used to target Ukrainian assets. The Belarusian government claimed the incident was the result of an engine fire on a military vehicle and that the West was simply jealous of superior Belarusian exploding engine technology. However, nothing's rattled the Russian people and military both quite like Ukraine's attacks on December 4th, 2022. Russia is currently launching a terror campaign against Ukraine's energy infrastructure in an attempt to demoralize the Ukrainian people by denying them electricity during the freezing winter months. In the days leading up to December 4th, Russia had amassed a significant number of long-range strike aircraft, including strategic bombers armed with cruise missiles. The objective was to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses and destroy a significant amount of Ukraine's remaining energy grid in a massive air, ground, and sea-based missile attack. Ukraine's air defenses are limited, but improving each month thanks to equipment provided by the West. However, knocking cruise missiles out of flight is a tricky proposition even for advanced air defense systems. Thus, if Ukraine was going to stem the destructive tide coming its way, it needed to limit the number of missiles Russia could put in the air. To that end, it undertook 2 stunning attacks hundreds of kilometers inside Russian territory itself. Early in the morning of December 4th, explosions rocked both Engels 2 base in the Saratov region and the Diaghilevo Air Base in Ryazan, both deep inside Russia and the latter very close to Moscow itself. The attack resulted in 2 aircraft being damaged and 3 ground personnel being killed, according to the Russian Ministry of Defense. The next day, a 3rd attack struck an airfield in Kursk, blowing up an oil tanker and causing moderate damage but no casualties. The attack was shocking for multiple reasons. For one, Engels 2 is home to part of Russia's strategic nuclear bomber fleet. While none of those planes were loaded with nuclear weapons and the nukes were kept safely in storage, presumably at this point nothing's guaranteed with Russia, the attack shows that one of Russia's most important air bases is not out of the reach of the Ukrainian attacks. However, the other reason the attack sent shockwaves throughout Russia is the fact that the nation was seemingly completely helpless to stop it. The Russian Ministry of Defense claims that its air defense units intercepted a Ukrainian drone, and the wreckage falling from the sky is what caused the explosions. Even if this were true, it would still not bode well for Russian air defenses, as a modern air defense battery is meant to intercept targets anywhere from dozens to hundreds of miles away from your vulnerable airfields and bombers, not literally right on top of them. Russia claimed that Ukraine used an old 1970s Soviet drone, called the Tupolev Tu-141, to carry out the attacks. This old Soviet recon drone was meant to fly over NATO lines in case of war at high speed and photograph them for reconnaissance. Presumably, Ukraine upgraded the electronics and avionics and packed it full of explosives. This is an unlikely story though, but if it's true, then Russia just embarrassed itself further, as it proves it can't defend from 1970s tech. Some have speculated that Ukraine instead used a modern drone that's known to be in development by state-owned manufacturer Ukoboronprom. This drone is stated to have a range of 621 miles and can deliver a 165-pound warhead. Ukraine itself has confirmed that it used drones in the attack, though despite the official story, there's serious reason to doubt that this was the drone responsible. The problem with Ukraine's official story is that the damage that we can see from at least some of the photos is not indicative of such a large warhead. A 165-pound warhead would have caused significantly more damage than what was photographed, but the fact that a fuel truck was specifically targeted and a fuel tanker in the 3rd attack strongly hints that the attack was carried out using a much smaller drone, purposefully targeting highly explosive assets in order to create a large secondary explosion. A smaller drone means a shorter range, which makes us suspect that the attack was carried out by Ukrainian special forces deep behind Russian lines. Using small drones launched low and fast from very close to the target airfields themselves, Ukraine has at least partially confirmed the theory, stating that special forces had helped guide the drones to their targets, likely with laser designators. However, this might be a smokescreen, an attempt to make Russia believe that Ukraine is truly launching large, long-range drones that its air defenses apparently cannot see. This would have significant strategic value as Russia desperately sweeps the skies for threats that aren't there and takes attention away from a boots-on-the-ground team deep behind enemy lines. This is pure speculation, but if Ukraine had in fact used these larger drones with a long range, then Russia had some serious problems with its air defense. The S-400 has long been touted by Russia as the world's premier air defense system, and yet so far it seems to be wholly incapable of defending Russian airspace. The revelation has prompted a flurry of memes from the online community. Indeed, Russian air defenses have performed a lackluster job so far, prompting even ardent Russian supporters to famously ask, "What air defense doing?" which naturally prompted its own meme response. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was once feared as a master of sabotage, and NATO fully expected an extensive sabotage campaign deep behind the front lines in case of war. However, it seems that in the years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia has forgotten the lessons of asymmetrical warfare. Ukraine, meanwhile, has been content to teach it a master class on how to disrupt military operations via asymmetrical means. And the results are staggering. Of Monday's much-feared missile blitz against Ukraine's power grid and civilians, Ukraine claims it shot down 60 out of 70 missiles launched by Russian forces. One does not have to believe this figure to be exact if they don't want to, but what is clear is that the ability to disrupt Russian air operations deep inside its own territory directly led to a failure to saturate and overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses, leading to a huge expenditure of an ever-dwindling stockpile of precision weapons for very little gain. Things in the southern region of Ukraine are about to go from bad to worse. Vladimir Putin has just declared martial law in Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. This likely is a desperate attempt to maintain control in the regions, but also has a much darker and sinister purpose. What is happening in these Ukrainian states is reminiscent of Nazi Germany, as Putin is literally trying to change the ethnic makeup of the region. Let's examine what martial law is, why Putin has implemented it in illegally annexed parts of Ukraine, and what it could mean for the future. However, before we dive in, imagine this haunting scenario. Overnight, your freedom is completely revoked. You can't leave your house without permission, and you have to support an enemy in their war efforts. Every day is a worse nightmare than the last. You step outside of your house. The streets are desolate as the sun begins to set over the distant hills. With everything that's been going on, you forgot to buy bread this morning, and without it, your family will starve. You look down the street to make sure no one's there and run down an alleyway. On the other side of the street is your local bakery. You dart out onto the main road where you hear a voice scream, "Halt!" You freeze, knowing that if you take another step, you could be shot. 3 Russian soldiers walk up to you, rifles slung across their shoulders. "What are you doing out after curfew?" One of the soldiers asks. You explain that you forgot to buy bread and your family's starving. The soldier just laughs. They have no sympathy. Well, if you're headed to the bakery, you must have money on you. And all money should be going to pay the soldiers who are fighting for your freedom, like us. You stare at the soldier with pleading eyes. You ask them to show mercy, as you have 2 little kids and a wife at home. They just continue to laugh. One of the soldiers grabs your arms and holds them behind your back. Another searches your pockets and finds your wallet. They take the money out of it, throw the wallet to the ground, and just for good measure, punch you in the stomach. "Now go back home and don't let us find you out after curfew again," the Russian soldier says before spitting on you. The soldiers walk away laughing. This is what your country has turned into since Russia invaded. And now that martial law is in place, the military can do anything they want. This is the current reality in parts of southern Ukraine. But what exactly is martial law, and what does it allow Putin to do? If we think back to several months ago when the war had just started, the goals of Vladimir Putin were vague at best and the ravings of a lunatic at worst. Just to recap how we got to where we are today, Putin proclaimed he wanted to reestablish a former Russian empire. He spewed lies and propaganda, stating that southern Ukraine had been stolen from Russia and that the citizens living there wanted to be reincorporated back to the motherland. Some people living in Ukraine did want this, but the vast majority enjoyed the independence and freedom from the oppressive regime of Russia and the democratic nature of the government. This brings us to the real reasons why Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Yes, he wanted to form a new Russian empire. However, it was the democratic nature of Ukraine and the country becoming more westernized that actually led Putin to invade. He knew that if Ukraine became part of the European Union, NATO, or allied itself with the West, it could threaten his rule in Russia. Paranoia is a common trait among ruthless dictators because if citizens realized that their lives could be better if they had a say in the government and then decided to start a revolution, dictators tend to lose their lives. Putin probably always has this thought in the back of his mind, and as Ukraine became more and more westernized, Putin felt that he had to attack to save himself. It's not entirely clear which former Russian empire Putin wants to reestablish, however. When the former Soviet Union collapsed, Russia lost a lot of territory in Eastern Europe, including Ukraine. However, if Putin is hoping to reform the Tsarist Empire of 1914, then there would be a lot more conflict in the future. It's important to remember that the Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions were illegally annexed by Russia. In September, a staged referendum was conducted where voters were met at the polls by armed Russian soldiers who held them at gunpoint until they voted for their states to be annexed by Russia. That's right, the Ukrainian people living in the annexed regions of Ukraine were given a choice to vote for their homeland to be incorporated into Russia or die. There's little doubt that many Ukrainians were killed during the referendum for refusing to vote for annexation. The United Nations and the majority of the world do not recognize Russia's authority in these regions. However, this doesn't matter to Putin. Russia has occupied southern Ukraine for several months now, so the question becomes, why did Putin declare martial law now? Like many of Vlad's decisions, this one doesn't seem to be completely thought out. Martial law expands the power of the military and law enforcement agents in the region. Occupied Ukraine really didn't have much freedom to begin with. All Putin is doing by declaring martial law is giving a different name to what's already been happening. Under the umbrella of martial law, the military can impose curfews, restrict freedoms, take civilian property, enlist people into the army, and force residents to rebuild any destroyed infrastructure. Again, these things are already happening in the occupied territories. However, since Moscow hasn't declared martial law since the Soviet Union, this may be Putin's first official move to bring annexed parts of Ukraine into his Russian empire. But again, the question is, why now? What does Putin get out of declaring martial law? Putin has not just initiated martial law in Ukraine, but in the rest of Russia as well. However, there are different tiers of martial law depending on where you live. In Russia, Putin has called for basic martial law, which means nothing is really going to change, but citizens should be prepared to aid the military in its war effort by working in factories or enlisting in the army if asked. In southern Ukraine, the martial law is instated and labeled as maximum readiness, which means that the people in those regions will be asked to make sacrifices immediately to help Russia fight against the rest of Ukraine. Putin has continually said that the reason he needed to implement martial law is that Ukraine's government and its Western allies refused to accept the results of the annexation referendum as legitimate, which of course they weren't. Putin declared in one speech, "As is well known, the regime in Kyiv has refused to recognize the will of the people. We are trying to resolve difficult, large-scale challenges on providing security to Russia and protecting the future of Russia, defending our people." What it really comes down to is that Russia has suffered a number of significant defeats in the war against Ukraine. Most recently, this has happened in the battle to control Lyman, where Ukrainian forces humiliated the Russian military by holding their ground and forcing the Russian army into full retreat. It's also important to note that Ukraine still controls parts of Donbas, where Putin has declared martial law, which means that the citizens living under Russian military control will be asked to not only support Russia, but fight alongside them as well. Putin needed to declare martial law so that the military had the authority to use citizens as resources of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia however they deemed fit to defeat Ukrainian forces. Many Ukrainians have fled the Russian-occupied regions in the south. However, not everyone was so lucky. Martial law will give the Russian military the authority to compel any civilian under their control to aid the Russian war effort, which is a breach of the Geneva Convention. But Vladimir Putin has no concern over the proper conduct of war or basic human rights, so he's more than happy to formally increase his military's authority in southern Ukraine to allow them to use Ukrainian citizens however they see fit. The crazy thing is that by instituting martial law, Putin may be trying to mobilize a Ukrainian-style territorial defense force made up of Russian officers and part-time reservists, which would be supplemented by civilians. The martial law also allows the military to have greater control over who comes in and out of each region. There's currently a 7-day ban on civilians entering any of the annexed regions. However, since Russia doesn't control all of the territory in the 4 regions, this ban on movement will be extremely hard to enforce. The martial law declared by Putin also has a propaganda component to it. By stating he has the authority to modify the way things are being run in southern Ukraine, he is reinforcing the false fact that there were elections in the region and that the people living in the region are now happily a part of Russia. The decisions that Putin is making are all part of the narrative that he's just trying to do what's best for the Russian people. However, the rest of the world isn't falling for it, and it seems that Russian citizens might be losing faith in old Vladi and his regime. The implementation of martial law will likely be used to secure more resources for Russia. One main aspect of martial law is that the military can now repurpose any business or manufacturing center that they need. For example, metalworking factories that once produced materials for infrastructure can be repurposed into building weapons and war vehicles. Companies that procure natural resources such as fossil fuels or minerals can be forced to give their supply directly to the military. Basically, martial law allows the Russian government to convert any and all parts of its economy into a war machine. However, the most atrocious part of the martial law implemented by Putin is it will allow for easier deportation of certain populations out of Ukraine and into Russia. This is where things get a little too close to how Nazi Germany acted in World War II. It's no secret that Putin wants to enact mass deportation of certain Ukrainian populations to parts of Russia. The reason he wants to do this is to change the ethnic majority in the region. In Putin's eyes, Ukraine and much of Eastern Europe should still be part of the Russian Empire. By deporting problematic people who claim to have a culture separate from Russia's, Putin can create a more homogeneous state that's made up of people who are loyal to him. Putin's regime has claimed they're only using force to temporarily resettle people. However, the fact that certain people are being targeted for deportation strongly suggests there is a much more sinister agenda at work. Experts estimate that somewhere between 900,000 and 1.6 million Ukrainians have been deported from their homeland into Russia. It's not entirely clear where these people are being sent or what they're being forced to do, but there's a chance they're being put in camps where they're required to aid the Russian military by working in factories or dangerous mining operations. Obviously, this looks really bad for Putin and his regime, so they released a statement shortly before announcing that martial law would be coming, saying that the residents were free to evacuate from southern Ukraine and the government would not only help them relocate in any part of Russia, but would provide housing vouchers as well. This was a thinly veiled distraction from what was about to happen. Every free-thinking individual knew it was just more propaganda to make Putin look sympathetic, as his military forced people onto transports and sent them deep into Russia. Martial law also allows Putin to send more troops to annexed regions of Ukraine without admitting he is losing the war. The Russian people are becoming more and more disheartened. Those who believe in the cause are starting to wane. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled the country to make sure they're not conscripted into the military. Putin is losing the support of his own people. However, by declaring martial law, he can ensure that the military keeps Russian citizens in line while also giving him a reason to send more troops to Ukraine. For propaganda purposes, Putin says that martial law will help ensure the ideals of Russia are being upheld in the annexed regions. But the more likely reason why Putin needs more troops in Ukraine is he's afraid he'll lose the war. This also answers the question of why now. Russian forces have been defeated and pushed back several times in recent months. A war that was only supposed to last a month or two is quickly approaching a year. Putin will never admit it, but in the back of his mind, he is likely scared. If Russia loses the war in Ukraine, or if the war gets drawn out for much longer, the people of Russia will see Vladimir Putin as being weak. There's a good chance if this happens, he'll be overthrown and executed by his own citizens. Therefore, Putin must maintain as much control and influence as possible. He's doing this by using his military and giving them more power through martial law. This will force businesses and defense contractors to align with his goals and provide him with the soldiers and resources necessary to continue fighting in Ukraine. It'll also allow Putin to not only control the populations in the annexed regions more easily, but will also allow him to control his citizens at home, especially if they start to become unruly or try to start a revolution against him. Putin and the rest of his regime believe that enacting martial law across Russia and southern Ukraine is a show of strength. However, many think it indicates how desperate they've become. The fact that Vladimir Putin needs to position his military in a way that ensures his citizens will continue to support him in his war effort is a telling sign that things are going very badly for him. The desperate tactics are less strategic and more of an indication that Putin and his allies are losing control. The sad part is that martial law will likely cause more death and despair in occupied Ukraine. As Putin becomes more desperate, he'll continue to escalate his tactics to ensure he remains in power and the war can continue on. However, if Putin ever loses control or Russia is defeated, it will not only be the end of Putin's reign, but likely his life as well. This video was made using insights from vidIQ. Stick around after the video to find out how we used vidIQ as our secret YouTube weapon while making it. Ukraine has been asking for heavy combat vehicles since the start of the invasion, and it seems as if its wish is about to come true. Western tanks could spell disaster for Putin's invasion, which is why he's worked so hard to scare the West into not sending them. At the start of the invasion, Ukraine had around 2,500 armored vehicles, all of which were Soviet-era models. Generally outclassed by Russian equipment, Ukrainian equipment was on the whole older and less capable, putting them at a serious disadvantage. However, an influx of hundreds of Western anti-tank missiles and the defensive nature of the initial invasion helped to move the loss ratio firmly into Ukraine's favor, with Russia taking significantly more losses per combat engagement. Still, as a percentage of their total fleet, Ukraine was suffering catastrophic losses, with some figures estimating that Ukraine has had nearly 100% of its starting fleet of vehicles destroyed, damaged, or captured. many of these would end up being repaired. But an even greater boon to Ukraine was the hordes of vehicles left behind by retreating Russians. In short order, Russia quickly became the largest donor of military aid to Ukraine, which is a terrible way of winning a war. However, Ukraine is only capable of manufacturing small numbers of domestic armored vehicles due to its small arms industry and the fact that a lot of it's been destroyed in the war. The small number of defense plants in Ukraine were a top priority target for Russia, which on most days can't hit the broadside of a barn from 10 feet away. But when you have as many missiles as Russia originally had going into the war, odds are you're eventually going to hit what you're aiming at. The taking of important industrial cities in the east also seriously hampered Ukrainian manufacturing, as generally speaking, the east is Ukraine's industrial sector and the west is mainly used for farming. Unless they figure out how to make tanks out of wheat and barley, Ukraine would inevitably be in serious trouble, and no number of anti-tank missiles from the west could stop that. Anti-tank missiles, after all, can't defeat entrenched infantry nor take and hold ground. At the start of the war, most of the West believed the Russian hype and was sure that Ukraine would fall within days, weeks at most. This is why it's unfair to criticize the West for not moving faster to provide aid for the nation. It makes no sense to send equipment to an army in a fight it's inevitably going to quickly lose. At the start of the war, the West's strategy was to make the Russian army suffer as badly as it could in its invasion, not believing it could be truly stopped. Man-portable anti-tank missiles and air defense systems accomplished this with great success, taking a massive toll on Russia's armored forces and decimating as much as a quarter of its attack helicopter fleet. The combat environment became so deadly for Russian helicopters that even today the mighty Ka-52, a truly capable and fearsome attack chopper, is only good as an inaccurate aerial artillery platform, forced to launch volleys of rockets in a pitch-up maneuver well outside of the range of enemy manpads. However, as the Kyiv offensive stalled out and then ended in a total retreat, the world realized Ukraine could actually win this thing, or at least it could hold out long enough and inflict enough pain on Russia that the nation would be forced to settle for a very limited victory. The request for heavy combat systems was finally being answered, though with disappointing results. Instead of the battle tanks Ukraine was asking for, the US sent the antiquated M113 battle taxis and Humvees. European nations largely followed suit, mostly sending artillery and some air defense equipment. The West had entered a self-deterrent Ouroboros cycle, intimidated by Putin's nuclear rhetoric, and this was exactly Putin's goal from the start and why he made so many TV appearances talking around the possibility of using nuclear weapons without ever confirming nor denying that he would use them in the Ukrainian conflict. Western leaders collectively browned their pants at the thought of Putin going nuclear, and now every single proposed shipment of Western equipment was put under extreme scrutiny by the entire NATO alliance. When the US provided HIMARS, some EU leaders thought it entirely too provocative, which is why it initially only sent a dozen or so of the weapon system. This long-range artillery, however, proved to immediately be incredibly effective, prompting the US to send more. And yet, HIMARS' effectiveness worked against Ukraine's wishes for more of the platform, as well as serious hardware like Western tanks. The mobile 6-missile rocket artillery was able to deliver precision firepower that devastated Russian logistics and command and control networks, killing many senior Russian officials. Its high mobility then allowed it to escape Russian artillery reprisals and attack helicopters hunting them down. The use of cheap plywood decoys led to Russia claiming to have destroyed approximately 300% more HIMARS than the US had actually sent. All this was putting Russia in a very bad position, exploited to great effect by the September counterattack that retook massive swaths of the east. Putin once more amped up the rhetoric, and in return, the West once more browned its collective pantalones as news anchors moaned about escalation in nightly broadcasts. This ensured that there would be no chance of Ukraine getting the tanks it so desperately needed and wanted. Ukraine simply couldn't win too hard against Russia because it was hurting Putin's feelings. What the escalation narrative fails to take into account, however, is that Putin has already escalated multiple times in his war against Ukraine. More to the point, Putin's nuclear rhetoric is exactly that: tough-talking, saber-rattling meant to scare Westerners, when in reality even Putin isn't stupid enough to turn this losing war nuclear. The US has already promised catastrophic conventional consequences, and unlike Russia, its military actually, works. Plus, in order to have any real effect on the war, Putin would either have to use strategic nuclear weapons against major population centers or dozens of tactical weapons against troop formations. Either move would turn Russia into a global pariah, completely cutting it off from the global community and destroying it economically and politically. The West is finally sacking up, though, and we have Britain to thank for that. For the last few months, it's been extremely clear that the West needed to act extremely soon if it didn't want to see Ukraine's gains in September completely reversed in the coming spring. This is because Russia might have suffered truly apocalyptic losses in men and equipment, but its stockpiles of both are very deep. It might not be bringing the best gear to the fight by a long shot, but it's bringing a lot of it. And Ukraine's losses are no longer being replenished by captured Russian vehicles. In short, the West needs to act immediately if it wants to have Ukraine tank crews trained and prepared for the spring fight. Poland, probably because it's the closest to the fighting and historically has been savaged by foreign invaders, was quick to offer up its Leopard 2s to Ukraine, but it needed permission from Germany. As the Leopard 2 is manufactured in Germany and exported under license, Poland would need to secure permission to send the tanks to Ukraine as a term of its purchase agreement with Germany, but also to ensure the flow of replacement parts for repairs and maintenance. However, Germany was hesitant, much as the rest of the West, as no nation wanted to take the lead in providing heavy equipment and being blamed for any potential, quote, escalation. In effect, while Putin was bleeding the Ukrainians dry, Western leaders were standing at the edge of the pool, anxiously daring each other to be the first to jump in. Finally, Britain said, "Hold my tea," and stolen cultural artifacts, and plunged in feet first, offering up an entire squadron, or 14 of its Challenger 2 tanks. The move immediately sparked a wave of outcry and whining from the Kremlin, with Russian Federation spokesman Dmitry Peskov promising that Britain's Challenger 2s would burn just like the rest. Good luck with that, bro, because now Russian tankers operating mostly Cold War T-72s will be facing one of the best, if not the best, armored main battle tank in the world. The Challenger 2 is legendary for its ability to take punishment, a design feature that came about because of Britain deciding that the best way to win a tank fight was simply out-survive everyone else on the battlefield and going heavy on the defense. Now it appears as if the floodgates are slowly creaking open, with Germany under extreme pressure to allow the export of NATO Leopard 2s to Ukraine. The vehicle is absolutely critical for Ukraine and the only realistic option to supply the nation with heavy tanks. The reason why is because of logistics. There are approximately 2,000 Leopard 2s across Europe in the various armies of the EU's militaries. The US has a comparable number of Abrams tanks and could certainly afford to send a significant number, given that the only real conflict the US faces, war with China, would see extremely little, if any, ground combat. However, unless the US digs into prepositioned stocks, it would have to ship Abrams tanks all the way from the US to Europe, and even if it sends from its prepositioned stocks, like it has with 50 Bradley IFVs it recently sent to Ukraine, it still faces the task of providing logistical support on the battlefield from an entire ocean and half a continent away. The Abrams is a notorious maintenance-heavy monster, and that's no surprise given it's one of the most advanced tanks in the world. But like most American equipment, it's a total prima donna, and only the world's richest nation can actually afford to operate it in large numbers. Which is why the Leopard 2 is integral to Ukraine. Logistics networks are local, allowing for much faster, cheaper, and easier resupply and maintenance for Ukrainian vehicles. Tanks damaged in battle could easily be removed and shipped across the border to Poland, where they could be fixed and then sent back to the battle in a matter of weeks. This is something that without significant investment in logistics networks, the US simply could not do with the Abrams. Simply put, the time to start prepping and sending the Abrams was when the war started, not when Ukraine needs tanks on the front lines in 2 to 3 months. Western tanks, whether they end up being more Challengers, Leopards, or even American Abrams, are a nightmare for Putin and his forces. Currently, Russia's replacing its destroyed T-90s, albeit extremely slowly. This means that the bulk of its armored forces consist of Cold War-era T-80s and T-72s. And most of the more modern versions of these have already been destroyed or graciously donated to Ukraine by retreating Russians running for their lives. This leaves Russian tankers facing the prospect of having to go toe-to-toe with semi-modern Western tanks, and we've already seen this movie back in the early 90s during the First Gulf War. The comparison is actually incredibly apt, because the West is unlikely to send its most modern variants and instead send Leopard 2s upgraded to around the early 2000 levels at the most. But even if it sends its absolutely oldest models, Western tanks already proved their worth against their Soviet equivalents, with kill ratios between the two sides being best described as hilariously one-sided. The most likely variant to be sent to Ukraine is the Leopard 2A4, the most widespread version of the tank. This model began production in 1985 and ceased by 1992, with all previous versions updated to this standard. Featuring a digital fire control system and upgrades to its armor, the 2A4 is definitely dated, but likely to fare far better than its Russian counterparts as the nation is forced to dig deeper and deeper into its reserve stockpiles. Whatever tank the West decides to send to Ukraine, however, it needs to decide to do it immediately. As spring nears, a new massive Russian offensive is expected, and Ukraine's stocks of armored vehicles are already running dangerously low. More to the point, Ukraine is fighting a war against Russia on behalf of the rest of the world, and a further dithering on the West's behalf Here's looking at you. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is doing nothing but costing Ukrainian lives, both civilian and military. After over a year of asking, Ukraine is finally getting the Army Tactical Missile System, more famously known as the ATACMS, and it's going to absolutely ruin Russia's plan to take over Ukraine. Ukraine's been asking for ATACMS since the start of the fighting, but the West unfortunately fell for Putin's fear trap. Quoting fears of escalation, President Joe Biden declined Ukraine's requests for the long-range precision missile, and these same fears of an imaginary escalation unfortunately delayed the delivery of badly needed weapon systems like the Leopard 2 and the Abrams tanks, Bradley and other IFVs, and the F-16s. We're not going to make any bones about this. While the West was browning its pants over making Putin and his ineffectual army angry, Ukrainians were dying. A lot of those dead Ukrainian civilians and soldiers both would still be alive if the West had provided heavy equipment much faster than it did. Of course, there is two sides to every coin, and after navigating the deadly intrigue of the Cold War, it's hard to blame the West for fears of an escalatory war on Europe's doorstep, especially when Russia still has more nukes than any other power on Earth. Even if most of those nukes are probably filled with potatoes, because corrupt generals sold the warheads and fuel off at the local flea markets for vodka. However, even Russia isn't completely suicidal. Sure, they'll happily send their soldiers off to certain slaughter, and defeating the enemy by hurling hundreds of conscripts at them until they ran out of ammo is a time-honored strategy taught in the finest of Russian military academies. But the Russian state still frowns on the idea of all-out nuclear annihilation for both itself and the world at large. If the world's blown up, where are the oligarchs going to sail their mega yachts to? And if it became clear that the Russian military was an ineffectual bunch of clown shoes, there was little reason except an unhealthy abundance of caution for not providing Ukraine with heavy weapons. Ironically, the nations who would be threatened if the war expanded to a hilariously one-sided conflict with NATO were exactly the ones who were sending their heavy equipment to Ukraine and calling on the West to follow suit. Poland practically drove its own tanks straight to the Kremlin, and would likely need very little provocation to do so even today. Gradually, policy has shifted, but one major taboo remained: precision long-range weapons. The US has stated multiple times it would not provide Ukraine with those weapons out of fear that it would use them to strike inside Russia, and it even made sure the rockets it provided for HIMARS have a limited range. This, however, is grossly unfair to the Ukrainian people, as Russia's free to launch attacks from its military facilities on its own soil against Ukraine without the risk of being struck back. Russia's complacency, fueled by confidence Ukraine wouldn't anger the West by attacking it directly, even led to the multiple humiliation invasions of Belgorod by Russian volunteer fighters such as the Freedom of Russia Legion and the Russian Volunteer Corps. These long-range weapons, though, are critical for Ukraine's military success, because without it, its forces are perpetually on their back foot. Even equipped with superior Western vehicles, Ukraine is finding it difficult to advance in the face of Russia's air cover and long-range artillery, with Russia's Air Force playing a reinvigorated role in the war and taking a serious toll on Ukraine's counterattacking forces at the moment. Russia also has the manpower advantage, and for now at least, the supply advantage. In a tit-for-tat exchange, Ukraine can never hope to win, no matter how many fancy tanks the West gives it, which is why the ability to strike deep behind the front lines is so critical for its success. Yet the West has been hesitant to give Ukraine the tools it really needs until early in May, when Britain said, "Hold my tea" and lingering colonial holdings, and went ahead and gave Ukraine dozens of Storm Shadow cruise missiles. Once more leading the way in breaking international taboos, Britain did what it did with tanks and told the world to ante up as it donated the weapon Ukraine needed to strike deep behind the front lines. Now we have confirmation that the United States is at least following suit with the ATACMS. Revealed as a line item for future funding for Ukraine, the US is setting aside about $80 million for ATACMS missiles to be delivered to Ukraine. This will net Ukraine about 50 or so missiles, though nobody would be surprised when it gets a hell of a lot more than that, as the West so far has kept many of its surprise weapons deliveries and their quantities close to its collective chest. To see just how much of a game changer they'll be, we only have to look at the effectiveness of the Storm Shadow so far. Nobody's quite sure which variant of the Storm Shadow Britain gave to Ukraine, but many have theorized it's the shorter-range export model. What we do know is that Russian targets as far as the Sea of Azov have picked up a nasty habit of suddenly exploding. With a range of 500 kilometers, or 1,795,200 Subway meatball marinara footlongs for our fellow Americans, Storm Shadow missiles can strike pretty much anywhere in occupied territory, and significantly outside of it if need be. In a typical Russian Ministry of Defense fashion, they've claimed to have shot down every single Storm Shadow delivered to Ukraine, as well as every Storm Shadow in the British inventory itself. However, recently a Russian colonel admitted in a public interview that Storm Shadow missiles were giving them significant trouble. According to the anonymous colonel, while Russian air defenses have gotten better at handling American HIMARS rockets, Storm Shadow was proving difficult to intercept. He estimated only a 50% intercept rate and blamed it on Storm Shadow's ability to maneuver and fly at low heights on its way to the target. The intelligent missile will frequently switch up its flight path, forcing an air defense unit to recalculate an intercept point for the incoming missiles. Soon, Storm Shadow will be joined by ATACMS, but what is this weapon exactly, and why does Russia fear it? ATACMS traces its heritage back to the late Cold War, as the US and its allies shifted to a brand new warfighting doctrine, air-land battle. This doctrine sought to achieve victory over the much larger in number Soviet bloc forces by attacking them with smaller, more maneuverable units, while launching strikes in the deep area with aircraft and missiles. Unlike their Western counterparts, Soviet bloc forces fielded large formations with strict top-down command structures that disincentivized individual initiative. Thus, the US sought to sever their command and control links either by attacks on the communication infrastructure or enemy command posts, or both, throwing entire formations into disarray. Attacks with smaller, more mobile ground forces from multiple directions would overwhelm local command and control, as troops sought direction from above rather than act on their own initiative. Maneuver warfare would thus win the day against much larger forces thrown into disarray. Air-land battle would achieve greater success than anyone ever envisioned when the US and its allies faced off against Saddam Hussein in Desert Storm. At the time, Iraq had one of the largest armies and air forces in the world, and many feared that this would be the start of a new world war. Instead, much more agile American forces routed large Iraqi formations, while aircraft and deep strike missiles disrupted Iraq's ability to command its troops or resupply them. However, during the Cold War, the US didn't have a tactical ballistic missile. In the late 70s, the West rejected the necessity of using tactical nuclear weapons to fight the Soviets in Europe, and thus the US began investing in the development of a long-range tactical ballistic missile with a conventional warhead. At the time, precision weapons were in their infancy and a long way away from lobbing bombs down air shafts like in Desert Storm. U.S. Army Missile Command sponsored the Simplified Inertial Guidance Demonstrator Program with the intent of fielding a conventional missile that could strike deep behind the front and at enemy reserves. Advancements in inertial guidance systems allowed for the creation of missiles that could have incredible accuracy, and DARPA began experimenting with this technology for a program it called Assault Breaker. This secret program attempted to develop a conventional missile with extremely high precision that could be used to engage mobile targets such as tanks and armored vehicle formations using cluster warheads. DARPA's Assault Breaker and the U.S. Air Force's conventional standoff weapons programs would be merged in 1981, leading to the creation of the Joint Tactical Missile System. However, in 1984, the Air Force balked at the idea of an air-launched ballistic missile, opting to develop cruise missiles instead. Thus, JTACMS was renamed Army Tactical Missile Systems. ATACMS would prove its worth during Desert Storm in 1991, with 32 of them fired from M270 MLRS batteries. A decade later, 450 ATACMS would be fired during Operation Iraqi Freedom, with a total of 560 ATACMS fired in anger over the missile's life. However, despite being a successful and battle-proven weapon, in 2007 the U.S. Army decided to terminate the entire program due to the cost of upkeep and procurement. At the time, the U.S. was focused on asymmetrical threats like terrorists and made the foolish mistake of believing that no nation in the future would ever wage war again, resolving their conflicts instead with friendly games of Twister. Rather than trash their stockpile, though, the Army began a service life extension program to keep the missiles ready for use. Propulsion and navigation systems were replaced, and cluster munition warheads were upgraded to have a blast fragmentation warhead equipped with a proximity fuse to achieve a similar effect. With international war back on the menu thanks to China and Russia, the Army realized it needed a replacement for the ATACMS, prompting the development of a brand new missile system. The aging of the U.S. ATACMS stockpile, as well as the cost of life extension programs, is likely one big reason why they're suddenly being donated to Ukraine. The British are doing the exact same thing with their Storm Shadow missiles, donating its older stock as it works to acquire a new and more modern missile to replace its own inventory. With ATACMS replacement in the pipeline, the U.S. faces two choices: trash them or let Ukraine drop them on invading Russian heads. However, there is another valid reason why the U.S. may have waited this long to provide ATACMS to Ukraine. Unlike Storm Shadow, ATACMS is a ballistic missile reaching a height of up to 50 kilometers, or 4,885.5 AR-15s for our fellow Americans, before plummeting down at Mach 3 on its target. While speed is good, having a ballistic trajectory is very easy to predict. This is the reason why Russia's Kinzhal hypersonic weapons have failed the test in Ukraine, as American Patriot batteries swat them out of the sky with ease. This means Russian air defenses should have a relatively easy time knocking these missiles out of the sky, at least when their own missiles aren't defecting to the Ukrainian side and blowing up their own troops. This is where timing matters, because as the war has progressed, Russia's stockpile of air defense missiles has dwindled. Ukraine has famously warned the West about a shortage of its own missiles, prompting an overly sensationalist media to sound the alarm bell that Ukraine would be out of missiles in weeks back in April. However, its missile shortage is real, which is why the US has dispatched engineers to try to figure out how to make Ukraine's Soviet S-300 batteries fire American air defense missiles. Russia's been tight-lipped about its own stockpile, but we do know that it's not producing many new missiles thanks to sanctions. Famously, shortly after the start of the war, one plant manufacturing missiles for S-300 and S-400 batteries was forced to close down, with its workers given the option of taking a long-term unpaid vacation or signing a contract to fight on the front. The culprit was a critical shortage of microchips due to Western sanctions. While microchips are smuggled into the country, and China has been secretly supplying them, the huge markup and limited quantities make mass production of missiles impossible. With air defenses significantly attrited or simply low on interceptors, now is the time for big fat ATACMS missiles to have a better chance of hitting their targets. In fact, it's hard not to see the current donation of Storm Shadow missiles before ATACMS arrives early next year as a coordinated event. With a 50% intercept rate, Russia will have to expend many more missiles than normal to protect vital infrastructure, eating up inventory and helping clear the skies for the more vulnerable ATACMS. Once they arrive in the country, Russian forces all across the occupied areas will be in serious trouble. Storm Shadow features a significant warhead of 450 kilograms, or about 99.2 bald eagles for our American brothers and sisters. ATACMS, however, can fit a warhead of 600 kilograms, or 66.14 Thanksgiving turkeys for our fellow freedom fries-loving Americans. Being a rather hefty boy, though, ATACMS has a much shorter range, only about 300 kilometers, or about 50,641 Ford F-150 Supercabs for everyone who's ever landed on the moon. However, this range is more than enough to service most Russian targets in occupied territories. Further complicating the Russian situation is the fact that the ATACMS has an ace up its sleeve that its more nimble, tea-drinking Storm Shadow cousin doesn't. While Storm Shadow must be fired from either stationary ground stations, limiting its range, or aircraft for maximum range, ATACMS can be fired from M270 MLRS batteries already provided to Ukraine, or every Russian's favorite Uncle HIMARS. This makes ATACMS a highly mobile missile system that can strike when you least expect it and penetrate deep, while its operators drive away before they can be destroyed. This mobility is such a threat to Russia that it's dedicated significant effort to locating and destroying Ukrainian HIMARS vehicles, claiming to have destroyed every single one at least 3 times over. However, the US has confirmed that Ukraine has not lost a single HIMARS system since they made their debut last summer. Though it would be hard to blame the Russians on this one, since Ukraine has built dozens of plywood decoys, which Russia has definitely blown to splinters. So what can Russia do to counter ATACMS when it arrives? The first thing is try to get it to never enter Ukraine in the first place. Expect more empty threats and nuclear saber-rattling from Putin as the new year approaches, as he attempts to scare the West into not supporting further aid to Ukraine. This is why it's important to educate yourself and others. Russia cannot militarily escalate this conflict without resorting to nuclear weapons, and that's a losing proposition for everyone on the planet. But probably more for Russia, because again, their nukes are probably full of potatoes after conscripts stole the warheads and the wiring for cigarette money. A conventional escalation is simply impossible, with the Russian armed forces now officially being the second best military inside of Russia, after the Wagner PMC. The second thing Russia can do to counter ATACMS is, well, nothing. Its inability to intercept and destroy HIMARS batteries means it'll likewise be unable to destroy ATACMS as well when loaded onto their launchers, or while in transit or in storage. This is because Russia is not very good at intelligence and reconnaissance, and even worse at rapidly servicing targets of opportunity, all capabilities the US military has invested absolutely criminal amounts of money into. We may not be able to afford healthcare, but we can detect short-range Houthi rebel missile launches from orbit. and then put a missile of our own through their front window in return if we wanted to. Russia's ability to conduct even basic damage assessments is so bad that it can take up to a day or more to determine if an air or missile strike was successful before deciding to attack that same target again. This leaves it with no hope of interdicting ATACMS before they're launched. Though if it can replenish its air defense batteries, it's got a good chance of intercepting them after they're launched, at least when its air defenses aren't trying to kill their own side. Failure, humiliation, death. That's what Vladimir Putin faces if Ukraine's counteroffensive is successful. Right now, Putin's propaganda machine is working overtime to manipulate the Russian public's perception of the war. The Kremlin is pumping out disinformation that the Ukrainian offensive is being crushed, the Russian economy is strong, and that troop morale has never been higher. All of these things are lies. But Putin needs to convincingly paint this picture of himself and the state of Russian affairs, because if he doesn't and the Ukrainian counteroffensive succeeds, it will be the end of his life. Vladimir Putin is scared, and he should be, because the Ukrainian military has superior training, weaponry, and vehicles when compared to his conscript army that is currently mounting a defense of the Zaporizhia Oblast region of Ukraine. Over the winter and spring months, Russia's been digging trenches and constructing fortifications along the 621 miles or 1,000-kilometer front line in preparation for this very moment. Ukraine has begun its offensive. But unlike what Russia did at the beginning of the war, its military leadership is taking calculated risks and relying on reconnaissance and intel to make informed decisions. When Russia launched its invasion, Putin ordered a full-on attack with massive amounts of tanks, artillery, and troops. Since you're watching this video right now, Russia's plans to overwhelm Ukraine's forces and to be welcomed into the country by the Ukrainian people obviously failed. Instead, the Kremlin's hasty attack and outdated tactics led to Ukrainian forces destroying and capturing over 2,001 tanks since the beginning of the war. Over 500 of those tanks were captured and repurposed by the Ukrainians, which meant while Russia's tank numbers were dwindling, Ukraine's were growing. These numbers have been supplemented by the delivery of 21 Leopard 2 tanks from Germany, with more modern tanks on their way. Instead of using the Russian tactic of throwing everything they've got at an enemy with no real plan of attack and hoping for the best, Ukraine is falling back on its NATO training and continued success of designing well-planned operations with a flexible command structure to maximize their smaller numbers. In terms of the counteroffensive, Ukrainian forces have been probing Russian defenses in order to locate weak spots that can be exploited. Ukrainian forces are using UAVs to gather intel and falling back on their knowledge of the landscape to identify areas where they can break through enemy lines. It's only a matter of time before the Russians either make a mistake or leave an area unguarded, at which point Ukrainian tanks and troops will plow through their defenses. When this happens, Putin will be in big trouble. He's managed to keep the Russian people in the dark by controlling the media within his borders. Putin already ordered the conscription of around 250,000 men in 2022 and another 147,000 men in the spring of 2023. And if Russia needs to initiate another round of conscription to replenish the number of soldiers lost during the Ukrainian offensive, it's going to make Putin look really bad. There's also the fact that the Kremlin will need to explain away how the Ukrainians got past their supposedly impenetrable defenses and continue to punish the Russian military. However, there is one aspect of the offensive that could be the final nail in the coffin for Vladimir Putin, and this is what he is most afraid of. We're going to lay out each aspect that Putin is shaking in his boots for shortly. But first, let's look at what type of defense Russia has created and what is actually standing in the way of the Ukrainian victory and Putin's demise. Russia has deployed minefields, concrete tank obstacles known as Dragon's Teeth, artillery impact zones, and trenches across southern Ukraine. The problem that the Ukrainian offensive faces is that Russia has had time to create a multi-layered defense structure that consists of static defenses, motorized rifle battalions, and artillery. Each battalion is responsible for an area approximately 3 to 5 kilometers wide and 2 to 2.5 kilometers deep. This works out to be around 4 square miles. For the past several weeks, Ukrainian artillery and missiles have been striking targets far behind the front lines to disrupt the Russian command structure and logistical capabilities. Simultaneously, Ukrainian ground forces are conducting reconnaissance missions with small groups of armored vehicles and tanks to locate entry points through the Russian defenses. This has resulted in the loss of around 16 armored vehicles and 1 Leopard 2 tank. But these are calculated risks that provide the Ukrainian military leaders with vital information that can be used when a full-on offensive is launched. The Russian defenses are set up in 4 stages in most areas, with deep trenches and ditches dug first to slow Ukrainian tanks and vehicles down. followed by concrete dragon's teeth. Beyond these first two defenses are infantry trenches where Russian soldiers with anti-tank weapons and rocket-propelled grenades wait. The final defense is another trench where Russian commanders are located. This final series of trenches can also be used for Russian soldiers to fall back to in case they need to retreat. The goal of these defenses isn't necessarily to stop Ukrainian forces, but to slow them down. This is because they become easy targets for the Russian artillery located much further away from the front lines. This could decimate an entire Ukrainian force, which is why they're spending time conducting reconnaissance missions to identify the best locations to cross through Russian defenses. This means that Putin is anxiously waiting for what comes next. He is watching closely, as he's likely fully aware that the Russian defenses are full of vulnerabilities. It's been found that many of the defensive features in Ukraine were dug and built by contractors who had little to no military engineering experience. This lack of expertise has led to fortifications that are inadequate for repelling modern Western tanks and well-trained Ukrainian soldiers. Recent photos have shown that some of Russia's dragon's teeth have been improperly set up, likely due to the lack of training or military knowledge of the contractors. Dragon's teeth should be connected to one another underground and also partially buried. Instead, some of these features are just sitting on top of loosely packed dirt. Also, several strands of dragon's teeth have already begun falling apart due to environmental factors. This means that they likely won't be able to withstand the weight of tanks and armored vehicles when Ukrainian forces push forward. Knowing that there are clear weak points in Russia's defenses has Putin pulling his hair out. At least, he would if he had any. Instead, the Russian dictator is trying to brainstorm ways to spin the inadequacies of the Russian military to keep the general public on his side. But all the propaganda in the world will not save him if the Ukrainian offensive is successful, and the reasons why are pretty straightforward. Number 1. A successful Ukrainian offensive will highlight the inadequacies of the Russian military and Putin's rule. At this point in time, around 98% of combat vehicles and weapons promised to Ukraine have been delivered. Notably, dozens of modern tanks have still not made it to Ukraine but are on their way, such as around 80 Leopard 2s from European countries and 31 M1 Abrams from the US. However, with around 1,550 armored vehicles and approximately 230 tanks being delivered from Western nations, Ukraine has approximately 950 tanks and over 2,000 armored vehicles ready to launch their offensive. Ukrainian forces have also been receiving training from NATO on how to use the Leopard 2 tanks and offensive strategies since the beginning of the war. While this was happening, Russian conscripts received little to no training and instead were handed a gun, shipped to the front lines, and told to dig trenches during the brutal winter months in Ukraine. This not only means that the Russian troops defending the front lines have had little idea of what they're doing, they're also demoralized, resulting in a number of AWOL cases. In fact, the number of soldiers that went AWOL in the first 4 months of 2023 exceeded the total number of cases in 2022. This must make Putin nervous because he is quickly running out of reserves to replenish the number of men he has on the front lines. Putin's plan right now is to wage a war of attrition in the hopes that Russia's superior numbers and vast natural resources will allow his forces to last long enough for Western nations to lose interest in helping Ukraine. And to be fair, this wouldn't be the first time that NATO or the West started something that they didn't finish. In fact, this very scenario happened in 2014 when Putin annexed Crimea, and the West condemned his actions but sat idly by while Ukraine's land was stolen. If Russia's defenses are deep enough and its superior numbers can hold out against the Ukrainian offensive, then Putin can continue his war of attrition for many years if need be. That being said, this plan will only work if the Ukrainian forces can be stopped, which is seeming more and more unlikely. And it's because of this fact that Putin is very afraid of what is to come in the summer months. Number 2. The Ukrainian offensive could erase everything that Russia has done since the beginning of the invasion, which would make Putin look weak. The offensive could signal the beginning of the end for Vladimir Putin. At the start of the war, most of the Russian people supported the invasion and reclaiming Ukraine as a Russian territory. However, this was when taking Ukraine seemed like an easy victory. Now that the war has continued into its second year with no end in sight, the Russian people are beginning to question Vladimir Putin's leadership. This is terrifying for the dictator, but things will only get worse if the Ukrainian counteroffensive is successful. To put how badly the war is going into perspective, it's estimated that around 475 days into the war in Ukraine, the Russian army has lost more than 178,000 soldiers. This is 12.7 times more than were lost in both Chechen wars, where Russia suffered 14,000 casualties. The number of men killed or wounded in Ukraine is also around 11.8 times more than the Soviet army lost in the 9 years of the war in Afghanistan, where they sustained approximately 15,000 casualties. If the offensive is successful, supply routes that run from Russia through eastern Ukraine will be lost. This will make resupplying Russian troops in southern Ukraine much more difficult, and as Russian soldiers become less well-equipped and demoralized, Ukrainian forces will gain more of an upper hand. This will lead to a snowball effect where Russian troops are pushed further and further south. Without the supply lines running through eastern Ukraine, Russia will have to commit more resources to airdropping equipment into southern Ukraine or taking the much longer route through Crimea. If Ukrainian forces break through the front line, encircle Russian soldiers, and force them to retreat further south, it'll also mean that Ukraine has reclaimed all of the land Russia invaded back in February of 2022. This does not include Crimea, which we'll talk about in a bit, but what this does mean is that the invasion would officially become a total failure. If Ukraine can push Russian forces all the way to the land bridge between Crimea and southern Ukraine, Vladimir Putin will have nothing to show for a year and a half of fighting. This will lead to the oligarchs, other prominent Russian leaders, and the general public to question Putin's rule. It'll be incredibly hard to spin the Ukrainian offensive as a failure if they reclaim all the territory Russia invaded, which is why Putin is terrified of what could happen in the coming months. However, most analysts suspect that Ukraine won't take back all of the territory in the Zaporizhia region right away, but at least will secure a large portion of the area. Even this could be enough to oust Putin, depending on how angry the Russian people and elites get at their loss of their countrymen in Putin's pointless war. Number 3. If the Ukrainian offensive is successful, it could threaten Russia's control over Crimea. This is Vladimir Putin's worst nightmare. Putin's biggest fear is losing Crimea. This is because he built and sold his dreams of a new Russian empire on the foundation of annexing Crimea in 2014. This event served as the backbone for everything that was to come and the invasion of the rest of Ukraine in 2022. What this means is if the Ukrainian offensive reaches Crimea, it would be a tragedy for Vladimir Putin. This is probably the one outcome of the offensive that Putin is most scared of. But the craziest part is that Ukraine doesn't even need to take Crimea during the offensive. All they need to do is get close, and Vladimir Putin's power will begin to dissolve. It should come as no surprise that the most alarming proposition for any dictator is appearing weak. To most of the world, Putin already looks weak. But if the Ukrainian counteroffensive pushes Russian forces all the way back to Crimea, the Russian president will be seen as weak by the Russian people. This is not something he can afford, and it could very well lead to the end of his time in power or even his life. During the winter months, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky declared, "Crimea is our land, our territory," to the world. This contradicts the rhetoric that Putin has spewed to the Russian people for years. Those words also likely instilled fear into Putin as it became clear that the Ukrainian offensive in the summer months could target the Crimean Peninsula. However, Ukraine doesn't need to take Crimea in order to hurt Putin. On top of losing all the land that Russia invaded, a successful offensive would allow Ukraine to blockade the Crimean Peninsula, a proposition that would slowly whittle away any remaining control Putin has over the region. There is no doubt that retaking Crimea by force would be incredibly costly for the Ukrainian military. Thousands of lives would be lost, and the infrastructure of the peninsula would be decimated. If Ukraine tries to take Crimea by force, there would likely be no clear winner. However, they don't necessarily have to launch a military campaign on the peninsula to hurt Putin. The narrow land bridge that connects Crimea to the rest of Ukraine serves as a choke point where artillery and Russian defenses could hold back pretty much anything Ukraine throws at them. But the same can be said about keeping Russian supplies and reinforcements out of Crimea as well. There are only two entry points into Crimea from the mainland. One is from southern Ukraine, the other is from western Russia. A successful offensive would allow Ukraine to cut off Russian access to Crimea from the Zaporizhia Oblast. To cut off supplies and military shipments being sent via the Black Sea or the Sea of Azov, Ukraine could use uncrewed surface vessels, or USVs, to intercept ships or attack them at Sevastopol. This would be done by packing a USV with explosives and sending it on a kamikaze mission to blow a hole in the hulls of Russian ships. This is a relatively simple and low-cost strategy that could result in serious disruptions to the Russian naval supply lines in Crimea. The USVs could also be used to lay mines at port entrances as another way to sever Russian supply routes. Basically, rather than losing Crimea to a Ukrainian attack, Putin has to worry about losing it to a Ukrainian siege. Ukraine has already attacked the Crimean bridge connecting Russia to Crimea at least once and caused massive damage. So after the offensive takes back the land across the Sea of Azov, launching future attacks on the bridge will be even easier. This means there would be virtually no way to get resources or troops to Crimea except by plane, and aircraft can only deliver a fraction of the supplies that ground vehicles and ships can. Also, if NATO ever sends Ukraine F-16s that they promised, it would pretty much be game over for Russia in Ukraine. The proposition of Crimea eventually falling or slowly crumbling due to a Ukrainian blockade must be eating away at Putin. Every day that passes where Ukrainian forces probe the front lines brings them that much closer to advancing toward Crimea. When this happens, Putin may suffer a heart attack from the stress of watching his dreams of a Russian empire slowly slip away as the Russian people and leadership begin to turn against him. To be clear, reaching Crimea even once the Ukrainian offensive gets going will not be easy. However, if things continue to go in the favor of Ukraine, as they did just before the winter hiatus, Putin could be in big trouble. And as we mentioned before, losing Crimea is Putin's biggest fear. He'll do anything to prevent Ukraine from regaining control of Crimea, even if it means putting the entire world on the brink of all-out war. Because it's clear that if Crimea falls, Putin will fall too. Thus far, there hasn't been a serious push to penetrate the Russian line, but Putin, like the rest of the world, knows it's coming. This has probably led to a lot of sleepless nights and discussions about what to do if the Ukrainian offensive succeeds. When Ukrainian forces push through, Putin will be left with two options. The first is to negotiate some kind of peace. The problem is that Ukraine will not even entertain the idea of peace talks unless it involves Russia completely withdrawing from its territory, including Crimea. Since this isn't an option for Putin, due to the fact that he'd end up being ousted from power, it leaves option 2, escalation. If Putin sits idly by while the Ukrainian offensive drives his forces further and further back toward Crimea, it'll only be a matter of time until Ukraine is in a position to blockade the peninsula or gather more support from Western nations to take back the territory. Vladimir Putin knows he cannot allow this to happen, so his only option will be to escalate things in the hope that he can either stop Ukraine's advancement or have the international community step in and force Ukraine to come to the negotiating table. Unfortunately for Putin, the West is tired of cowering to Russia's escalation rhetoric and has shown through their support of Ukraine that they no longer fear Vladimir Putin. There are two ways that Putin could escalate the conflict. The first is by conscripting more Russians and throwing another wave of troops at Ukraine. The Wagner Group, made up of mercenaries for hire and former inmates, is already recruiting more men to their organization to help combat the Ukrainian offensive. UK military intelligence has recently reported that there are approximately 50,000 Wagner Group mercenaries in Ukraine at the moment. The conscription option would be done at a great cost to the Russian people. But Putin may hope that by throwing wave after wave of troops at Ukraine, he'll be able to wear them down and eventually claim victory. The other way Putin could escalate the conflict is by putting nuclear weapons back on the table. If Putin is backed into a corner and all of his worst fears come true, he may be willing to risk the safety of the planet in order to maintain power. Deploying nukes, either tactical or strategic, and threatening to use them may be enough to stop the Ukrainian offensive. However, NATO and the international community would come down hard on the Russian dictator if he chooses this option. In fact, even Russia's most powerful partner, China, would almost certainly not support Putin in his decision to use nukes. This option would literally turn much of the world against Russia, which would then result in Putin either being stripped of power or suffering from a mysterious set of deadly circumstances. The terrifying thing for the rest of the world is that if Ukraine's offensive is successful and Putin resorts to escalation with nukes, then nobody will win. But this is the crux of the problem. Putin's fear of the Ukrainian offensive is warranted because throughout the war, Ukraine has exceeded everyone's expectations. Ukraine successfully defended its capital from the initial invasion. They pushed Russian forces almost completely out of their territory, and they managed to come out victorious against a much larger army. These facts mean that the offensive will likely go well for Ukraine, which terrifies Putin. There are also around 600,000 Russian settlers in Crimea and Russian collaborators in the Donbass that would need to escape the incoming Ukrainian forces if they manage to break through the Russian defenses. It's unlikely that Putin would spare any men or resources to ensure that these people reach safety, which could mean that many Russians still in Ukraine may be facing angry Ukrainian soldiers on their own. If this happens, there could be an outcry from the Russian people, and a popular movement to remove Putin from power could arise. So, no matter what Vladimir Putin does, he'll find himself in a precarious position. His goal right now is to continue this war of attrition that Russia has been waging ever since its initial invasion failed. They cannot defeat the superior Ukrainian tactics and newly acquired equipment from the West. However, Russia still has a massive amount of men and resources at its disposal, since Vladimir Putin controls pretty much every industry and individual within Russia's borders. Using his reserves and conscripting more men might lead to an eventual ceasefire as Ukraine's forces get closer to Crimea, but don't have the manpower or resources to make the final push. This would give Putin the time to recruit more soldiers and dust off more ancient equipment from the early Soviet era. Left to his own devices, Putin will never stop throwing men at the war effort until he can enter negotiations that will favor him, or by some miracle, his forces manage to secure some kind of victory, prolonging the war even more. This could actually be the end goal for Vladimir Putin. He might be trying to wait everyone out until circumstances are in his favor, even though this doesn't seem likely to happen anytime soon. Putin is now afraid that if the offensive pushes his forces further back, it'll be difficult to convince the elites and the public that there was any victory to be had at all, which is why he is vying for more time. What it comes down to is that Vladimir Putin is terrified of the Ukrainian offensive because a loss at this stage could be the final straw for the Russian people. The majority who wanted to seize Ukraine now only want peace. The Russian people are suffering, and they're beginning to blame Putin. During the offensive, we'll probably see Ukrainian forces push through Russian defenses and take back at least some of the land that Russia currently controls. This will not be the end of the war, but it could signal the end of Vladimir Putin. The dictator is currently hoping that by utilizing Russia's sheer numbers, he can prolong the war until the West loses interest or stops sending Ukraine support. At that point, he can probably negotiate a far more favorable outcome for himself. Russia has a population of around 3 times the size of Ukraine's, meaning that there are still hundreds of thousands of men who can be conscripted into military service. Putin isn't afraid to lose more men, but he is afraid that the Ukrainian counteroffensive will reach Crimea, and at that point, Putin's life would be put in jeopardy. Now watch ex-CIA agent breaks down why Putin is in trouble, or check out real reason Russia gave Crimea to Ukraine.